A cold, windy evening on October 10th. Today, one of the most beautiful and kind, but righteously angry women of Konoha is giving birth. Kushina Uzumaki is the hime of the Uzumaki clan, the wife of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. Because of her status as a Jinchuriki, he cannot give birth like other women, so she gives birth under guard in a cave under the strict supervision of her husband, who will control the QB seal. Answer: after long and painful hours of screaming and cursing, the entire cave is filled with the sound of a baby's cry. The successor of the fourth Hokage, a boy with 3 whiskers on each cheek, Naruto Uzumaki, is born. The woman who delivered the baby, Biwako Sarutobi, took the boy into her arms, avoiding the father's attempts to look at his son. Biwako told her mother first. And Minato only had time to close his eyes when he heard the sound of falling. Opening his eyes, he saw a man in a mask and with a bundle in his hands, and behind him 2 bodies on the ground, Biwako and a nurse. Beautiful boy, congratulations fourth. The unknown said sarcastically. What do you want? Minato asked him. Jinchuriki, he answered. Choose either son or wife. An unknown person gave an ultimatum. Minato threw a thunder god flying kunai at him and immediately moved to his son, picking him up, but suddenly he heard a hissing sound. Explosion tag, he thought, and threw out the diaper and moved again. The next moment he was home, putting his son to bed. It's time to get Kushina, he thought, disappearing in a clap of thunder. The unknown had already released the QB, Kushina was no longer needed. And taking Kushina, Minato moved home. Events followed their course, the destruction of Konoha, the battle between Minato and the nine-tailed, and finally here it is, the moment when it is time to seal it, but where? Kushina won't be able to withstand it, so half of it goes into herself, and the other half, a terrible thought came to him. I'll have to seal half the fox in Naruto, but he doesn't have enough Uzumaki genes, he won't survive. Thought the Hokage. And then he remembers the seal that he was told about in the Uzumaki temple. Release. I hope Kushina has enough strength, because the Uzumaki believe that Fuinjutsu works miracles. The Hokage tried to think quickly. Will you be able to use the release seal? Minato asks with a worried voice. Yes, but, wait, you don't dare condemn him to this life. He's just a child, all alone, I won't allow it. She says, calmly at first, but then turns into a heartbreaking scream. I know, but there are no other options. Forgive Kushina and help him survive. Minato said almost in a whisper. Well said she, folding the seals in a voice full of sadness. Uzumaki main branch secret technique release, she shouted, and at that very moment Naruto's wheat yellow hair began to turn blood red. It's time, Minato thought, and began to form the seal of summoning the god of death. And then, the silhouette of Shinigami appears behind him. Minato was able to seal the dark half of the nine-tailed fox into himself, but when he was sealing the light part into Naruto, Kushina was distracted, just for a second, but that was enough for the QB's claw to fly into Naruto. Only the bodies of Kushina and Minato saved him. The countdown was on the seconds, and when Minato sealed the last part of the fox into Naruto, Kushina instructed Naruto with the right words about the 3 taboos of a shinobi: women, drinking, and wasting money. Eat well, wash often and find friends. Not many, just a few is enough. And a girl, I don't know much about this, so find one like me. I love you, Naruto, she said with tears, spitting out a clot of blood. I wanted to tell you something important, but your mother is such a chatterbox that she said everything for me. I'm sorry that we leave all this to you. I love you, we love you. Minato said with the last of his strength. Hiruzen, who had been beating against the barrier, put up by Kushina for protection, the barriers of the main branch are extremely strong, finally broke through and instantly found himself near the unfortunate family. Kushina Minato, shouted the professor of the shinobi world. His name is N. Naruto, said Kushina, closing her eyes forever. Thus ended October 10th, and over the destroyed center of Konoha, the cry of a red-haired baby was heard. Commentary on Prologue, Part 1. Well then, the prologue is ready. We will find out how the fate of our hero will unfold in the following chapters. Good luck to you, cool fanfics and pleasant dreams. Not a Sweet Life, Part 2. Commentary on Not a Sweet Life, Part 2. Well, here is the new part. I hope you like it. Thanks for waiting. Time skip 10 years. A red-haired boy is walking along the streets of Konoha. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, and this name is known and hated by absolutely all the inhabitants of Konoha, well, except for the Hokage, who for some reason protects the little demon. Naruto decided to buy a mask to scare the boys who laugh at him. Get away from my shop, demon. What? You like the mask? Take it, but don't you dare come here again. The owner yelled at Naruto. And no one stood up for him, because everyone knows who he is, or thinks they know. You will still hear about me. I will become Hokage, screamed the red-haired miracle, running away. And behind him stretched a thin trail of children's tears, not just a few, but how much bitterness there was in them. Having run to the abandoned training ground, Naruto fell under a large maple tree and continued to cry quietly, almost without sound. It was always like this, quiet crying, alone. And then he heard the most terrible thing that had happened in his life. Drunken screams and songs, but he was at the training ground, which meant shinobi. In a panic, he began to look around. Where to hide? Where to run? Is there any point in running? Oh, look at who's brought to us. Maybe we can finally rid the village of the demon, said the man in the chunin vest, taking out a battered kunai, with malice. No, please don't. Quadruple A. Naruto screamed requests, turning into a cry of pain when a sharp pain from the kunai blossomed in his side, and then in his shoulder. And then he felt warmth in his stomach. It grew, and suddenly his whole body was burned by hellish fire, and after several minutes of dull pain, Naruto plunged into darkness. Multiple wounds, stab wounds, cut wounds and lacerations. Many wounds all over the body have scarred over time, another 2 fresh stab wounds from a kunai. Also a rupture of the SCCS, chakra circulation system, said the nurse of the Konoha Central Hospital in a voice that was either emotionless or indifferent. Naruto was here very often, after each beating, each poisoning, and on October 10th he definitely ended up in a hospital bed. After all, October 10th is a holiday of liberation from the Kyuubi and mourning for those killed by it. On this day, many get drunk and decide to commit lynching on the demon. As a result, bruises, cuts and deep wounds disfigured Naruto's small body. Strangely, everything healed quickly. Literally by the morning the wounds became scars. And so it goes, day after day. Morning in a lonely apartment, breakfast alone with whatever he can get his hands on, the academy and the ridicule there, a walk around the village and the hateful looks there, and in the evening either to Ichiraku if he has money, or home alone again. The allowance barely covers all his expenses, and the prices in the stores are tripled if he is not kicked out. Commentary on Not a Sweet Life, Part 2. Something like that. I'm a little sick here, but I'll be able to release parts. I hope you liked the chapter. All the best, cool fanfics and pleasant dreams. Part 3, Fluffy Friend. Commentary on Part 3, Fluffy Friend. Hello everyone. I'm a little late, sorry about that. Enjoy reading. Chapter 3, Furry Friend. But this time, instead of opening his eyes, he saw white walls and ceiling of the hospital. He saw a dark, basement-like room. Naruto turned his head and moved towards the nearest turn. The closer he came, the more water accumulated under his feet. Naruto walked towards the chilling thirst for blood and irresistible anger, but childish curiosity prevailed over fear. In front of Naruto, 15 meters above the ground, hovered a huge 9-tailed fox. Its paws and tails were chained with golden chains to a giant stone, and with every movement of the fox they were cutting into his skin more and more. Here is my jailer, and how is it? Do you like what you see? Ah, said a sad voice, full of angry irony, voice turning into a cry full of pain. Do you like my suffering? Do you like being towered over? Well, go ahead and gloat, humiliate me. That's what you came for. Or maybe you showed up for power. Well, of course, what else could a person need? Power to harm others, of course, what else? The giant fox finally finished his angry monologue. Are you afraid? Do you hate me? No wonder, you are all like that. People, blame others for all your troubles. Lee-san, what is this place and how did I get here? Innocent Naruto asked in a voice. Oh. What did you ask? You don't even know how you got here. Well, you suffered greatly. That's how the mental defense of the Jinchuriki worked. You and transferred to the subconscious. The subconscious is the bottom of your consciousness, your inner world. Here you see your true self and here your spirituality is kept. Filling, the fox said philosophically, overcoming the pain. D. Jinchuriki, Naruto said with difficulty. I've never been called that before. They called me a monster, scum, a non-entity and a freak. And who are the Jinchuriks? Asked the fox in a voice without a beat fear, only full of curiosity. Well, Jinchuriki are people who have tailed beasts sealed inside them. They are called Biju, and I am Kyubi no Yako, the strongest of the 9 Biju. But Kyubi no Yako means the 9-tailed demon fox. That's not your name. What's your name? Naruto asked, sincerely wanting to know your name. New acquaintance, but when he looked at him, he realized one important thing. Kyubi-san, can I control my subconscious? Naruto asked strangely question. Of course, Ark, it was your subconscious that said fox, grinning in pain. Naruto was not a fool. He did not hold a grudge against the villagers, but he understood perfectly well that he would not be able to simply forget all the bullying and beatings. And to while away lonely evenings. Naruto was able to get himself a discount card to the library through the Hokage. And literally not long ago, an interesting scroll fell into his hands, albeit from the forbidden section, the so-called treasury. The scroll was called The Subconscious, and the seals in it. Naruto checked the information he received with his carefully selected questions, since the scroll, due to its severe wear and tear and heavily worn symbols, caused doubts. But the information was confirmed, and although he didn't even understand quarter of the scroll, he remembered a certain sequence of seals, the so-called secret Uzumaki technique, seal weakening. But there is a problem, it will only work if you are Uzumaki, which he had no doubt about, and if the seal was put on by a relative, not necessarily Uzumaki, because thanks to the blessing of Shinigami, Uzumaki have power over all seals. Oh, Naruto of course didn't know the second condition, because part of the scroll with this information had rotted. Damn the Konoha archives. Well, whatever, Kyubi-san, said the red-haired guy. I make seals, tiger, rat, snake, dragon and sheep. Fuinjutsu. Weakening the seal. The kid shouted, feeling burning pain throughout the body. Idiot, just as the chakra channels were restored, where did you go? He shouted. The fox gave all the chakra he could into the body of his jailer. When the fox opened his eyes, he felt something he had almost forgotten. Lightness. Having examined his paws and moved his tails, the fox realized that now he freed him from chains. Looking around, he saw Naruto smiling happily and sitting on the soft grass. Stop grass. The fox looked around in shock and saw around me was a dense forest. The green grass rustled pleasantly under my paws, on the trees the birds sang, and in the distance a volcano boiled, covered by a mountain range. But there was one constant detail, a huge golden gate right in front of the fox's nose. I changed something here. I thought it would be better for you. It's more comfortable here. Sorry I couldn't remove the gate, I really tried. Said the boy, a little guilty. Voice. No baby, you did much more. I will be there for the rest of my life. I am grateful to you, said the fox, bowing his head in a gesture of gratitude. No need to thank me, it's all because of me. I'm glad that did you like it, but still, what's your name? Asked the boy, switching to strict tone. Maybe it's him, he fits the description, and he's the first after the old man who asked my name, the fox thought to himself. Oh. Forgive me, Kyubi-san, I completely forgot about my grandfather's lessons. Third, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. What is your name? KK Kurama, said the fox a little shyly and quietly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kurama-san, said Naruto with the widest smile that only he can make. Kurama-san, will you become my friend? A little apprehensively asked the kid. I just don't have any friends, only my grandpa is the third, but he always busy. And I often feel lonely, so I thought you could become my friend, but if you don't want to then I won't insist. Said the boy Toro, tormenting letters like stone bullets. Of course, I will become your friend, with great pleasure. Said the fox with joy in his voice and lights in his eyes. After all, the cherished dream of everyone Biju was to find a true friend. A clenched fist paw poked through the bars and Naruto responded to this gesture with great joy. That's how they found each other, the two best and the most loyal friends to each other. Even though they had been together for so many years, both of them realized that day that happiness, or at least a ray of hope for it, can exist insignificantly close, but we often do not notice them. Naruto woke up from the fact that someone in a cat mask was shaking him violently. Him and shouted something like, Naruto, Naruto, wake up. Don't let the fox take control. Naruto, please wake up. When the eyes slightly focused, Naruto realized that he seemed to be in big trouble, because the Anbu was shaking him, and judging by tattoo on his shoulder, Commander. I'm sorry. Everything is fine. I'm okay, please, just don't please hit me. Naruto pressed himself into the bed. From previous meetings, although with ordinary Anbu, he remembered, they hit painfully and without mercy with a golden, calculating rage, and he was afraid to even imagine what to expect from Commander Naruto. Calm down, Naruto, I won't hurt you, why should I? Beat. We felt a powerful surge of chakra, so we ran to check. Nothing happened to you and that's great, we won't hurt you. The Anbu said with warmth in his voice. He's really scared, doesn't he have the protection of the village? He is the main military potential of the village, and besides, he is still just a child. It is necessary, I'd like to know what happened to him. The cat made a mental note. Well, I'm glad you're okay. I have to go, I still have a lot of work. Get well soon, Naruto, wished the cat Naruto hiding in the shunshin. Naruto looked at the place where he stood for a few more seconds. The cat thought, I want to be able to do that too, then they wouldn't be able to find me and beat me up. This is shunshin, it allows you to accelerate to unprecedented speeds with the help of chakra. It seems as if he teleported. Agree. A surprisingly familiar voice sounded in Naruto's head. Kurama, is that you? Where are you? Naruto asked out loud. Sometimes he could possibly slow down a little after strong impressions. This telepathy is a dunce. After your technique and our friendship, our connection has grown stronger and the seal has weakened. Now you can mentally communicate with me and take a grain of my chakra, but it's better not to do this yet, it's still poisonous to you. But we will fix it, I promise you, the fox said joyfully. Tone. That's great, that means I didn't dream it, I really did have a friend. He said. Naruto mentally almost jumps for joy. Of course it wasn't a dream, and neither was the entire Anbu capture group. They were almost all over the building, waiting for you to attack them. At least the captain is normal, you can trust him, Naruto, he is really for you. I was worried, the fox said, telling the boy the situation. How do you know he was worried about me? He asked. Naruto not understanding. I'm an empath, I can feel people's emotions, you can too, if you practice a little. And you can develop your sensorics, you felt it their chakra? Asked LS slightly sarcastically. Just a little bit, and only for a second, but yes, I felt it, he said. Naruto slightly thought about the situation. Well, now that we've sorted that out, you'd better get some rest, I almost tore the chakra channels again. Once we get discharged, we'll need to train them. As you should. Sleep, Naruto, now we have a lot to do. The fox said softly in a soothing voice. Who would have thought that the great nine-tailed fox could, so to speak? The world is truly amazing. Naruto thought as he fell asleep. Now he is not alone, and he will never be alone. Commentary on Part 3, Fluffy Friend. Well, finally Naruto won't be alone. But will it be limited to just Kurama? Let's find out together. I wish you health, cool fanfics and pleasant dreams. Time to show your cards, Part 4. Commentary on Time to Show Your Cards, Part 4. Hello everyone. Here is the pre-New Year part for you. Enjoy reading. Time skip 2 years. Naruto spent the next 2 years training his body and mind. As the fox said, he strengthened the chakra channels and increased control over it. Studied new techniques and improved old ones, bringing his skills to perfection. To a graduation, he could learn a B rank technique in a day, and perfect it in a second ideal. Naruto developed both his fuinjutsu skills and even the otherwise intractable the genjutsu finally submitted to him. All this time, his faithful one was next to him, or rather inside him. Friend Kurama. The fox constantly supported and guided him. But Naruto did not stupidly follow the fox's orders, he himself learned and developed. Already at the age of 12 he accomplished the almost impossible. First he was able to learn and master his father's technique, Flight of the Thunder God, and later, having realized its imperfection, he created his own technique, Scarlet Shimmer, the name of which was kindly suggested by the fox, who had recovered from the shock. This in itself is also a space-time ninjutsu, but the point is different. Naruto can feel chakra not only in the seal he put, similar to an Anbu tattoo, but also in surrounding objects, which allows you to move almost anywhere even without seals. But in order to move without seals you need 1. A lot of chakra, with Naruto has no problems with this from birth, and 2. Developed to a high-level sensorics. Of course there were problems with this a couple of years ago, but now Naruto was a first-class sensor, and later, thanks to Kurama, she became a good empath. The technique worked like this. The user either put a stamp or felt the desired object, after that, As if ripples were going across his body, like on water, and the next in an instant the user found himself at the desired object. With time and practice, Naruto learned to do this in just a split second and reduced his chakra consumption to a minimum. With his reserve, he could move to the village of Volny and throw a couple there Rasen shuriken and will return, albeit with difficulty. And he definitely mastered another technique, father's rasengan. It turned out not to be so difficult. After all, it was not in vain that he improved his chakra control. Later he added elements there and got a few more deadly forms of ninjutsu. Otherwise, everything is standard. Physical development, taijutsu, elemental techniques and some of his own developments. Naruto, tomorrow is graduation from the academy. Remember Iruka said something about a new testing method, like perform cloning, substitution and hyunge, throwing sparring and something else. In a thoughtful voice said the fox, trying to remember something obviously important. And the most powerful technique, if you surprise and pass the sparring easy, there will be a sparring with a mentor if you pass there, a sparring with a jonin. As per the manual Naruto. Exactly. And if you can handle the jonin. Is the old man really, will it be time to stretch your bones? The fox asked sarcastically. Maybe it's enough to joke about grandpa. He'll find out and seal you up. Don't be naughty, the chains will seem like shibari to you. Don't even remind me. Listen, brother, maybe we can try open the seal. In principle, your body should be able to withstand it, said the fox. Should it? It doesn't inspire confidence, but if you say so, let's try. You're like a personal hospital, except for you I feel so good nobody knows. Naruto said, his voice radiating warmth. Well then, let's begin, the fox said with anticipation. Naruto sat in the lotus position and descended into the subconscious. There the same landscape was waiting for him and the golden gates in front of him with half leaflet covering the real seal. Naruto looked at Kurama, smiled and said, well, let's go brother. Uzumaki's secret technique, relaxation shackles. Naruto said, tearing off a piece of paper and putting together the sequence one-handed seals, and he learned this too. It turns out that Uzumaki protected some of his techniques by creating them for one-handed seals. And this is really it worked. Many shinobi even knew about the existence of one-handed seals. To use them you need to master at least one perfectly associated technology, which of course few people have succeeded in doing. Ox, snake, tiger. Having finished folding the seals, the world before Naruto's eyes swam and he started to fall, when suddenly something caught him soft and warm. I've got you, brother, we did it, said the fox solemnly. Thank you Kurama. Wait, someone is approaching, said with Naruto's concern and came out of the subconscious. Opening his eyes, he saw his classmates. Haruno Sakura, she's an unpleasant girl, but Naruto decided to choose her for the role of his beloved. Constantly chases Uchiha Sasuke. By the way, Uchiha Sasuke is a representative of a tragically extinct clan. He was considered almost a prince Konoha. Yes, for a genin he was strong, but his strength, it was mostly strength his clan. His chakra reserve was large only so that he could use pride of his clan dojutsu Sharingan. Almost all techniques or movements from he copied taijutsu with his one-volume Sharingan awakened on the night of the tragedy. He was cold, arrogant, and for Naruto it's just disgusting. He himself didn't know why, just his behavior disgusting. Inuzuka Kiba, just a prince of one of the clans of Konoha. Clan stands out, but Kiba himself does not. He is just an ordinary member of the clan, just from the head's family. He's cocky and boastful, but he's really not weak, and he's a comrade, so to speak. Good. Ino Yamanaka, princess of the Yamanaka clan and Sakura's best friend, although it may not always seem that way, really a strong kunoichi, one of the most promising representatives of the clan and most likely future chapter, but now she's just a girl also running after Sasuke. This is a loser Naruto, Kiba shouted, grinning maliciously. It's customary in the clan. Naruto has settled down firmly in the archive and library and is doing well, knew the traditions of all the clans of Konoha and superficially those that were outside villages. You saw how he meditated. He probably tried to repeat it, one of Sasuke-kun's techniques, but alas, you are no match for him, weakling. Right, Sasuke-kun. Vile, Sakura said in a voice full of venom and malice. Of course she doesn't. The idea that Naruto has mastered all known techniques up to rank A, and Sasuke's strongest technique is AC rank fireball. He could blow it out for hours, balls the size of the Hokage building, but after it, heartburn is very painful. That's why Naruto didn't like Kaiten, but the power of fire, he liked destruction. Sasuke made an incomprehensible sound. He always does that. You can't understand, and what should this sound reflect? Agreement, contempt, or indifference? Sakura-chan, don't be so mean. I'm not weaker than Sasuke. Naruto said with feigned resentment. Of course he doesn't care about her opinion, she doesn't knows the truth, so it is not for her to judge. We'll see tomorrow. I'm sure Sasuke-kun will do well on the exam. You'll get it, said the pink-haired girl proudly, trying to remain as unnoticeable as possible. Get closer to the Uchiha. Exactly. Ino, who had been silent until then, spoke up. After that, the company moved on, leaving Naruto in thoughts. What are you thinking about? A voice sounded in my head. You can read my mind, you already know. Mentally, Naruto replied. I don't do this unless necessary. Tell me, mentally said the fox. Yes, I'm wondering what kind of technique the water can show at the exam. Dragon, although it is more for show. And I also thought maybe I should break, Sasuke, a couple of fingers. Naruto said with a bit of sarcasm. Or gouge out the precious eyes of this Uchihovsky spawn. Kurama said cheerfully. But it will really be difficult to decide on the technique. Maybe, Rashomon Gate. Although that's kind of boring. Or you can show, Chidori, although Kakashi might later sue you for stealing his technique. He said thoughtful but cheerful fox. Sometimes you are too cruel, Ku. You can't gouge out eyes. I haven't fully developed my Sharingan yet, and there are only a few Uchihas left. Not good, ruin the main gold of the village. And as for the technology, I think I know what they can do. Show, this will be enough to mark our rebirth. With Naruto said with triumph and excitement. Do you think it's time? No. You want to run around like a fool some more. At least they'll be afraid of you because of that hate, and after that they will hate you, but are afraid to show it. Choose. What's worse? Said the fox thoughtfully and worriedly. I'm tired of Ku, tired of forcing a smile, tired of being alone every morning. There is loneliness talking only with you. You are my best friend, but I just want to be happy. Start a family and be real. Be Naruto Uzumaki, your friend and your Jinchuriki. I want to find a person who will love me, if that's even possible. And for that we'll have to reveal some of the cards. We'll make our move and then we'll see how it goes. Naruto said with a hint of sadness, happiness and many other emotions in the voice. And what will happen? What's the stake? The fox asked, already knowing the answer. Our current life, Naruto said. You know, I'm always with you, Kurama replied. I know, brother, I know. Naruto replied, walking slowly. Street. And here comes the day of the exam. As always, Naruto was awakened by the built-in alarm clock at him. He washed himself, had breakfast in silence and went to the exam. The first part was nothing special. Just a test of everything they went through at the academy. Well, how they are, everyone except Naruto. It's just that one time, a careless and absent-minded Chunin left a note in the library right in front of Naruto the academy curriculum. Even though Naruto already knew most of it part, but it was truly a gift of fate. Having learned all the missing part of the academy program for a week, he with a pure soul almost stopped there appear, and if he did appear, he was either training in Fuinjutsu, or was sleeping, and in the subconscious I trained myself in what I thought was necessary. But since he decided to surprise today, then he will surprise. He answered all the questions while Iruka was explaining their essence before the start, and what would to stroke his ego a little. Naruto wrote some additional explanations to tasks and their solutions. And then with a pure soul and a satisfied expression outside he tried to look as sad as possible, to enhance the effect, lay down on desk. Here the test is over, the result will be at the end of the exam. It's time to check what the children learned through practice. At the school shooting range. So now you have to show me 3 basic techniques, which the academy taught you, then you will have to throw kunai, shuriken and senbons, then sparring, and in the end you have to show your strongest technique. Let's begin. First, Inazuka Kiba. Iruka said in a commanding voice. Nothing surprising, with basic techniques almost everything managed, except for a couple of clanless names that Naruto didn't even know. Then it was his turn. Amid snorts, insults and shouts that Sasuke was better, Naruto came out to Iruka. Let's start with the substitution. Naruto, swap with that log over there. Iruka-sensei, I didn't have time to finish everything. He didn't have time because a log fell in front of him, and in its place stood Naruto. Okay, now Hyungae turn into me. I'm still Iruka again was interrupted, but by his own copy. XX okay, well done. Now cloning at least one illusory clonia at the last word, Aruka stretched out the letter in surprise. By all over the training ground, on the trees and the roof of the academy there were clones of the red-haired man. Aruka I touched one and realized that they were shadow clones. Shadow motherfucking clones. Such even Cage couldn't make the amount without kicking the bucket after that, and here the worst student in the academy. To say that Aruka was in shock is an understatement. He fell out of it for a couple of seconds reality, but returned when the roar of hundreds of voices hit his ears. I'm still Aruka-sensei, only they are shadow clones, not illusory, I hope it's nothing. Asked hundreds of Naruto. NNNO, it's okay, well done Naruto, please dispel them, just be careful. Aruka said with shock and concern as he barely recovered. The students stood in mute shock, even Sasuke's eyes were bulging. How could this weakling create so many clones, and shadow? How does he even know them? Where does he get such power from? Thought the best, a student of the academy. Yes, this is probably his most powerful technique. He learned it then cloned himself and now he thinks he's the coolest. Shouted the first one to come to his senses Kiba. That's right, Sasuke-kun can surpass his show-off with just one technique, Sakura shouted as she walked away. Exactly. Sasuke is the coolest. He will easily defeat him on sparring and surpass him with just one technique, supported the pink-haired other Uchiha fans. Well, if so, Aruka-sensei, can Sasuke and I go ahead of schedule? Let's go through sparring and the strongest techniques. Naruto asked absolutely calmly. If no one minds, then yes. Aruka said without hearing. Revivals. Based on the voting results, the strongest techniques were chosen from the beginning. Naruto gave up the lead to Sasuke, saying that he wanted to know what to look up to. Let's start, Aruka shouted. Snake, goat, monkey, pig, horse, tiger. Kato. Fireball. Shouted Sasuke. Folded the seals. Too many seals. I reduced it to one, Naruto thought. Sasuke was able to blow out a fireball approximately 10 in size. Having spent a solid chunk of chakra. Yay. Loser, his fireball was bigger than you. Watch and learn, shouted Sasuke's fans. Even Aruka looked at Sasuke with pride. Now it's your turn, Naruto. Aruka said. Okay, just please move away behind me, and I will move away. To that dummy at the edge of the field. Naruto answered calmly. Aruka, although surprised, did not argue and took the children away. Further away. Naruto made only one horse seal and shouted, Kaiten, great fire destruction. And a wave of flame burst from his mouth. Of incredible size, it seemed to everyone that it could easily cover the rock Hokage, and in width it seems like it could cover the entire village. Many people, seeing this, shook with fear. They saw such power, and it was shown by the one they mocked and considered a non-entity. They became truly afraid that he might harbor a grudge against them. But Naruto hasn't stopped surprising yet. His jutsu has set fire a huge area of forest. To put it out you will need more than one brigade of shinobi Sutan, but even here Naruto surprised everyone. He folded all the will's only 3 seals. Bull, snake, dragon. And whispered, Sutan, deadly tsunami. And suddenly, out of nowhere, Naruto released so much water, that it would be enough to refill the Valley of Completion. From the point of view. Everything that the Anbu who arrived at the scene had seen in their lives. To create such Sutan jutsu without draining half the world's oceans was practically impossible. There simply wasn't that much water near Konoha. And the thought of the fact that Naruto used such a water jutsu without a source, forced experienced Anbu felt an animal fear in front of him, like a hare trembles in front of a wolf. And after long hours of investigation and calming everyone down, unrest among the people. Anbu took Naruto away, for a long and shocking time for many talk. Commentary on Time to Show Your Cards, Part 4. Well, our Naruto has shown a part of his power. And how his slight nervousness will come back to haunt him, we will find out in the next part. As an ordinary person, I want to congratulate you on the new year. I wish you happiness, health and love in the new year. After all, it is love that is sometimes so lacking, and when you feel it, it seems like you have an inexhaustible amount of strength. You seem capable of everything and it is simply wonderful. And as an author, I want to wish you cool fanfics, happiness and sweet dreams. Thank you for reading me, and I hope we meet again in the new year. Happy holidays to all. Finally, the Genin distribution, Part 5. Commentary on Finally Genin distribution, Part 5. Happy New Year 2024 to all. New year, new part. Enjoy reading. In the Konoha Interrogation Department. How do you know AB rank technique? Who taught you? How did you do that water jutsu? Answer me, you worthless thing, one of the Konoha interrogation officers yelled at Naruto. It turned out that his prank had attracted too much attention. Even the Konoha council became interested in the boy they had previously despised. The old idiots finally came to the conclusion that Naruto was not only the heir and, apparently, the prince of the strongest clan of the elemental nations, but also the village's most important military potential, which, with due practice, would become invincible. But they missed this opportunity, and now the child whose life they had turned into hell has been reborn like a phoenix and he can begin to take revenge. And with the power of only 2 of his ninjutsu, there is no doubt about his strength. I learned them from books, some of them describe their principle very well, and almost all Kaiten jutsu are similar in their principle of action. Naruto answered calmly. And what about deadly tsunami? How did you do such a jutsu without a source? A kid your age can't have such skill in Sutan and such amount of chakra. Answered the slightly shocked interrogator. I am Uzumaki of the main branch. I have a lot of chakra from birth and I have been increasing its amount for a long time. Also I have a good affinity with Sutan from birth which allowed me to master it well. Naruto answered again absolutely calmly. He won't say that he has different degrees of kinship, but with all the elements. But you are the worst student in the academy. Your attendance is terrible, your grades are the worst, how could you become so strong in just a week? Asked the shocked interrogator. And I've been like this for a long time, I just didn't show it, it was easier and safer that way. But now I have no one to fear, I'm strong and I intend to take what's mine, find a family and be happy. And no one will stop me. Naruto said, smoothly turning his eyes to the mirror panel on the wall. Danzo flinched at his gaze, and Koharu and Homura shook with fear. They realized that he was talking to them. It seemed that Tsume was not lying. Flashback, Konoha Council Hall. And sir, we have gathered to discuss what happened at the Genin exam, Hiruzen said thoughtfully, blowing a cloud of smoke from his mouth. It's unthinkable, our Anbu were watching the weapon closely and didn't notice such power behind it, said one of Hokage Koharu's advisors. But he was still strong, very strong. Only Madara could have blown out a great fire destruction of such a scale, and even then he would have had to try, but here a 12-year-old boy did it without straining himself. And the second Sutan Jutsu is the first time I've seen it in the Hokage's scroll, it's not there, and a jutsu of such power is hard to miss. What's even more surprising is that he did it without a source, which is impossible even for our Sutan masters. Said the second advisor Homura. I said that the boy was talented, but you did not give him to me, I would have made him a first-class weapon of the village, answered the third advisor Danzo. Who would have thought that the boy was so strong, but it's not very important, the main thing is that all the consequences were eliminated, and most of them by him, so he can safely be awarded the title of Genin, said Hiruzen, and cast a surprised glance at the head of the Inuzuka clan. Tsume, are you okay? Hiruzen asked. I saw it, at first I decided it wasn't him, but when I met him in the village I realized that yes, it was him, such an ominous, dominant and strong aura and thirst for blood and I couldn't move when he was nearby. Tsume Inuzuka answered, slightly stuttering, almost in a whisper. Tsume Mother Inuzuka, the head of the wildest clan of Konoha, a woman who seemed not to be afraid even of the Hokage, was afraid of a 12-year-old boy. That's what really shocked all the members of the council. They knew, Inuzuka are like animals and their instincts are also animalistic. A strong predator will be afraid only of a stronger predator. About a year on the mission, Sand Sting, we were already close to Konoha, there was no more than a day's journey left, but we were surrounded by about 100 shinobi of Sunna and Sound, we thought that we would not get out, but then we saw how an incomprehensible red flash appeared from somewhere, we realized that it was some shinobi, it is not clear whether he was friendly or not. He killed almost all the shinobi in a couple of minutes, and left only a couple of Sunnavites. We brought him to the village for interrogation and subsequent exchange with the village of Sand. Told the reason for her fear to Tsume. Even though it was only for a second, I noticed 3 things. Red hair, 3 scars on each cheek, and blue eyes. Then I had a thought that it could be Naruto, but I hadn't seen such power since the 4th Hokage, and he was even faster than him and much more deadly. I experienced fear I had never seen before. But now everything falls into place, only a person of such power could use such a jutsu so easily. Tsume added to her story. The elders were horrified, everyone knew about the Sand Sting mission, what it was about and what it turned out to be. A squad from Konoha was supposed to find a secret Suna mine that provided all of its neighbors with minerals. The squad was led by Sume Inuzuka. Her search skills were ideal. But upon returning to Konoha, the squad transmitted a message about an ambush and an unknown shinobi helping them. Suna brought charges for the killed squad and the captured, but Konoha was able to negotiate and get out of the water dry. Now the situation has become a little clearer. End flashback. The elders realized who they wanted to intimidate and realized that they would not succeed. After another hour of interrogation, Naruto was taken to the Hokage. Well, you really caused a stir, Naruto. You got the whole village on its ears, Hiruzen answered in a thoughtful voice. Maybe so, but I only did what I was told. I was told to show my strength. I showed my strength. Naruto answered completely calmly, as if it wasn't he who almost burned down 2 Konoha training grounds. Is this all your power, or do you still have something to surprise us with? Hiruzen asked slyly. Yes, you can be sure of that, said Naruto, smiling slightly. Well then, go for it. You are now a genin of Konoha. Hiruzen replied, putting a seal on the corresponding document. Grandpa Third, I would like to receive the scrolls and other treasures of the clan that belong to me as the heir of the Uzumaki clan that Konoha has, and also finally receive the inheritance of my parents. Is this possible? Naruto said in a slightly demanding voice. He asked the question purely out of politeness. He knew what he could get and what he could not. Quadruple A, do you know who your parents are? Hiruzen asked nervously. Yes. Minato Namikaze is the 4th Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki is his wife and the princess of the Uzumaki clan, the heiress of the main branch. Naruto said, anticipating the old man's reaction. How do you know that? It's classified information and its disclosure is prohibited by law. Hiruzen said, stammering in surprise. Well, I'll tell you, said Naruto, making a hand sign unknown to Hiruzen. What was that? Hiruzen said, alert. He suddenly stopped hearing the sounds of the street and the daily hum in the corridor, as if he was in the barrier. You wanted to know if I have anything to surprise you with. For example, I just set up a sound barrier. He set up the barrier when he entered, but now he muffled the sounds from outside and let Hiruzen feel the barrier. But this is an average level of Fuinjutsu. You learned this too, as well as when Minato had to study for several years with the Uzumaki masters. Said a shocked Hiruzen. Yes, I learned. Fortunately Konoha took a lot of wealth and knowledge from my clan and it wasn't difficult to learn what was in me from birth. Naruto answered. And about my parents. You know, no matter how much you don't want it, but for the Biju your laws are not written. Naruto said with a grin. Delia Bayu, were you captured by the 9-tailed beast? How long ago? Is Naruto okay? Hiruzen almost shouted. I appreciate your concern, Grandpa, but Kurama didn't capture me, he freed me. From loneliness, from the sadness and despair that haunt me. He is my friend, my best friend. Somewhere in Kurama's subconscious, he cried with happiness. So it's you, Naruto, really you? Asked Hiruzen, more calmly. Yes, it's me, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto said calmly. Then I'll say it this way. I can't give you your parents' inheritance until you become at least a chunin. But with the clan's inheritance, it will be more difficult. If you accept it, you will have to become the head of the clan and then you will have to take over its management. Are you sure you are ready for this? Asked the doubtful Hiruzen. Of course Naruto knew this, and of course he knew that now he wouldn't be able to handle it. He just wanted to check if he would hide something that belonged to him from him. No, Grandpa Hiruzen, I'm not ready. But please write an order about it, for the future. Naruto said gratefully. After all, he really trusted Hiruzen. Okay Naruto, he will wait for you. In the meantime, go home and rest. After all, the distribution is tomorrow. Hiruzen said with a warm smile. I will do so, thank you Grandfather Hiruzen warmly answered Naruto, removing the barrier and walking out the door. On the way home. Today Naruto felt something strange, like something oppressive and sticky. This is Naruto's fear. It seems that the rumor of your demonstration has already spread throughout the village. They're afraid of you, all these people, afraid to say something to you, to do something, because now it could be dangerous for them. I warned you about this, there is no turning back now. The thoughtful voice of the fox was heard in Naruto's subconscious. It's better this way, I couldn't stand their bullying any longer, even with you I wouldn't survive another demon hunt, without resistance. Naruto replied. What is demon hunting, you ask? Well, It's one of the favorite pastimes of drunk citizens on the October 10th holiday. Altogether, a friendly company of completely drunk and crazy civilians and shinobi took in their hands everything that could hit, cut, stab or, even better, burn, and went to look for our hero. Of course, for them, he is a real demon, because it is the Jinchuriki who is responsible for the actions of his biju, even if the biju itself is not to blame. And when they found it, the real fun began. They cut, burned, stabbed, broke his bones and tore his muscles. Once a particularly cruel shinobi cut off a flap of skin from him, and having had enough fun, they finished him off with a final kick in the solar plexus and left him in a pool of blood, hoping that he would die. Kurama treated him as best he could on such days, but how much could he do chained to a stone and sealed to the point of not spoiling himself? But from the age of 8, Naruto learned to hide well in the forest for a couple of days until the residents sober up and remember that physical lying to the Jinchuriki is prohibited. You're right, brother, it was a nightmare come true. These are animals, not people, Kurama said with sadness to his friend and disgust for the people of Konoha. It's in the past, Ku, there's no point in stirring it up, Naruto said as he walked into the house. The next day, Naruto woke up as always, washed himself, had breakfast and went to the academy. As he expected, upon entering the classroom, there was a dead silence. Everyone first turned to look at him, but as soon as they realized who it was, they immediately looked away, just to avoid meeting his gaze. Walking to a free, but for some reason completely empty corner of the classroom, Naruto noticed how some children were shaking next to him. They were probably afraid. It was no wonder he put on a really interesting show. Sitting down in his seat, Naruto stared thoughtfully out the window. What should I eat for dinner today? Maybe buy some meat and stew it or fry it. As a last resort, I can go to Ichiraku. I haven't visited Tsuki and Ayami for a long time. Naruto thought. After a little while, Iruka entered the classroom and the distribution began. After a few commands, Naruto heard. Team number 7. Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke and Iruka paused for a second, but then made a serious face, but the worry in his eyes could be seen. And Uzumaki Naruto, mentor Hatake Kakashi. Iruka finished with a bit of pity. Iruka didn't hate Naruto, he even treated him very well, but now he doubted whether it was the real Uzumaki Naruto that he treated to ramen after classes. There were many relieved sighs in the class. What surprised Naruto was that not a single Sasuke fan made a sound about not being on his team. Had he really scared them so much that now even Sasuke wasn't enough of an argument to be on his team? Although he didn't care much about that. Naruto didn't listen any further, but one thing interested him. He had felt Kakashi's chakra nearby from time to time since childhood, and especially clearly in the last 2 years. So he wondered if he had decided to take their team himself. It was clear about Uchiha. Kakashi was the only Sharingan user besides him and could help Uchiha. Sakura was probably shoved into the team, having decided that because of her obsession with Sasuke, if in the future she became a melee nin, then she would take care of Konoha's Golden One more than anyone else. But Naruto didn't understand him yet. Of course, he knew that Kakashi was his father's student and knew about Kakashi's history, and since childhood he had sometimes felt a shadow behind him, emitting warmth and care. Well, the future will tell. And so all the teams were taken by their senseis, only team number 7 was not taken. Sakura walked around and indignantly lamented how their sensei was not punctual. Sasuke sat at his desk, resting his chin on his hands and looked scared or rather restless. And Naruto just sat and looked out the window, sometimes answering Kurama's questions and jokes. At this time, Kakashi was walking down the corridor and thinking. I know Naruto's mischievous nature, or the one I saw once. He will not leave my lateness unnoticed. He will probably insert his lips into the doorway and it will fall on my head. Classic. Thought Kakashi, thoughtfully grinning. Over the past 2 years he learned a lot about Naruto. About his life and problems, and what he learned shocked Kakashi. Almost daily beatings, bullying, moral and physical pressure, damage to his few property and threefold overpricing in the few stores available to him. But the demon hunt made Kakashi's heart clench. Not even all prisoners of war were treated like that. Even Morino Ibiki disdained to resort to some of the civilian methods. Kakashi blamed himself for the death of Obito and Rin for a long time, but after learning what Naruto had experienced, with his life entrusted to him, Kakashi hated himself and promised to protect Naruto from any danger. He would not allow his teacher's son to be treated like that anymore. But now Kakashi doubted if there would be such a fool who would decide to harm Naruto. Hi, sorry I was late, I just wanted to talk to one woman. He was prevented from finishing by misunderstanding at first, since no sponge fell on his head, and then by senbon flying into the door frame next to his cheek. Sensei, one more delay and this senbon will be in your eye. Not the one with the sharingan, it is so important to you, Naruto said with a stony face, not taking his eyes off something only he knew outside the window. Of course, said a shocked Kakashi, stuttering. Well, Naruto answered well. Then I'll wait for you on the roof in 3 minutes, said Kakashi, disappearing into the shunshin. Well, if you want to chase, then let's chase, said Naruto, grinning, and then his body was pierced by a ripple that neither Sasuke nor Sakura could understand. And suddenly he disappeared, as if he had never been there. Having reached the roof, Sasuke and Sakura saw a strange picture. Kakashi tried to find out from Naruto how he got here before him, because he used shunshin. And only the lightning cover of the Raikage or his sensei's technique can be faster than shunshin. Naruto, how did you end up here? You couldn't have outrun the shunshin, unless you. Naruto didn't let Kakashi finish. Almost, I mastered my father's technique, but it seemed inconvenient to me and based on it I created my own. It is even faster and of course it is faster than shunshin. Naruto answered proudly. Okay, then let's start getting to know each other, said Kakashi, leaning on the railing. Let's start with you, said the Jonin, pointing at Sasuke. Wait sensei, maybe you can set an example, said Haruno. I am Hatake Kakashi, Junin of the Hidden Leaf and your new sensei. What I like and don't like will not be interesting to you. The dream is to help someone dear to me. Now you, said the Junin and pointed at Sasuke. I am Uchiha Sasuke, I hate many things and love few. I have no dream, I have a goal, to kill one person and revive my clan. Somewhere a satisfied girlish squeal was heard from how cool it sounded. Well, probably cool, okay, now you. Hatake said pointing at Sakura. Well, I'm Sakura Haruno, I like squeak, and I don't like idiots. She wanted to look at Naruto to show her disdain, but she was afraid to meet their eyes. I dream of squeak and becoming a great kunoichi, squeaked the red Sakura. Okay, well you too Naruto, said Hatake, who had become a little more animated. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I love ramen and my best friend. I hate arrogance, favoritism and injustice. I dream of finding a loving and kind girl and starting a family. Naruto said with a calm face and warmth in his voice. Well then tomorrow at the 7th training ground your final test will take place. I advise you not to eat, otherwise you might throw up. Come at 6 in the morning, said the Jonin, disappearing into the shunshin. Damn, I really don't want to come at 6 tomorrow. Sasuke-kun, maybe you could come get me. Haruno said with feigned sadness. I'm going home, and Kakashi is known for always being late. Sasuke said coldly, turning around in the door. It's a pity to look at you. You're weak and an extra hour of training wouldn't hurt you, Naruto said, doing backflips off the roof of the academy and landing softly on the nearest roof. What was that? He jumped off the roof. How did he do that? Mumbled the stunned Sakura. And Sasuke? What about Sasuke? For the second time in 2 days, his eyes were the size of the fire symbol on the Hokage building. On the way home. Oh. Our Naruto seems to have gotten cocky, since he can lecture others so easily. Did he really feel like he was the strongest? Kurama asked sarcastically. Of course not, Ku. You know I'm joking. I know very well that I still can't compete with the strongest of this world. We can't stop, Ku, we have to train and develop further, and only then will we be able to breathe easy. Naruto answered him. I know brother, and you are absolutely right. Then how about a foray into the Konoha archives after dinner? We still haven't finished reading that Uzumaki scroll on controlling body age and blood manipulation, Naruto suggested, already knowing the answer. Of course, brother, I'll go with you anywhere, the fox answered happily. Commentary on Finally Genin Distribution, Part 5. Happy 2024 to everyone. I wish that this year will come true to all your wishes and that only happiness and success await you in the new year. Well, our Naruto has finally become a Genin. And even met the team. Well, what will happen next? We will find out in the next part. I wish you goodness, cool fanfics and pleasant dreams. Mission Wave, Part 6. Commentary on Mission Wave, Part 6. Hello everyone. Here is the new part. Enjoy reading. Chapter 6. In Naruto's apartment. New day, new things to do. Today Naruto has a test with bells. He watched the villagers a lot and knew a lot. He woke up at 5 a.m., because the test is at 6. He washed himself, had breakfast and headed to the training ground. At the training ground, Naruto arrived just in time for Kakashi's arrival, namely at 5:50. Although Kakashi was surprised, he did not ask questions. Instead, Hatake started a normal conversation with Naruto, in which Naruto actively participated. They talked about everything, about training, about people they like and dislike. Kakashi talked about his missions, and Naruto about his forays outside the village and about what he learned during all the time he studied and trained. So, in leisurely conversations and a little warm-up, almost 2 hours passed. And finally, Sasuke's silhouette appeared on the horizon, and Sakura was trotting after him. We will omit the reprimand that Kakashi gave his extremely surprised students. They did not think that Naruto's words scared the most unpunctual jonin of Konoha so much. And after 10 minutes of explaining how bad it is for a shinobi to be late and ignore orders, who would say? Finally, the test began. So, the essence of the test is to take these 2 bells from me before noon. Since you 2 came later, you have less time, said the jonin, showing 2 bells and addressing the 2 genin. But there is a condition, Naruto, you cannot use ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. For Sakura and Sasuke there are no restrictions, you 2 must hit as if you want to kill, otherwise you will not see the bell, said the jonin, hanging the bells on his belt. Let's start, Hatake shouted. And at that very moment he was left alone in the clearing. And if he could sense Sakura and Sasuke, and at some moments detect them, then Naruto seemed to evaporate. And the genin were all sitting in the bushes together and discussing the plan. Naruto had long known what the essence of the test was, he had seen it more than once. But how to make these 2 work together with him? He could, of course, simply cast a genjutsu on Kakashi, which he couldn't dispel even with the Sharingan, but then there would be no teamwork here. But together with the fox, a solution was found. So, the plan is this, Naruto said to his teammates. Kakashi stood in place, straining all his instincts and sensory abilities to the maximum. Quote. Where are they? Dodge flashed through Kakashi's mind as his body dodged the flying kunai. Sasuke and Sakura came out to him, but Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Sasuke attacked him in taijutsu, he used a poorly developed style of his clan, but Kakashi still remembered the basics of their style well from the times when Itachi was in the ANBU, which helped him easily dominate the fight. But what was strange was that Sakura supported Sasuke by constantly aiming at Kakashi's back, but what alarmed him was that Sasuke did not attack, but rather took Hatake behind him, sometimes taking the initiative, and it turned out as if Sasuke and Sakura had squeezed Kakashi in a vice, driving him in one direction. So the fight continued until Kakashi heard a painfully familiar voice above his head. The Kingdom of Dreams, Kakashi heard before a thick and cold spruce forest appeared before his eyes. Kakashi realized that he was in genjutsu and tried to dispel it. Kai said to the jonin. But nothing happened. Realizing that the genjutsu was strong, Kakashi decided to use his trump card and raised his Hi-8, revealing his Sharingan to the world. With it, Kakashi once again attempted to dispel the genjutsu. Kai spoke to Hatake again. And the Tomo in his Sharingan began to dance mysteriously. And finally he saw the same training ground where he had been before and saw 3 genin under a tree, or rather 2 under a tree and the 3rd on a tree. Approaching him, he saw that Sasuke and Sakura each had a bell in their hands. Which surprised him. Sasuke, Sakura, where did you get the bells? I thought Naruto cast a genjutsu, said the puzzled jonin. That's right, sensei, but according to the plan it was Sakura and Sasuke who took on all the work, so the reward is important to them. Naruto said without getting down from the tree and without opening his eyes. Reasonable, if not entirely fair, said the jonin. Naruto, do you know what the test is about? The jonin asked his lazy student. What do you mean, sensei? Weren't you just testing our skills? Haruna asked, confused. It's simple, it was a teamwork test that we passed. I came up with a plan, and Sakura and Sasuke implemented it together, that's teamwork for you. Naruto explained in response to Sensei's question. You are surprisingly right, Naruto, both in the essence of the test and in your actions. You are all great and you all passed my exam. Tomorrow at 7 I will be waiting for you at the Hokage's residence. We will be doing D-rank assignments for a month, don't be late. Said the jonin, dissolving in shunshin. Then I'll go too, Naruto said, just like the teacher, already dissolving in his scarlet moment technique. There is no need to say how much this shocked the 2 genin, Sasuke was at the height of incomprehension. How could this loser know space-time jutsu, and the genjutsu that could plunge a jonin into such a state that he would not be able to get out without the Sharingan also shocked him. At the same time Naruto. How about we go for a walk outside the village after dinner? Naruto asked mentally. Do you think it's time? Kurama asked skeptically. Yes, friend, we've almost saved up, and I noticed an interesting order on the board. That should be enough for us. Naruto replied. Wherever you go, I am always with you, brother, the fox answered him confidently. The next day, Naruto got up, had breakfast and went to the Hokage building. Arriving there, he noticed Sakura and Sasuke approaching. As always, Sakura was telling something, and Sasuke, as always, was not listening to her. Having reached the place, they saw Sensei approaching them with a book familiar to Naruto. Having sneaked into the Hokage's office a long time ago, he found his dear student's personal collection of books in a special edition. Naruto did not like the content, but he knew who the author was and read his first book, which he undoubtedly liked. And about Jiraiya, his godfather Fox told him. Well, since everyone is here, let's go to the Hokage, said the Jonin as he walked into the building. And so the next month passed, in the dull performance of D-rank missions, but Naruto figured out how to entertain himself and get free faster. Naruto simply took a separate D-rank mission, and sometimes B-rank, and either sent clones or sent a clone with a team. And so the month passed. When their team was finally entrusted with a C-rank mission, it would seem that everything is simple. Escort a bridge builder to the nearby village of Waves and return. What could be easier for the best Genin team with the strongest Jonin? Well, and it is not worth talking about Naruto. Naruto was frankly bored, realizing that he would be very bored for the next couple of weeks, because neither Sasuke nor Sakura could move along the upper paths. Although he could move with the bridge builder to the village of the Wave, it is unlikely that an unprepared civilian body would be able to survive this. And then, at the door, after the Hokage's signal, a man appears with a bottle of cheap sake in his hand. Naruto could almost immediately tell by the smell what kind of sake it was. And these young brats will protect me, but they only learn to wipe their asses. What are they supposed to fight for? Oh, that is, accompany me, the bridge builder said drunk and with a slurred tongue. Mr. Tazuna, this is. He was prevented from finishing by the enormous pressure and the cold voice. Old man, if you don't like something, then you can turn around and go ask the Nukanins for help, or if you continue, you will be carried out of here feet first with a senbon through your eyes. Naruto said in a cold voice, full of indifference to the life of this man. Okay, I understand you, Shinobi-sama. The bridge builder said hesitantly. An hour later at the gates of Konoha, and not a minute later. Naruto said the same, slightly reducing the pressure, otherwise the bridge builder had already begun to fall. Yes, everyone answered, without even understanding why, simply because they were scared. After several days of travel, the group was walking along an ordinary forest path that had become boring over the course of several days. When suddenly, Naruto, the fox's voice sounded in his head, but was interrupted by Naruto. Yes, I felt it, the thirst for blood, insignificant for me, deadly for Genin. And it comes from that puddle. Probably the demon brothers, their favorite tactic. Wait and attack from ambush. They will attack Kakashi first, but he probably already noticed them and is preparing a counterattack. Well, you can't give him all the laurels. Naruto thought. We should have finished him off back then. Maybe we could have saved a couple more lives. You are our champion of justice, the fox said mockingly. Don't talk nonsense, Naruto replied, offended. And then two Nukanin jump out of the puddle and want to cut Kakashi with the first blow, but what surprised the Jonin who was already ready to counterattack was a flashing silhouette that flew in front of the brothers and the words that followed it, Raten, numbness of lightning, and then two famous and dangerous Nukanin fell in front of Kakashi, fried by a hefty discharge of elemental lightning. And Naruto was already standing next to him, warming up his hands. They were itching to interrogate the Nukanin. What was that, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura squeaked. I'd like to know myself. Naruto, can you explain? The Jonin asked in a thoughtful and stunned voice. What's there to explain? You felt them yourself, right, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. Yes, but what did you do with them and how did you do it so quickly? Asked the confused and slightly frightened Jonin. This was the Raten technique I created, and the speed is my not full, but natural speed. Kakashi-sensei, maybe that's enough questions and let's finally interrogate them. Give them to me for half an hour and they will tell everything to the last point in their late mother's will. Naruto said, burning with impatience. Well, okay, if that's what you want. But you'll give them back, right? Kakashi asked, more as a joke. One for sure, they still need to be sold, Naruto answered, using a technique unknown to Kakashi and the seal that created it, dragging the missing nin out of the clearing. Then, we'll make a stop, commanded Kakashi, stunned by the red-haired man's words. After half an hour of blood-curdling screams and yells that came from the direction where Naruto had gone, the aforementioned returned and began to tell the information he had received. So, these are the demon brothers, Nukanen mercenaries. They and some other Nukanen were hired by the bigwig of the entire village of Wave, named Gato. And now a question for you, Mr. Bridge Builder, did you know that the Terran ruler of your country sent Nukanen for your soul? And if so, what the hell is the mission rank C, if in this situation it is an A rank mission? Naruto asked coldly. Forgive me, gentleman shinobi, our village is small and poor, and with the appearance of Gato, the situation became dire, and we could not afford a high-ranking mission. This bridge is our last chance, and therefore I ask you to forgive me and help us. The bridge builder begged. This is a serious offense, Mr. Tazuna. Genin cannot handle missions of this level and therefore we must go back, and you must tell the Hokage that you deliberately lowered the rank of the mission. Kakashi said sternly, worried about his students. Kakashi-sensei, can we step away for a few words? Naruto said, stepping away. Kakashi-sensei, we can basically handle it. I think another missing nin won't be a problem, and this Gato is just a greedy rich man, so he won't be a big problem. Naruto said, I understand your strength, Naruto, but will Sakura, Sasuke and Tazuna cope and not get hurt? The Jonin asked worriedly. We shouldn't, we're all together, and it only takes me a moment to destroy them, Naruto said with a small grin. You'll drive us all to the grave someday. But I think you're right. We'll continue the mission, Kakashi said, agreeing with his students' arguments, although they were more likely partners now, maybe even friends, at least Kakashi believed in it. So they continued on their way and as they approached the village, out of nowhere a fog suddenly descended onto the ground and Naruto shouted sharply. Everyone duck, Naruto shouted, and at that moment he jumped up and caught a huge sword right in mid-flight above the heads of the Genins. It looked very funny, the brat holding the sword was bigger than him. Zabuza, I see you haven't lost your touch. Still as accurate, unnoticeable and deadly. Well, come out and say hello and let Haku come out too, I can smell your chakra a mile away. Naruto shouted cheerfully. No way, this is my old friend Naruto. I didn't know you were hanging out with the Konoha mongrels now, give me back my sword, it wasn't forged for you and it's too big for you. The bandaged man who landed next to me also answered cheerfully. Be careful with your words, Konoha is my home village, it was only a matter of time before I became its shinobi. And your precious Kibakiriboko was forged for me, all 7 of your swords are Uzumaki treasures, someone just stole them during the attack on Azushinokaguri no Sato. But for now, I'll let you play with it a little more. Naruto said with a smirk and mockery, throwing the sword to its owner. Hello Naruto-sama. Glad to see you in good health, said the shinobi who appeared out of nowhere. Hello to you too, Haku. It's good to see you too. How is your wound? Does it hurt? Has the infection stopped? Naruto asked. Yes, Naruto-sama. Thanks to you, the wound has completely healed and the infection has retreated. Thank you again, said the shinobi, bowing. You're welcome. And you Zabuza, are you the missing nin working for Gato? Naruto asked. You know all that. Yes, he hired us to kill that bridge builder, Zabuza said, pointing at Tazuna. You always choose the wrong employers. How about dealing with him? He's rich, you'll take what he promised you, and we'll give the rest to the residents of the wave. You can see for yourself what a mess they're in, remember yourself in the hidden fog. Naruto suggested. You're right about that, the village is in decline. Well then, let's meet at the bridge at night, together we'll sort this out in literally an hour. He doesn't have any shinobi guards, only 2 demon brothers, and he sent them after the bridge builder's soul. Said Zabuza. And they didn't succeed. I learned everything from them. Naruto said. Ooh. I don't envy them, remembering your interrogation methods, they're lucky if they even have a couple of limbs in place, Naruto said a little nervously, mentally sympathizing with his colleagues. We do it the way we can. Then we'll meet at the bridge, it's time for us to work again. Naruto said shaking Zabuza's hand and saying goodbye to Haku. Naruto, That's the demon of the bloody mist. What are you doing? He's going to kill Tazuna, said a stunned Kakashi. As long as Naruto is here, I have no reason to attack the bridge builder. My life is still dear to me, Zabuza answered with a laugh. Naruto, who the hell are you? Even Zabuza is afraid of you, Kakashi thought. After saying goodbye, everyone went their separate ways. Already in the bridge builder's house, Kakashi asked Naruto how he knew Zabuza. I met them in Tajima. They took a job on a local drug dealer, but he had a couple of Jonin guards and they seriously injured Haku. I took the job too, and when I met them I cured Haku, and then we killed the drug dealer together. He gave me the reward for my help. After that we worked together a couple more times, and that's how we became friends. I also knew the demon brothers. We crossed paths on one job that I took earlier, but they didn't agree, so I had to talk to them a little tougher, Naruto said. Kakashi was of course very surprised that Naruto worked as a mercenary, and asked why he did it. But Naruto answered calmly. Kakashi-sensei, where do you get your money from? From missions, but what would you do if your allowance was half the pay for a D rank mission, and the stores overcharge you 3 times, if they don't kick you out or beat you up, Naruto said. Your mother, Naruto, how come you didn't break down? I knew of course how you lived, but it wasn't that bad, Kakashi thought to himself. And so the night fell on the village. Naruto, having created a clone in advance, went to the meeting. Already 2 hours later, Naruto, Zabuza and Haku were looking at Gato's hideout. Naruto created about 10 clones and they mined the building. After that, Naruto blew up the building and Zabuza, Haku and Naruto killed literally dozens of those running out. The most powerful techniques flew at the bandits. Zabuza's huge sword made chopping and slashing blows. And then silence reigned. Gato went out onto the field and suddenly felt a huge desire to kill. Turning around, he saw a boy no bigger than himself, but so scary and strong, Gato's legs buckled. He prayed. No kill, I will give you everything you want. I can provide for you for life. Tell me what you want, I will give you everything. Just don't kill, begged and mumbled the snotty dwarf in hysterics. They also asked you, begged you to spare them, at least let them go. They were ready to give anything, but you didn't spare them, you just killed them, and took the last from their families. It's time for Gato to pay, you always have to pay your bills, Naruto said cruelly. And finally the screams in the clearing stopped. Gato was beheaded. Before that he found himself in one of the strongest genjutsu, but not a simple genjutsu, Naruto called it, the last dream. The man's mind literally broke into pieces, and the man himself saw his worst nightmare. And finally, the wave was freed, the money stolen from the residents was returned, and after a couple of days and with the enormous help of hundreds of Naruto clones, the bridge was finally completed. And it was called the Great Naruto Bridge. But the events do not end there. Sasuke and Sakura, thanks to Kakashi and Naruto, learned to walk on trees and water. Well, Sasuke learned, Sakura's control was already at its best. Having finally said goodbye to everyone and finished all their business, Team 7 finally set out for Konoha via the upper routes. Answer, after a few days, Team 7 finally returned to the village. Having submitted a mission report and received compensation for the mess with the mission rank. Everyone went off to do their business, but Naruto stayed behind with the Hokage. Naruto, did you want something? Hiruzen asked. Yes, Grandpa Hiruzen, I would like to buy out my parents' house, Naruto said. But you will get it anyway. But then Hiruzen said. I decided that I want to buy it now, Naruto replied. Well, if that's the case, then you owe me 3,200,000 ryo, said Hiruzen. Okay, Naruto replied calmly, taking out money from the seal on his wrist. Well then, okay, here are the keys. When you're ready to move, Hiruzen said warmly as he handed over the keys. And my clones have already collected my things, Naruto answered. Good luck to you Naruto. Good night said Hiruzen. Good night Grandpa, Naruto replied and disappeared. Commentary on Mission Wave, Part 6. So our Naruto has become a real shinobi. Well officially, now new challenges, enemies and events await him. Also now Naruto has a big house. Maybe something is left in it from the time of his parents. We will find out in the next chapters. Good to you, cool fanfics and pleasant dreams. We will meet at the exam for Chunin. Clan Concerns, First Stage of the Chunin Exam, Part 7. Commentary on Clan's Concerns, First Stage of the Chunin Exam, Part 7. Hello everyone. Sorry that there has been no part for a long time. Enjoy reading. And here he is standing in front of the door. Even as he was passing through the gate, Naruto felt that he had passed through a high-level Uzumaki barrier. There is no doubt that it was installed by his mother. Only she in Konoha in those years could have installed such a barrier. I'll have to update it, Naruto thought. Answer: Naruto's hand reached for the door handle. His hand was shaking slightly, but his loyal friend calmed him down and Naruto finally turned the handle. The house was very spacious, although from the outside it didn't seem that big. Or maybe Naruto's sense of space had atrophied from his kennel. Naruto began to inspect the house. A kitchen with a convenient island, a living room, several bedrooms, an office and a closet. From the outside there was a gorgeous backyard, and as a bonus, Naruto learned that his parents' house was on the right edge of the entrance to the Uzumaki quarter, so Naruto's yard was essentially a lawn in front of a seemingly endless edge of the same endless forest. Why don't I build a spring here? Sometime later, Naruto caught a glimpse of his father's plans for the project in his office. Good idea, Naruto thought. And so Naruto's new life began, because a new house is almost like a new life, right? Slowly and surely Naruto settled in. Iruka and Kakashi came to visit him a couple of times, and even Inoiki Yamanaka dropped by and congratulated him on his housewarming. He somehow helped Naruto get rid of nightmares and bad thoughts. Naruto planned to raise the clan's economy, although he had not yet become the head and the clan was still officially considered extinct, but it was still worth at least roughly developing a plan. As expected, the clan would trade FUNN seals and FUNN equipment. But this seemed to Naruto not enough, and an idea came to him. If you want to enlist support, be able to offer something worthwhile. Naruto focused on this. After all, almost all FUNN seals and equipment are made by his clones autonomously thanks to the soul division technique, thanks to which the clone created by you, whether shadow, illusory, or whatever, receives not just your memory and skills, but a piece of your soul, and then the clone essentially becomes a living being, well, almost. The clone does not feel tired, it does not need food or water. It can replenish, collect or release chakra itself. An ideal technique for war, you will say, but no. Firstly, not every soul can withstand being split even into two parts, let alone hundreds. Only a hardened soul can survive this, and the brain and body must get used to creating hundreds or thousands of clones and receiving information and fatigue from each. And so one sunny day, Naruto, so hated by everyone before, walked along the streets of Konoha in a snow-white kimono with the Uzumaki clan crest on the back and with his red hair tied in a ponytail down to his back, holding his hands in his sleeves. Now they were afraid of him. They were afraid before, but now they were afraid not of the wrath of the Kyuubi, but of the strength of the boy himself, who was already about 16 years old, although he was 13, and the reputation of his clan reminded them that it was better not to flatter him, or the people dear to him. Here is the gate of the Inuzuka clan. A clan that specializes in tracking with the help of Ninken and their abilities. But what can Naruto get from them, and most importantly, what will he give for it? What's strange is that at the gate they didn't ask the purpose of the visit, or whether it was possible or not to go to the head now. For some reason the gate guards were shaking and stuttering. Probably didn't get enough sleep, Naruto thought, grinning. Calmly, without encountering a single obstacle, Naruto approached a clearly respected person in the clan with marks on her cheeks. Her status was judged by the way everyone moved aside for her. I think her name is Henna. She is the daughter of Sume Inuzuka. Hello Naruto-san. I'm Henna Inuzuka, the clan head's daughter. My mother is ready to receive you. Nice to meet you, Henna. Thank you for welcoming me into your home. Naruto replied with a slight bow. What are you saying? What are you saying? Come in, Henna answered nervously. Thank you, Naruto replied as he walked past the shoujo. What a creepy, oppressive aura. It's good that he softened a little or I would have kicked the bucket here. Please, if only mom doesn't make him angry, then our clan won't survive. Henna thought, praying. Hello Sume-san. Thank you for accepting me, Naruto greeted, kneeling down and pressing his chin to the floor. And hello to you too Naruto-san. I am glad to welcome you to my home. SSIT down, have some tea, replied the confused and nervous Sume to the unexpected actions of the guest. Although she knew a lot about his strength, when the out-of-breath informer told her that he was coming here and he had already passed the gate, she became nervous. She expected him to open the shoji with all his might and brazenly talk to her, but instead he spoke sweetly and respectfully to her daughter and calmly waited for her to accept him, and as if that were not enough, the stumbling block turned out to be the respectful so-called dog, Bo in the clan. It was rarely used and few people knew about it, because it was used only when the head of the Inuzuka clan met with a representative of another clan. If the opponent bowed first, it meant that he wanted peace and good for the clans, and if not, then they were greedy ignoramuses. Although the Inuzuka themselves had not used this gesture for 2 generations. So what brings you to us at such an early hour, Naruto-san? Sume said stoically but nervously. I have a proposal for you, Sume-san. I would like to form a friendly alliance with the Inuzuka clan. Naruto answered calmly while sipping his tea. These are very serious words, Naruto-san. And what will our alliance be based on? What do you want from us, and what will we get for it? Asked Sume. Oh. It's simple, Sume-san. I know about your Ninken's unusual ability to talk, and how it facilitates the process of training and teamwork, so I would like to offer you seals that will allow any Ninken to have the same abilities. Maybe later I will even be able to breed a gene that will allow this feature to be passed on by inheritance. Right now I can supply you with dog stimulants that will be more effective than yours and absolutely harmless. You will also receive discounts on Uzumaki FUNN equipment, because at one time Konoha did not really share Uzumaki gifts with small clans, and now you can get high-quality equipment at a discount. Naruto explained his offer. Sume's eyes were probably as big as the diameter of the cup in her hands. That's a very generous offer, Naruto-san. I'm afraid we can't afford what you're asking in return for all of this. Sume said with sadness and a bit of despair. Oh. Don't worry about that, Sume-san. I only ask for your support, friendship, and perhaps some help if needed. Since you are on the clan council, you know that some unpleasant individuals are keenly interested in me. So I want to enlist the greatest possible support. These seals were developed specifically for Ninken, so why not give them to a clan that specializes in this? And at the same time, get a loyal ally and friend. For me, it would be stupid to miss such a chance. So I didn't hesitate, Naruto explained. And yet it sounds too good, Naruto-san. As if there is a catch somewhere. Sume said a little more joyfully, but with a bit of caution. These are some of my old developments. They were not of much value to me, but I decided that in the right hands, it would take root better. Naruto said, finishing his tea. Of course I agree to an alliance. There is no need to think about it for long. But about payment. Maybe we will create options for additional payment terms later. You are too generous, Naruto-san. Said a joyful Sume. Extending her hand. If it makes you feel better, Sume-san, Naruto replied, responding to his interlocutor's gesture. A few hours later and almost all of Konoha's major clans. Naruto was walking home. So, we asked all the major clans, and what did we get? The Nara agreed, for help with deer breeding technology and the shadow escape jutsu. The Yamanaka agreed, out of old friendship and for the methodology for developing their jutsu. The Akamaiki agreed, for an improved pill recipe and some other drugs. The Inuzuka agreed, for conversation seals and equipment. The Hyuga refused, afraid of the elder's wrath, but promised not to oppose you. The Uchiha, just one brat, essentially no clan. The Hitaki, the same thing, there is only one in Konoha, but he is on the council, but he is a friend, so invite him over and have a heart-to-heart talk. The Sarutobi agreed, but I don't trust them very much. The Aburame. Oh right, we didn't go to them because they are always neutral. My clan is Kurama, there is a small group of them in Konoha, but I have already contacted them, everything is fine. Senju, only one representative, and even then, look for whistles all over the world. Well, it seems like we've interviewed everyone we could or should have. Now all that's left is to wait, hope, train, and work. After the exam, you'll take over the reins of government. Kurama finished his long monologue. I didn't know you were so attentive, Ku. Naruto said sarcastically. And what did you think, idiot? If it weren't for me, you would have forgotten about everything. Kurama answered. Well, since we're done with this, then we'll see what happens next. For now, let's go home, I'm tired. Naruto said. A month later, Kakashi called Team 7 for a meeting. So, the Chunin exam is coming up soon. And as your sensei, I would like to nominate you. Here are the applications. Kakashi appeared and said. After signing the applications, everyone left. But Kakashi decided to talk to Naruto. Naruto, I wanted to talk about the exam. Said Kakashi, who came up to him. I know Kakashi-sensei. Let's go to my place and we'll talk there. Naruto replied. A little later, Naruto's house. So Kakashi-sensei, I know about Orochimaru and his interest in Sasuke. I will keep an eye on him. And Sakura too. Although I don't really like it. Naruto said, slightly displeased. Thank you, Naruto. Let me ask you, how do you know about this? Asked Kakashi. And this is already my personal secret, although if I'll tell you the truth, the security in the Anbu archive is so-so. Naruto answered slightly sarcastically. You are incorrigible. Stop sneaking into top secret facilities without warning. You could end up in jail. The Jonin said in a tired voice. They won't be able to. Their arms are too short, Naruto answered sarcastically. Well, thanks Naruto anyway for agreeing to look after them, answered Kakashi, getting up from the table. For you, anything, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto replied as he saw the guest off. A couple of days later. Naruto had just finished team training and was walking down the street of Konoha when he suddenly heard strangely familiar screams. And turning the corner he saw this picture. Some strange guy in a black jumpsuit, with war paint on his face and a Suna protector on his hat with cat ears, was holding the third Hokage's grandson, Sarutobi Konohamaru, who was writhing like a snake, by the scruff of the neck. And behind him were two more people, probably teammates. A beautiful girl with sandy hair braided into 4 cute ponytails, and a battle fan over her shoulders. And a guy with red hair, which greatly interested Naruto, and a large flask on his back. Oh. You scumbag. You stepped on my foot, watch where you're going. Tsunovetsu shouted at the boy. Let him go, he didn't do it on purpose. Shouted Konohamaru's friends and Sakura. What a surprise, Naruto thought. Hey you, let him go. Sasuke, sitting on a tree, said in the coolest and most show-off manner possible. Why would you be a brunette? You think that if all the local girls are crazy about you, then you're the coolest one here. Maybe for the Konoha wimps it's true, but for us you're nobody, and no one will listen to you. Tsunovetsu answered. Kankuro-san, you should let the boy go while you still can. Or I'll rip your hands off so you can't play with your dolls anymore. A cold voice full of hidden anger was heard from behind the Tsunovites. Turning around, they saw a guy of about 15 years old, from whom emanated a terrible and strong chi. Temari, that was the girl's name, was shaking like an aspen leaf, and Kankuro was no less scared, but Gaara, he wasn't scared, but rather interested. What is your name? Gaara asked in a cold voice. First answer. Gaara-san, wasn't your mother an Uzumaki? Naruto asked. Yes, our mother was a descendant of pure Uzumaki, Temari replied. Very well, then allow me to introduce myself, Naruto Uzumaki. Prince and heir to the main branch of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto replied, happy to have found his clansmen. So, we're your clanmates. Temari was surprised. Yes, and I invite you to my place. I have one matter with Gaara, said Naruto. Why should we go with you? And why should we trust you? Gaara said a little more emotionally. Well, believe it or not, but I don't have many relatives, and I will cherish each one if I find them. Naruto said warmly. A week later. The first stage of the Chunin exam has arrived. The first stage will be written. Naruto was walking to the Shinobi Academy still dressed in a snow-white kimono with the Uzumaki sign on the back. And when he entered the academy, he saw a bunch of people in front of what was strangely room 201, although the exam was supposed to be in room 301. And looking at the sign, Naruto realized what the trick was. The simplest genjutsu, even a genin can dispel it, and those guys in front of the entrance are clearly under Hyunge, so they are not Koki genin. Well, I guess we can have a little fun, Naruto thought, slightly changing the genjutsu. And now the sign proudly showed off not room 301, but just an empty sign. Yes, so simple, but then it seemed very witty. What also caught Naruto's attention was that the guy in green spandex, with a stupid haircut and immeasurably thick eyebrows, was challenging Sasuke. That was really surprising. Before that everyone was afraid to challenge him, everyone except Naruto, probably this guy from a different year and just didn't know about Sasuke. And judging by the evil Haruna, the thick-browed one clearly liked her. Sasuke, with the same arrogant look, kept throwing cold and actually offensive phrases at the thick-browed gymnast. And Naruto decided to slightly change the course of the situation. Well, he doesn't like Sasuke, what can he do? Instead of wagging our tongues, let's go to the training ground and fight there. First the gymnast and Sasuke, and if you the gymnast wins, maybe he'll come out to play too, said Naruto, as arrogantly as possible, knowing how dear his pride is to the Uchiha. You are absolutely right, head of the San. Only a duel can decide whose youthful strength is stronger. The gymnast answered very emotionally. I'm Naruto, and I'm not the leader yet. I'm just starting out. And what's your name? Gymnast-san. Naruto asked more friendly, as he was still hooked by this guy. Rock Lee. Naruto-san answered Lee in a friendly manner. That's great, Lee-san. Well, Sasuke, will you accept the challenge? Or will you run away with your tail between your legs? Naruto asked sarcastically. Watch your language, Naruto. Sasuke-kun will easily deal with this worthless person, and with you too. Squeaked Sakura. Well, Sakura-chan, don't be so rude. I'll definitely win, Lee said, offended. You, and I see you really do love Sasuke, since you've become so bold for his sake. Maybe I should burn your Sasuke-kun to the ground with his clan's technique, or maybe cut him up with the wind. No, it's probably better to lock him in their clan's much-loved genjutsu. Something so that he can't get out even with the Sharingan, and in 5 minutes, he'll go crazy. Yeah, I'll probably do that. What do you think, Sakura-chan? Naruto said, slowly approaching and whispering in her ear. Needless to say, just from the tone of his voice, Sakura stood in a stupor, and from his words she almost fainted. Know your place, loser. An Uchiha never runs, replied the offended Uchiha. Yeah, if only he knew how the strongest of his clan flashed his heels when he lost, Kurama sneered in his head. Some time later, at the training ground in front of the academy, let's start the duel. Until the first blood, Naruto announced that you still have to take an exam. And so the sparring began. Lee turned out to be very agile and strong, and Naruto also realized that Lee could open inner gates. Although he didn't have much chakra, it was enough. But damn Sasuke. Although it was clear that Lee wasn't fighting at full strength, Sasuke was giving it his all. He even launched a couple of fireballs, but none of them hit. Lee's speed was insurmountable for Sasuke. And so the Uchiha decided to use his nasty eyes. So this brat doesn't want to play fair. That nasty Sharingan again. I'd like to rip out all the Uchiha's eyes, Kurama said angrily. Wait, maybe we'll rip out his eyes someday, Naruto reassured him. And so Sasuke brazenly copied Lee's movements, decided to use them on him. And so he tries to use the basic lotus, and all the fangirls are already screaming with happiness, but neither they nor the arrogant idiot know that in order to use the lotus, you need to gruelingly and long train your body and taijutsu, which Sasuke did not do so diligently. As a result, Sasuke shamefully lost, failing to perform the basic lotus, and then losing to the reverse lotus, which Lee also demonstrated. The winner is Rock Lee. Well done, Lee-san, Naruto announced with pride and satisfaction. Thank you, Naruto-san. And you, come out and fight me. I know about your strength and tenacity, but I really want to try. Lee said with a sparkle in his eyes. Some other time, Lee-san. The exam is starting. By the way, we need to go up one floor, Naruto said, disappearing into the ripples. Everyone who heard this stood in shock. Why did they need to go up a floor? And only when they approached office 301, in their opinion, they saw only an empty sign, and only after that one of the experienced genin dispelled the genjutsu and saw the number 201. And so Naruto and the other genin entered room 301. And as soon as they entered, a weak ki began to press on all the genin. Everyone except Naruto felt it and many began to tremble. But as soon as Naruto gave a small impulse of his ki, everyone else immediately began to tremble, and this is only a small part. You haven't let off steam for a long time, brother. At this rate, you'll soon explode, Kurama said worriedly. You're right, Ku, but I don't really want to destroy another training ground or mountain range, Naruto replied. And so Naruto and the other genin settled in the room. Naruto, out of boredom, decided to make himself comfortable on the wall, holding on with chakra. A strange guy from the Sound Village with ash blonde hair and glasses approached them. Aren't you interested in information about the exam participants? The sound engineer asked in a friendly manner. No thanks, Kabuto-san, Naruto replied. Oh, Naruto-san, I see you really don't need the information, Kabuto said with great surprise. Tell me about Naruto Uzumaki, Kiba whispered to him. Naruto Uzumaki is part of Team 7 with Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. The mission list includes 100 D rank missions, 60 C rank missions, 50 B rank missions, and 3 A rank missions. The characteristics are all very interesting. Cage level ninjutsu. Taijutsu on the level of Might Guy with 6 gates. Genjutsu that even the Mangyoko Sharingan cannot dispel. Fuinjutsu skills at the level of Master Uzumaki are also listed. An impressive list. And the reserves and chakra control are at the highest level. So you are also an Arionan, Naruto-san. Kabuto made a brief excursion. And it is unknown whether it was on purpose or not, but almost everyone who was in the room heard his speech. Not the best, but I can recreate the organs and get the body working, Naruto answered lazily. And then the doors swung open and a man entered the office whose face was covered with scars and burns. Morino Abiki, a master of torture and interrogation. After meeting him, the best spies gave up their own, Naruto thought. We will begin the first written portion of the Chunin exam. Abiki said loudly and clearly. And while he was speaking, he rhythmically released his ki, heavy, cold and damn strong. For Genin, Naruto didn't even feel it. The first stage is written. 10 questions, 9 written answers. You must answer 9 questions in 45 minutes, then the 10th question will be asked. And only after that we will find out who will go to the next stage. Abiki explained the rules seriously and coldly. Go ahead, I wish you failure, said Abiki. And so the exam began. Naruto realized at the beginning of the exam that something was wrong. At least several Chunin under the Hyang reminded him of this. If the purpose of the exam is not just to test knowledge, then it is most likely to gather information. Naruto thought. Most likely, but how can we make it more interesting? You should gather information from these Chunin under the Hyangei. Kurama said. What if we play a little prank? Naruto suggested slyly. And what do you propose? Kurama asked. For example, you can put an illusion seal, or you can impose a genjutsu, Naruto suggested. What about the test? Kurama asked. And I've already taken care of it. The test is too difficult for a genin, but not for me. I put an illusion seal on the sheet. When Abiki takes the sheet, he will see an illusion of the written work. Naruto said, laughing inwardly. You're such a sly one, said Kurama. Now, let's have some fun, Naruto said as he made his hand seals. And then darkness creeps over the entire auditorium, and the glow of fires suddenly lit up outside the window. And then the worst nightmare of the inhabitants of Konoha became reality. Outside the office window the genins saw 9 waving red tails, and in everyone's ears a deafening roar was heard, and fear settled forever in the hearts of everyone who had not seen this in childhood. The 9-tailed demon fox returned. NNNN, maybe that's true. NNN, but Naruto is here. TT, then who is it? And what is this feeling, like the class has been put under? Genjutsu, Abiki thought, concentrating his chakra and making a seal. Kai shouted at Abiki and finally dispelled the genjutsu on the entire class. Woo, who did this? Abiki shouted. Sorry Abiki-san, I didn't think it would be such a strong genjutsu. I went a bit overboard. Abiki-san, 45 minutes have passed, time to ask the 10th question. Naruto said, feigning guilt. Okay, so, question 10, but there are a few conditions. Now you can leave as a team and try next year, or you can risk answering question 10, and if you fail, you will remain GENINSFOREVER. Abiki declared. And after these words about 5 to 7 minutes passed and during this time about 15 to 20 teams left. And then Abiki took the floor again. The time for reflection is over. Time for the 10th question. Answer the 10th question is that everyone WHO remained here has surrendered. Already much more friendly and joyful, said the master of torture Morino Abiki. And then the window broke and a woman with purple hair and very revealing clothes flew into it. I'm Anko Mitarashi. I'm your examiner for the second part of the exam. You're getting old, Abiki. Why so many? Well, after me more than half will go. Everyone follow me, said Anko. And everyone followed this energetic woman. Morino Abiki collected the papers after the test and saw roughly the same thing. I copied it from Kotetsu, I copied it from Kenju, and this is Naruto's work, but something is wrong here. Abiki muttered to himself, and running his hand over the sheet of paper, forming a seal of concentration, he opened the seal. That's how Naruto designed it. Give it chakra, and it will open. And Abiki saw a sweet message. Mr. Abiki, I hope you enjoyed my little show. I understood the gist of the test, but it's not interesting to just copy, so I put a seal with the answers. They're correct, but I don't think you're interested in this. Have a nice day, Abiki-san. I hope you weren't too scared of my friend. What other friend? The torture master asked into the void. And dusk was falling on Konoha. Commentary on clans' concerns. First stage of the Chunin exam, part 7. Answer the Chunin exam begins. Naruto has passed the first stage, but will it be as easy for him in the future? We will find out in the next part. In the meantime, I wish you happiness, cool fanfics and pleasant dreams. Stage 2, Helping a Friend, Part 8. Commentary on Stage 2, Helping a Friend, Part 8, Hello. Sorry for the long absence. Enjoy reading. At the gates to the Forest of Death. And so, now you will be sent to the Forest of Death for 5 days, the deadliest place in Konoha, and there you will have to survive and pass the test. Each team is given one scroll of earth or sky. Your task is to collect both scrolls and get to the Unity Tower, in the center of the forest. In the forest, huge bloodthirsty creatures and deadly insects are already waiting for you. You can meet people in traps or a beauty in trouble. You can of course help them, but are you sure that this is a girl in trouble, and not a ninja under a hyang? It's up to you, but for each loyal hostage you will receive bonuses. And now the bureaucracy. You must sign a waiver of Konoha's responsibility for your life. Sign it, and then rely only on yourself and your comrades, if you trust them, of course. Anko said loudly, whispering the last part. And then Anko noticed the one about whom everyone in the Jonin Council, without exception, was talking almost non-stop. Naruto Uzumaki. He really has changed. He used to be so noisy, disobedient, full of energy and kindness, and now it's like he's dropped his mask. He doesn't scream, doesn't jump, he just looks around, listens and completely masks his chakra, as if he doesn't have any. And for some reason everyone avoids him. Now I'm really interested, Anko thought, pulling off her favorite trick, especially with young shinobi. Imagine the situation. Jonin, with a dubious reputation as Orochimaru's student. And that's already minus 3000 social rating in Konoha, and the seductress knocks the young genin over and whispers something in his ear with a playful expression on her face. What would you do, especially when your body perceives any touch as an attack? So Naruto, on reflex, pinned Anko to the wall by the throat, luckily not too hard. Fu Naruto-kun, are you really strong or are you just showing off for the girls? Grabbing the instructor right in front of everyone, you're still the same bastard Naruto-kun, Anko purred in Naruto's ear. And you are still the same Anko-san, you still tease me, I don't mind, but at least warn me, otherwise I might kill you playfully, but calmly said Naruto. And such a reaction from him really put Anko in a stupor. Yes, ever since Naruto was little she teases him when they meet, and was never afraid of him, but now, she saw a completely different Naruto, a Naruto whose face after her teasing not only does not become the color of his hair, but he even finds something to answer. Okay, Naruto-kun, Anko answered hesitantly, that's how she was. It would seem she was a depraved slut, but as soon as someone was found who would respond to her teasing, she became an innocent girl, and Naruto knew it. And so the exam began. Naruto and his team ran into the forest from the western gate. Sasuke rushed forward without looking where he was going, not caring about the enemies who could attack from behind, not about his comrades, but about Sakura who was barely keeping up with her lover. And Naruto, what about Naruto? He ran behind and turned up his sensorics to the maximum. He already knew that there were 2 teams behind them, and within a radius of 20 to 30 kilometers there were 4 more. For this he didn't need sensorics. Genins hide their chakra fully, but a Jonin, and especially a Sannin, is a different matter. And after about an hour of running and careful searching, Naruto caught a thread of 2 strong chakra. Aha, we got a snake. I have to give him credit, he knows how to hide. And so, what are you planning? Snake from Konoha. Aha, sir, an ambush, well then that's where we'll go. Naruto thought. What about that brat Uchiha, aren't you afraid to take him there? The fox asked. No, I'll be there, and Orochimaru won't just take him, he'll most likely lure him to himself, give him a grain of power and say that he can give more, just come and take it. He knows what to press, the sly one, Naruto replied. Naruto sincerely respected Orochimaru as a scientist and his strength. He did not approve of his methods, but he knew about their results. And Orochimaru was simply unlucky in life, and Naruto understood him in this. Well, let's go, flashed through Naruto's mind. Hey guys, I feel people there, there are about 2 people, probably not the whole team. But I think they have the scroll. I'll go look for the 3rd one. Naruto shouted and ran into the depths of the forest. Of course, his plan was to lure Orochimaru and then sort things out, but he couldn't tell the team about it. What are you weakling? Running away already? Are you really scared? Oh well, it will be even easier without you. At least you won't get in the way. Sasuke shouted into the void. And so Sasuke and Sakura are sitting on a tree and looking at probably the most disgusting sight in their lives. Also at the gate, a scary girl stood out from everyone else. She scared everyone so much that no one even wanted to approach her. And so they see how this same girl eats the scroll. She wrapped it with her tongue and it disappeared somewhere in her mouth. But suddenly she turned around and threw 2 kunai straight at the heads of our heroes, but Sasuke and Sakura managed to dodge and jumped into the clearing. In front of them stood a woman with a pale face and a sound bandage on her forehead. Foo, I'm lucky today, you're the one I was looking for, Sasuke-kun. The woman said, sticking out her long tongue. A truly disgusting sight. Sasuke was about to attack her, but suddenly he realized. I can't move, my body feels numb, and I feel some kind of sticky feeling, my whole body is shaking, like that night. Am I scared? It can't be, I trained so hard, I'm stronger than all of them, but she smells like death. I'm scared. Flashed through Sasuke's head. Sakura couldn't even think out of fear, she was hysterical, but she couldn't even scream. Foo, Sasuke-kun, are you scared? Poor little boy, the last of the Konoha Uchiha. Right, I didn't introduce myself, my name is. The girl didn't have time to finish when suddenly someone appeared on the branch in front of her. Hello Orochimaru-san, nice to meet you. I wanted to finally fight someone strong and your appearance is a real gift for me. Let me introduce myself, Uzumaki Naruto, but you probably know me as Scarlet Moment, because that's how your spies from the Hidden Sound wrote me down in the bingo book, or am I mistaken? Asked Naruto. Foo, it seems I have problems. Yes Naruto-san, you are right, I was informed about an unknown shinobi who walked around a couple of my bases. Can you tell me what you were looking for? Orochimaru asked with respect and fear in his voice. Nothing of particular importance to you, just a couple of Uzumaki scrolls. You must know how scarce they are, Naruto answered easily. Why didn't you ask for them? I would gladly give them to their rightful owner, after all, they're useless to everyone except you. Orochimaru said, still respectfully. I apologize Orochimaru-san, but you were so hard to find and there was no time at all. Naruto replied. Okay Naruto-san, but can I take Sasuke-kun? I really need him. Orochimaru asked slyly. For the soul transmigration technique. Forgive me Orochimaru-san, I promised to take care of these children, and I can't give them away. Naruto replied. What a pity. Then Sasuke-kun, take my gift. Orochimaru said while giving Sasuke a bite. In an instant, Sanon's head fell to the ground and spread out into a puddle of mud. An earth clone, and he's confident, Naruto thought. Orochimaru-san, you are a cunning snake. And what do you order me to do with this? Naruto said looking at the 2 unconscious bodies. What do we have? 2 genin are out cold, one passed out from fear, the other one was biologically sealed and who knows when he'll wake up. Just wonderful. So what are we going to do? Asked the fox. We'll build a shelter, Naruto said and made several seals. Snake, bull, dragon, sheep, boar, dragon, sheep, dragon and a few more, and now a perfectly decent wooden house appears on a seemingly empty clearing. Yeah, Mokuton is really a great thing. It's complicated really, Naruto thought. Of course it's complicated, it developed naturally only in Hashirama, the rarest genome after all. You're lucky, said the fox. Yeah, I'm lucky to have you. Who knew that many people with water and earth elements can develop Mokuton when stimulating certain cells? Naruto replied. Orochimaru knew, but stimulation from outside is very difficult and dangerous, so he couldn't do anything. Said the fox. Well, he did succeed once. True, the guy doesn't have enough chakra for such a genome. But he can control it well. Naruto finished the dialogue, carrying the genin into the house. Sound command. Orochimaru decided to check if the rumors about the Scarlet Moment were true and sent a team of genin he had assembled there. They were just pawns for him, their deaths were worthless. Without spitting he would be able to check how his supposed vessel was doing, maybe the seal of heaven was too powerful for him. Your task will be to kill these genin. Every single one of them. They're in the clearing north of here. And don't forget to take the scroll. You still have to go through a stage. Orochimaru hissed and dissolved into the ground. Dosu, maybe I should go alone. There are only 3 weak genin there. It won't be enough for me alone. The guy with the sound protector asked his teammate and part-time captain. No Zack, we'll go together, not all the fun is for you, the leader answered and all 3 moved towards the clearing. Back to Team 7. So, Mr. Orochimaru, what a gift you left for our precious Uchiha, Naruto muttered to himself. Apparently, this is a biological seal, that is, Orochimaru simply introduced a part of himself into Sasuke and now it is rebuilding his body. And since this is his part, it means it is a biological anchor in this world. What a tenacious beast, continued the red-haired man. Well, let's try to extract it, Naruto said, folding the seals known only to him. The mark glowed a cold purple and began to spin. And now Naruto finally understood its principle, but it cannot be removed so easily. It can be sealed to Orochimaru's tonsils, but then it will become a respawn point for the snake in the long term. If you don't remove it, then why not rebuild it? Now it works from negativity and it is on the first level, and if you stimulate it a little, then in a couple of months it will already be on the second. But if you do that, then this idiot will run straight into the clutches of Orochimaru or whatever he has. No, that's not an option. Sasuke won't survive its removal. His body is weak, and this snake has firmly clung to the negativity that has accumulated in him. We'll just have to relieve the symptoms and quickly bring him to his senses. Sakura has already begun to come to her senses. Naruto finished his thoughts, placing a strange seal with an intricate pattern on Sasuke's neck. This will do for now. Hey, is there anyone in the house? Cowards come out, a scream was heard from the street. Naruto, as the most capable and strong one, went out to check who was yelling there. And what was his surprise when he saw the genin of the sound of the leader whom he had recently driven away. Why are you shouting, kids? There are people sleeping in the house, and you are disturbing them. It's not good, somehow, said calm Naruto, dressed in a white kimono with a whirlpool on the back. How dare you? We'll put all three of you to sleep in your graves now, Zaku shouted. Well, try calmly, Naruto said. Then there was a fight. Well, not a fight. Naruto easily scattered all three of them even without techniques, FUNN and Genjutsu. Even sound techniques couldn't help the genin, because Naruto's ears were effectively covered with FUNN seals. He didn't kill them, only a couple of bruises and scratches, but behind Naruto's back he felt hatred. Furious and unbridled. And turning around he saw Sasuke shrouded in cold purple chakra. His entire face was covered in branches of the seal, and his eyes expressed only cold rage and hatred. He stood over Zaku, who was cowering in fear, and held his hands, twisting them at an angle that was unusual for them. I feel the power. It literally pours out of me. I finally became strong, even stronger than this loser. I will finally be able to avenge the clan. But first I will avenge my humiliation. The seal of paralysis and the chakra of suppression did not allow him to finish his psychotic monologue. The Uchiha's body fell to the ground like a limp sack. Fucking Avenger, how you piss me off. You're nothing but trouble, Naruto said, lifting the Uchiha's body. Oh, and you're already here. Did everything go as I said? Naruto said, turning to the Sand trio. Yes, Naruto-san. We followed Kabuto and he is indeed an agent of Orochimaru. We just brought you the scroll you need, said a smiling Temari. Before the Chunin exams, the Trinity of Sand followed their newly found relative to his quarter, and although they walked silently, each of them was thinking about roughly the same thing. Can he be trusted? It was strange for them to find relatives in Konoha, and also that they turned out to be half-breeds of the Uzumaki clan. Although they have a father, and there are three of them in the family, but it can only be called a family with a stretch. Their father almost never visits them, and treats them only as shinobi. Gaara and Temari and Kankuro were afraid. They still loved him, but they could not express this love. And so they finally came to a big house. This is my home. Come in and make yourself at home, Naruto said hospitably. After looking around the house and sitting down at the table, Temari finally dared to ask. Naruto-san, thank you for your hospitality, but are you really sure that we are related? And what do you want from us? Temari asked uncertainly, but respectfully. I'm sure. You are my relatives and I, as the head of the Uzumaki clan, invite you to settle in our quarter during your stay in Konoha. But you're right, I have a request for you, Naruto said. I would like to ask you to follow Yakushi Kabuto. I have suspicions that he is an enemy spy. But of course I am not asking you for nothing, Naruto continued. I know about your problem, Gaara. To be honest, I'm the same as you. Naruto addressed the red-haired man. You're lying. You don't know anything about me. I'll just kill you and then Mom will enjoy your blood. Gaara chatted maniacally. I know even more than you. Inside you is sealed a one-tailed Bayu named Shukaku. You hear his voice every day, Every time you close your eyes, you hear his crazy voice. It makes you kill, it doesn't let you sleep. It's all because of the bad seal. If you strengthen it, you can live in peace. Naruto responded to Gaara's threat. I have the nine-tailed Bayu sealed within me. I found common ground with it, but your Bayu is a different matter. I will strengthen your seal, and you will finally be able to sleep peacefully. Naruto assured his friend. You can really do that. But how do you know all this? Gaara asked, stunned. I have studied a lot and know a lot from my Bayu. Naruto said. A few minutes later Naruto began to strengthen Gaara's seal, and after an hour the voice in Gaara's head died down. For the first time in many years he hadn't heard that crazy and angry voice. There was silence in his head. I can't hear him. I can't hear him at all. I can finally sleep peacefully. Thank you Naruto-san. I can finally sleep peacefully. Gaara said hesitantly. I told you that I would do everything for my relatives, said Naruto. And so the Sobaku no family settled in one of the houses in the Uzumaki quarter. Let's get back to the exam. Naruto carried Sasuke on his shoulder and Sakura ran behind him. They finally reached the tower. Entering it, they opened the scroll and in the smoke they saw Kakashi, reading his dirty book as usual. You finally got here. Is everything okay? Kakashi asked, not looking up from his book. Well, how can I say it? Orochimaru attacked us, put some kind of mark on Sasuke, and plus we were attacked by the sound genins sent by Orochimaru. That's all, basically. Naruto said. Are you okay? How's Sasuke? Kakashi asked worriedly. I examined his seal, it can't be removed yet, and there's no point in sealing it, it'll fly off anyway. So I've only removed some of the symptoms for now, it's better to leave everything as is for now. Naruto said. If you say so, then fine. Well then, I'll leave you. I'll go inform the examiners about Orochimaru. Rest, you've done well today. Kakashi said, disappearing into the shunshin. I'm going to run some errands. Sakura, can you keep an eye on Sasuke? Naruto asked, turning to Sakura. Of course, Naruto, Sakura answered hesitantly. Thank you, Naruto replied. Naruto disappeared in a scarlet shimmer and appeared next to a familiar chakra signature. Anko was sitting at her desk in her small apartment, doing something with her poisons. Naruto knocked on the door and waited for Anko to open it. Naruto, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at the exam? Anko asked, surprised. I had some urgent business. I met Orochimaru here, and he put a familiar seal on Sasuke, and then I remembered some unfinished business. And I poked around in it a little and figured out how to get rid of it. It won't work with Sasuke, but with you it's quite possible. Naruto explained. And no, that's impossible. Orochimaru's seal can't be sealed securely enough, nor can it be destroyed. There's no way you could destroy it. Anko said, annoyed. How many years have passed and you still underestimate me, Anko? Come here, Naruto said and placed his hands on Anko's mark. And then the mark glowed with a cold purple light and Naruto began to whisper something unintelligibly, making some one-handed seals. After about 10 minutes, Anko felt how the mark on her neck began to burn like molten metal. She screamed and wanted to break free from Naruto's grip, but her body did not move. Maybe he squeezed her so tightly or he put a paralysis seal, but it was unlikely that Anko cared. Now she just wanted this pain to recede, at least for a minute. And suddenly, the pain abruptly stopped, and only falling into unconsciousness Anko saw a white snake in Naruto's hands. It is unknown how long Anko lay like that, but when she woke up she saw a cup of her favorite green tea and a note. Having drunk the tea in one gulp, Anko took the note in her hands. Anko, I hope you slept well. Sorry for leaving, I had to go back to the exam. I hope you are feeling better. I made your favorite tea, be sure to drink it. Naruto. And then Anko was struck like lightning. She flew up to the mirror like a bullet and breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't seen her neck so clean in a long time. No mark, no pain from it, it was free. This was definitely the best day. And Anko said into the emptiness of her apartment, thank you Naruto. I will never forget this. At the exam. The second stage is finally over. Or is it? It turned out that too many teams passed the second stage. Therefore, it's time for the slaughter. That is, additional battles. This will weed out the weak, and it will be easier to judge in the third stage if there are 3 times fewer candidates. Well, here are the extra fights. There was nothing particularly interesting here. I was removed from them because they thought I would kill someone. Well, please, I'll have a blast in the third stage. And from the interesting fights. For example, Neji, who was talking some nonsense about fate and brutally beat up Hinata. I don't understand their family hierarchy. What difference does it make whether it's the main branch or the side branch? It's still a family. So if I run into him, I'll explain to him the value of family ties. Gaara also showed an interesting fight. More precisely, he was able to surprise everyone with his mastery of sand control, but I was personally surprised by this bushy-browed gymnast Rock Lee. It turns out that he is a master of taijutsu who can open inner gates. He probably just feels comfortable in spandex, but I really thought he was a gymnast. It was an interesting fight. In the end, it was a draw. Lee opened the gate and quickly ran out of breath, and Gaara spent his chakra on maintaining sand armor. Well, that's all the interesting stuff. In a month we have the third stage of the exam. But for now I have a couple of things to do. Commentary on Stage 2, Helping a Friend, Part 8. And here's another step towards the rank of Chunin completed. Let's see what happens in the third stage. Once again, I'm sorry that there was no part for a long time. I never got around to it. After all, a new game won't complete itself. Well, I wish you health, cool fanfics and pleasant dreams. Third stage, A Little About the Past, Part 9. Commentary on Stage 3, A Little About the Past, Part 9, here is the new part. Enjoy reading. There's still a whole month until the third stage. I need to prepare, I guess. But I've already done everything I could at the moment. I don't want to reveal the FUNN yet, and my body can't handle more intense training. I can learn some techniques, but which ones? Naruto thought. How about a summoning? You haven't made a contract yet. Learn the Sage mode, you'll be able to surprise the enemy at the right moment, and your empathy and sensorics will improve. Kurama suggested. That's true, but where can I get a contract? I can go into free recall. Or, Naruto said. I felt a familiar chakra signature not far from here, and it reeks of perverted feelings, Naruto said. Do you think it's him? Are you sure you're ready? Kurama asked. I think so, Naruto said, disappearing in a scarlet glow. Ha 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 ha, this would be perfect for the second chapter of my book. And I'll make this one the main character. The white-haired old man giggled vulgarly, peeping through the hole at the women's part of the hot springs. Aren't you a bit too old for such things, you old pervert? Someone whispered in a sarcastic voice in Jiraiya's ear. The old man jumped back with a face twisted in surprise. He was especially surprised that a 15-year-old boy was standing in front of him. Naruto looks older than his age. But he was even more surprised when he looked at the boy more closely. Red hair, the Uzumaki crest on his back and blue eyes. That can't be. This is Kushina and Minato's son. Did he really become the head of the clan? But he should be about 13 years old, and this one looks about 15. But that's not so important. What's more important is how he managed to sneak up on him unnoticed. Only Tsunade had managed to do that before, but even she couldn't remain completely unnoticed. He doesn't give off any chakra, but no. His chakra is starting to leak out of him. Where does this kid get so much chakra from? Jiraiya thought in surprise. Yes, Jiraiya, it's me, Naruto Uzumaki. Son of Minato and Kushina. I know that you are my godfather. And I know why in 13 years you have never visited me. Naruto said in a warm voice. And you're not mad at me. I'm very sorry that I didn't visit you, said a guilty Jiraiya. No, I'm not angry. I have a favor to ask of you. You've been keeping an eye on Orochimaru's hideouts, haven't you? I'm curious. In one of those holes, there are records of the Uzumaki shrine, where my clan's masks are kept. Have you by any chance come across such hideouts, old man? Naruto asked. No, I haven't heard or seen anything about Uzumaki masks. But I'll definitely look for them. However, I heard that Orochimaru appeared in Konoha. Jiraiya said. That's right. I met him at the Chunin exam. He put some kind of seal on Sasuke. I know how to remove it, but Sasuke won't survive, so for now I've only removed the symptoms. Give Shinigami he'll survive, but that's not a fact. Orochimaru has spies here, and also a team of genin, but I haven't found many spies yet. Naruto said. That's how it is. Thanks, Naruto. Now I have some information that will help me. But where this snake is hiding, I don't know yet, but I'll find it. Said Jiraiya. Okay, well then see you Jiraiya. If you have time look up the masks, I'll be very grateful to you. Naruto said. Of course Naruto. I'll do my best. Jiraiya said as he disappeared into the Shunshin. Old man, where are you going? Naruto asked. Well, I still need to finish my research, And I also need to check into the hotel, said Jiraiya. Well, there's no need to rush to the hotel. You'll be staying with me in the clan quarter. But you'll have to wait with your research, at least until we find Orochimaru. And so they parted ways. Jiraiya headed to the Uzumaki clan quarter, and Naruto went about his business, conducting a mental dialogue. Naruto, didn't you want to learn some technique from him? Kurama asked. There's nothing to learn anymore. Most of his techniques are individual. It would take me a long time to grow such hair, and I don't have a contract with the toads. Naruto replied. What about the rasengan? Kurama asked. Don't you remember how we got her? Naruto asked. Fleshbake. Naruto, it's time for us to learn techniques. You've been training your body for 2 years already, you've trained taijutsu, you can even open gates, but you don't have any techniques yet, said Kurama. Can't you teach me? You've lived for so many years, you must have seen a lot of techniques. Naruto asked. I've seen it, but I can't teach you everything. Here's what I suggest, you need to infiltrate the Konoha archives and copy the techniques from the Hokage's scroll. Have you fallen from the chakra tree in your old age? How am I supposed to get into the Konoha archives, which are guarded more heavily than the main gates? The frustrated boy asked. With your chakra control, you are quite capable of creating illusions. Learn a couple of high-class genjutsu, and then everything will go like clockwork, said the inspired fox. That's great, of course, but how am I going to learn high-level genjutsu capable of knocking out Anbu or even a cage for an hour or two, without even knowing the basics? Control is good, of course, but self-studying genjutsu from scratch will take me more than 1 month, even with training seals. Training seals, an early and at that time crude development of Naruto. The seals accelerate brain activity, which allows you to learn quickly. 1 seal can accelerate brain activity by 2 times, later with improvement up to 7. The boy was indignant. With self-study, yes, but you're such a charmer, it wouldn't cost you anything to become a student of a genjutsu master who, by a lucky chance, is sitting in a cafe 2 houses away from you, all alone, said the fox, yawning. What a red-haired mug, the whole village hates me, what kind of training can there be if they almost kill me every year? But nothing can hurt, Kakashi doesn't hate me, even though they're the same age. Naruto said, rushing off towards the cafe, smelling dango and tea. Kurenai's POV. What a bastard Anko, she left me all alone. Damn, the Hokage still wants to give me genin, but I only became a jonin, why should I bother with genin? Okay, deal with 1, teach him and that's it, but no, 3 brats are hanging on you, and do whatever you want, the main thing is that they're alive. Thought Kurenai, running her finger along the rim of her mug of tea. Demon, get out of here while you're still in one piece, you stinking demon. Incoherent cries of the crowd. Kurenai looked at the source of the noise and saw something she had not been able to understand for many years. A boy of about 7 to 8 years old stood with his head down with red hair and covered his ears, and in front of him, without leaving the tables, people were shouting, everyone from young to old, women, men and children. And they were shouting such offensive words that Kurenai involuntarily thought that she herself would not have been able to stand such words addressed to her, and here. They were addressed to a little boy, tenfold. How can you say such things about him? He is just a child, an innocent child. This question has been tormenting Kurenai since that night of the attack. She was there, she saw the fox, she saw the seal on the fox, she saw where he was sealed, but she did not see the baby do evil. What did he do to deserve this? Why did you come, Naruto? You know what will happen, why did you come? Kurenai asked, almost crying, not out loud, but sincerely worried about the boy. And then it was as if an ice cube had struck her. The boy's sky-blue eyes looked straight at her, and as if not at her, but straight into her soul, reading her thoughts like lines from a book. Kurenai saw in this look a silent request to go out and talk to him, as if he was telling her that he had decided to take this step, had entered a place where he was hated with all his soul just for her sake, for this look. Kurenai didn't remember what happened next, as if she had momentarily switched off, or it was the seal of oblivion set by Naruto, who knows, but she went home with a clear confidence that tomorrow she would teach Naruto genjutsu. She didn't remember why she agreed, even what words Naruto used, but she didn't care much, because she still had to prepare the training material for Naruto, so there was no time to think about all sorts of nonsense. The main thing was that the genin team was not a threat to her yet. Naruto's day started at 6 a.m., because at 8 he has training with Kurenai, and he still has to put seals. Answer: having had breakfast and put 2 training seals, Naruto set off on his way. And then Naruto saw Kurenai at training ground number 10. Hello Naruto, let's not delay and begin training. What skills for genjutsu do you have? Kurenai asked. I have good chakra control, and I know the basics, only on paper, but I think practice will make all the difference. Said Naruto. Wow, when did you learn the basics of genjutsu? Kurenai asked. Naruto answered yesterday. Well then, let's see what basics you know, Kurenai said as Naruto was entwined with the tree roots. The main basis of genjutsu is how to get out of it. Genjutsu is simple, but you don't even try to get out. It seems I need to teach you a lot. Kurenai said, trying to get around Naruto, but for some reason she couldn't go anywhere. Genjutsu is indeed weak, but why get out of it if you can discreetly reflect it? Naruto said as he came out of the branched captivity. You amazed me Naruto. I didn't think that you had such advanced basics. Tell me, why do you need an advanced level of genjutsu now? This level is quite enough for you now. Asked Kurenai. I need to be able to hide. You know how they feel about me. If I can't attack, then I can at least distract and run away. Naruto lied. A good reason. Well, if you want to be able to run away from the Jonin, I'll teach you. Kurenai said, recovering from her stupor. Thank you Kurenai sensei, Naruto said. And so his training began. In the morning, he met with Kurenai at the training ground and went through the obligatory meditative warm-up, in order to, as Kurenai said, run the chakra through the brain and body. After, Naruto received a scroll with genjutsu and studied it until the end of the day. At first, it was difficult. Naruto studied 1 scroll a week, but after a couple of such scrolls, Naruto got the hang of it and finally understood how these brain techniques work. Answer: after 2 months, Naruto learned the first high-class genjutsu. From that day on, everything went as the fox said. Like clockwork, Naruto studied 1 genjutsu a day. In the morning he read a scroll describing what the victim should see, and by the evening he was already immersing Kurenai in it. And now Kurenai was racking her brains about how to get out of the suspiciously strong genjutsu. The only thing she knew for sure was that she had never seen such a strong genjutsu. Answer: 3.5 months later, Kurenai called Naruto to the training ground late in the evening. So Naruto, you have learned the strongest known genjutsu. And now, it is time to test what you have learned. I offer you a genjutsu duel. We must put each other into genjutsu. There are 2 ways to win. Either you manage to put me into genjutsu faster, or you get out of my genjutsu faster than me. Do you agree to these conditions? Kurenai asked challengingly. Agreed Kurenai-san. Shall we begin? Naruto asked. Yes, Kurenai answered while Naruto was being entangled in the core. You're repeating yourself Kurenai-san, Naruto said while Kurenai was tied to the Hokage monument. Kurenai saw only the blue sky above Konoha and the smiling face of the red-haired boy. You defeated Naruto. I admit my defeat, Kurenai said, and immediately before her eyes was the evening Konoha again, and she was still standing in front of the red-haired boy. And so Naruto's training in genjutsu ended. It was time to implement his plan, or rather Kurama's plan. Naruto ran along the roofs of the night Konoha and went over in his head all the knowledge he had gained during this time. By the end of the training he already had 5 training seals, and had already developed a couple of strategies. There was almost deathly silence in the Hokage's residence. Only the barrier seals made a light ringing sound, and the Anbu sitting under the ceiling let out monotonous sighs. POV Sokol. Another night on duty at the Hokage's residence. How I hate this post. The maximum that will fly by all night is a fly, and that's not a fact, and you can't even close your eyes for a second. What a bore. What the F? The Anbu didn't have time to finish his sentence before he immediately fell into a world of happy dreams. Naruto's POV at the same time. Saku. Now in this corridor there are 2 barriers of average level for Uzumaki, and 1 sleepy, but vigilant Anbu. Naruto stated. Then so, I'll take on the barriers. A drop of my chakra and consider there are no barriers there. Well, take on the ANBU, just don't be petty, use one of the most powerful genjutsu. Said Kurama. Do you think tomorrow no one will figure out why the Anbu fell asleep on duty and the barriers were destroyed by morning? Naruto asked. Don't worry, the small gap in the barrier will close by morning, Kurama reassured his friend. Well then, let's begin the show. Naruto said and made several seals. Monkey, snake, sheep, dragon, boar. Dream world, Naruto whispered, and a wave of wondrous azure light enveloped the Anbu. Well, That's it. Well, Kurama, let's go to the scroll. Just don't relax, maybe there's still an Anbu sitting somewhere. Naruto said. I'm all ears, brother, Kurama said. Naruto took the scroll in his hands and began to form the seals sheep, boar, dragon, snake, dragon, boar, rat, sheep. And the letters on the scroll glowed with azure light. Fuinjutsu. Rivers of ink, Naruto whispered, and the soft azure light began to flow onto the scroll that had been placed nearby in advance. Yes, brother, of course I knew that Fuinjutsu works miracles, but this, even I was fucking surprised, said the still shocked fox. That's just the tip of the iceberg. You can't even imagine what a purebred Uzumaki with top-level Fuinjutsu skills is capable of. Naruto said, pleased. Well, since we have a copy of the scroll, it's time to get out of here, because that Anbu is already starting to show signs of intelligence, said the yawning fox. You're right, Ku, it's already late, we have a lot of things to do tomorrow, Naruto said as he made his way through the corridor of the residence. We'll have a lot of work to do for many months, the fox confirmed his friend's words as he ended the connection. End flashback. A month later. A lot had happened during that month. Naruto, at least partially, had accepted the duties of the clan head. He had begun to establish trade and production. Naturally, he traded in FUNN, since it was too early for Konoha to master his techniques, and the most powerful FUNN was barely higher than low grade by Uzumaki standards, but Naruto had not yet decided to sell anything else. The Sobaku no family, or rather the Uzumaki, still lived in the quarter, just like Jiraiya. It was strange, but it seemed that the old man had a real talent for communicating with children, although not right away, but he managed to gain the trust of the Sobaku no family. And now they were all training together on one of the training grounds of the Uzumaki quarter. A little about Sasuke. He trained a lot, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not feel the strength that he felt that day, no matter how hard he tried, no matter how much he sweated in training his body and mind. Kakashi taught him a new technique, his own technique, Chidori, or 1,000 birds. So far he could only use it 3 times, after which he falls down without strength. But no matter how much he asked Kakashi to help him with this damn seal, he flatly refused. Oh well, he is strong enough, now he will easily pass the Chunin exam, and after that he will finally kill Itachi. Literally a couple of steps left. The 3rd stage of the Chunin exams. Esteemed guests of the Chunin exam. Today we are holding the final 3rd stage of the exam. And today, the highly respected Kage of all the hidden villages are present at this exam. Let us welcome our highly respected guests. The head of the village hidden in the leaves, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The head of the village hidden in the sand, the 3rd Kazekage Sobaku no Rasa. The head of the village hidden in the stone, the 3rd Tsuchikage Riftenban Onoki. The head of the village hidden in the cloud, the 4th Reikage Yondemayo Hei. The head of the village hidden in the rain, unfortunately, cannot be present at this exam. We wish you a pleasant viewing. The constant judge proclaimed. Round 1, Shikamaru Nara vs. Sobaku no Temari. The announcer announced. The first battle began. Temari began to attack with her fan, keeping her distance. Shikamaru jumped back and sometimes counterattacked with his shadows. But then, Shikamaru hid behind a tree and began to perform some manipulations. Well, for others it may be so, but for Naruto it looked like well thought out actions. I see. I finally understood that you won't get her just like that. But what you didn't think about is that you don't know everything about her. Temari is a smart girl, and she has studied all her opponents well. And she knows perfectly well that she only needs to make one dash closer to him, and victory is in her hands. Ah. Well, she has already defeated him, I explained myself too long. Naruto finished his thoughts. It was a good fight. Winner. Sobu no Temari. The next fight is Naruto Uzumaki vs. Hyuga Neji, the referee announced. This is my moment of glory. I just need to make sure I don't accidentally kill Neji. And in a way that would look spectacular. Naruto thought. Maybe put him in genjutsu. Or, for example, beat him until he loses consciousness. What else do your genins do for show? Said Kurama. That's pretty much what they do. But I have a better idea. Naruto replied. Surrender Uzumaki. Your defeat is predetermined by fate. Better surrender now, it will be too late later. Said Hyuga. We'll see Neji, but one thing I can guarantee you right now, you will answer for what you did to Hinata. Naruto said. You're dead. Neji said, rushing at Naruto. The Hyuga clan is known for 3 things. their dojutsu byakugan, their old-fashionedness, and the fact that they brand their own relatives from the side branch with a special seal, bird in a cage, a nasty thing, literally fries the victim's brain. It used to be placed on traitors of the clan. And now on the entire side branch. But thanks to their dojutsu, they can use a special taijutsu style, soft hand. It directly interacts with tanketsu, which allows you to completely deprive a person of chakra. Neji, although he was from a side branch, was considered a genius of his generation even in the clan. He mastered the soft hand better than many Hyuga of the main branch. And now he is blocking several of Naruto's tanks. Fast, but I'm faster, Naruto thought as he made a one-handed seal. Neji stopped his attack and stood rooted to the spot. He hadn't even made 32 touches and it was as if Naruto's chakra had never existed. He looked at the boy with a look of complete incomprehension and felt a light poke to the forehead and words. Fuinjutsu. Removing the shackles, Naruto whispered so that only Neji could hear him. And suddenly a wild pain pierced Neji's forehead. It was as if his brain was being drilled and melted at the same time, and all this rolled in waves, each stronger than the other. Neji screamed, holding his forehead, so desperately and protractedly that many of the spectators' knees shook. But suddenly, the pain abruptly disappeared, his head cleared up, and an unprecedented lightness blossomed in his body. Neji took his forehead protector, which he usually used to cover the brand, and looked into it as if it were a mirror. And perhaps for the first time since his father's death, he cried like a little boy whose father had returned from a long trip. Never before had his forehead been so clear. I surrender, Neji declared as loudly as he could. Well, if that's the case, then the winner is Naruto Uzumaki, the confused host announced. That's how Naruto's fight ended. After that, Neji caught him and thanked him for a long time. They sat down and talked for quite a long time until Naruto noticed Hiashi running around with his Byakugan activated. He had no time to explain himself, and Sasuke's fight was starting, against Gaara. And that meant it was time to carry out the plan. Commentary on Stage 3, A Little About the Past, Part 9. Here comes the time of the denouement, just a little bit more and we will find out how the Chunin exam will end. Well, in the meantime, I would like to say thank you Foxes17. I am very grateful that you pointed out my mistakes and I am glad that you like my work. Until then, I wish you health, cool fanfics and pleasant dreams. Hokage is dead, long live Hokage. Part 10. Commentary on Hokage is dead, long live the Hokage. Part 10, hello again. Here is the new part, enjoy reading. The final battle is announced. Sasuke Uchiha vs Sobaku no Gaara. The host announced in a loud voice. I'll kill you. My mother is begging for your blood. Just wait a little bit, mother, I'll deal with him quickly. Gaara spoke in a mad voice. Don't you think too much of yourself. I've been training for a month, I can beat you in 5 seconds. Sasuke replied. Let's see, said Gaara and a multitude of sand spikes flew at Sasuke. Of course, Sasuke easily dodged them and began to make seals. Monkey, dragon, rat, bird, bull, snake, dog, tiger, monkey, 1,000 birds, Sasuke shouted and ran at Gaara at a speed that was enormous for a genin. Pierced his chest. Gaara spat out a clot of blood, and sand began to envelop his body. And Sasuke saw madness in Gaara's eyes, but not the human madness that was there before, no, he saw an animalistic, insane hatred. Finally I got this brat under control, I'm free. After so many years. Now I'll make a bloodbath in this pathetic village. Said the mad voice, said Gaara, but the voice was not his, it was like a guttural, mad roar. It started, Naruto thought as snow-white feathers began to fall from the sky. Ku, are we safe? Naruto asked. Yes brother, even your strongest genjutsu can't overcome my invulnerability to genjutsu, so you don't have to worry. Kurama reassured his friend. Well then, let's see what's interesting there, Naruto said and disappeared in a scarlet shimmer. Sasuke's POV. What's wrong with him? I'm shaking just from his gaze, and he's still rushing somewhere. Although, here's the moment, I just need to hit the Chidori correctly. Sasuke thought, making seals and aiming at the creature's chest. It was almost impossible to call what Gaara's body had become a human, half sandy mess resembling a clawed paw and a long tail. And now the hand with the Chidori had almost touched the creature's chest, when Sasuke's hand sank into the sand and the Chidori immediately disappeared. And then Sasuke felt fear, sticky and cold. Naruto's POV. Judging by the chakra signature, Sasuke is now running after Gaara, and old man Hiruzen is fighting with Orochimaru, you old snake, so that's why the Kozekage had such a familiar chakra. Hats off to Mr. Orochima. What the hell? Naruto was cut off from finishing his thought by a huge explosion from the gate. Two huge snakes broke through the village gates. Bitch. They just installed new gates after the fox attacked. They haven't even lasted 100 years. They're practically new. Naruto was indignant. Stop slacking off, fucking foreman. Run to Sasuke before Shukaku leaves only his eyes. And I didn't break anything. At least not me, said the offended voice. Okay, you're right, we need to hurry, otherwise that pink-haired girl will die there along with Uchiha, like in dreams, on the same day. Naruto said, jumping off the roof of a half-ruined house towards Shukaku's chakra signature. In the depths of the forest. A terrifying sight unfolded in the forest near Konoha. A humanoid sand raccoon was fighting Sasuke. Fireballs, air bullets, and sand spikes were flying in all directions. Sakura was hanging from the tree. Shukaku had grabbed her the moment she caught up with Sasuke, but now she was hanging stuck to the tree in a sandy koken. Sasuke's POV. Damn, I have almost no chakra. I only have enough for 1 week Chidori now, I just need to hit it. Sasuke thought, barely standing on his feet. Sasuke gathered all his remaining chakra into the technique and ran towards Shukaku. Just a little more, just one more blow and I will prove that I am really strong. Sasuke thought, but, you're wrong, boy, this trick won't work a second time. The crazy voice screamed, and Sasuke was thrown into the nearest tree. Shukaku, why are you acting up here alone? You sensed me a long time ago. Were you really scared and in a hurry to run away, you little timid raccoon? A cheeky voice called out to Shukaku. And then a chill ran down Shukaku's spine. He felt what had come to his demonic soul. It was hard to call it a human. The chakra reserve of this monster exceeds his own, and yet he is a creature of pure mother of his chakra. Damn it, I should have run faster. What should I do with this crap now? The demon panicked. Okay, Shukaku, let's calm you down a little, otherwise you're getting carried away, Naruto said. No, the creature screamed, beginning to swell and increase in size tenfold. Having switched to the maximum form available to him, Shukaku began an attack with air bullets, but Naruto literally repelled them with his hands. It turns out that if you cover your palms with a layer of wind chakra, you can repel air techniques, but you don't need real chakra control. Why are you so restless? I promised Gaara to let you out for a short walk, but you've already been walking around for a while, get some sleep. Naruto said, and in the blink of an eye he found himself on the back of the giant's head. Fuinjutsu. Scarlet Fire Seal, Naruto said, and the back of Shukaku's head became covered in glowing scarlet letters. Oh shit, the old man's signature is fading. Looks like Orochimaru has achieved his goal, Naruto said, rushing towards Sakura and instantly freeing her from the weakened sand trap. Take care of Sasuke, said Naruto and moved to Gaara. How are you? Asked Naruto. Okay, I can't hear him. Did the plan work? Gaara asked. In the process, I'll now run to the village, fight off the main attack and try to help the old man, but it looks like it's too late. Naruto said in a desperate voice. Naruto ran towards the village. There are 2 leaf shinobi squads fighting against 4 combined sand and sound squads near the gate. We need to help them. Near the gate 15 minutes ago. Alpha squad to the north gate, Beta squad to the south. Run, and don't you dare die. Kakashi shouted. Let the shinobi answer. Near the gate now. Kakashi-san, the Alpha team is almost broken, the Beta team is broken. What should we do? The shinobi asked in panic. Gather all survivors in the shelter. Retreat. Naruto. Kakashi asked worriedly. Hello Kakashi-sensei. Can I help you? Naruto asked sarcastically. What can I say? A bloody carnival began. Drops of blood, organs and body parts were flying everywhere. Neither Kakashi nor the other shinobi had ever seen such a frightening sight. A 13-year-old boy, whom all reasonable people considered a shining, kind son, chopped, burned and tore into pieces dozens of shinobi in seconds. Screams and cries were heard everywhere. And then, silence fell on the battlefield. Kakashi looked out from behind cover and saw Naruto standing knee-deep in blood above the shinobi sand. Naruto folded seals unknown to Kakashi, and the shinobi's body was covered with seals glowing brightly with azure light. Kakashi, we'll leave this one for interrogation. He's a high-ranking officer. I think his name is Baki. He's paralyzed now. When this is over, I'll remove the seal. Drag him somewhere where he won't get hurt, said Naruto. And Naruto disappeared in a scarlet shimmer. Hiruzen's POV. That's it. It looks like this is my long-awaited end. It's a pity that Orochimaru became like this, but he is too dangerous for the village. It looks like we will leave together, my student. Hiruzen thought while the ghostly hand pulled out the soul of his student. That's all, Orochimaru. It's time for us to finish this long story, said the dying Hiruzen. No, old man, it's too early for me to leave, shouted Orochimaru. Hiruzen felt Kusanagi enter up to the hilt, and Hiruzen realized that with his amount of chakra and remaining strength, he would not be able to completely seal Orochimaru, but he did not intend to give up so easily. Since I can't seal you completely, I'll take your hands with me into Shinigami's belly, Hiruzen said, breaking off the technique. No! Screamed the snake Sannin. And so ended the life of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He died as a Hokage defending his village. Let us honor his memory, said the advisors standing on the roof of the Hokage building. Today all of Konoha was covered in darkness. Today all of Konoha was in mourning. Everyone was in black and walking in one direction. In the direction of the Konoha cemetery. Today is the funeral of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto walked up to Sarutobi Hiruzen's grave, knelt down and laid a bouquet of lilies down to say goodbye to the old man. Later at the Uzumaki house. Naruto, the village council has decided to appoint Tsunade Senju as the new Hokage, Jiraiya said. Of course, she doesn't know about it, and that means we need to find her and persuade her to do it. Do you even know where she is? According to the latest information, she was somewhere on the border with the Lightning Country, Naruto said without looking up from developing a new seal. She's in Tanzaku, not far from here now, Jiraiya replied. Well then, it's time for us to move out, said Naruto. On the way to Tanzaku. Naruto, do you know about your father's technique? Asked the Sannin. Which one? I know his personal formula for the flight of the Thunder God, but it is not practical, so I use the personal formula of the Scarlet Shimmer. And about the rasengan, yes, I own it, but not to the full extent. I can create it and even throw it, but then it loses power over time and disappears while flying, and my power of a regular rasengan is not peak. But this can be fixed. I was a little busy with other things, but now in principle I can work on improving the rasengan. Naruto finished his monologue. To say that Jiraiya was shocked is to say nothing. The 13-year-old boy knows classer techniques, and at the same time has his own version of the Thunder God's flight. Then, when we get to Tanzaku, we can train a little. Looking for Tsunade is like looking for a grain of sand in a pile of rice, said Jiraiya. As you say, Jiraiya-san, Naruto answered respectfully, slightly teasing the old man. Meanwhile, Tsunade made her way through the streets of Tanzaku as unnoticeably as possible. After all, she owed half the city, and now she was so lucky, she hit the jackpot. She didn't want to lose everything by paying off old debts. But suddenly, a chill ran down her spine. She is not a bad sensor, and she remembered this chakra signature for centuries. Orochimaru, come out already. I've sensed you for a long time, the slime princess shouted. Tsunade, you haven't lost your suspicion. I have an interesting proposal for you, said Orochimaru, appearing from the shadows. What's stopping me from attacking and killing you right now? I heard you killed the teacher, but the old man took your hands with him. You're much less dangerous now, Tsunade said as she prepared to attack. That I can return Nawaki and Dan to you, Orochimaru said, and Tsunade immediately froze. No, it can't be. They're dead. They can't be brought back, said a confused Tsunade. You are mistaken, Tsunade. I have studied and created many techniques, and there is one that can return them. But, as you see, I cannot use techniques, so, a favor for a favor. You heal my hands, and I will return your brother and lover to you. Think about it for now, but remember, I will not wait long, Orochimaru said, and another shinobi appeared next to him, together with whom he disappeared into the ground. Shizune, Tsunade's student and loyal assistant, stood in mute shock. She had just seen Orochimaru himself. And besides, he had promised to return her uncle, but both she and Tsunade understood that when Orochimaru returned his arms, Konoha would fall. I need a drink urgently, said Tsunade, pointing towards the pub. Naruto and Jiraiya, our heroes of different ages, arrived in Tanzaku, a city of merchants, vices and problems on the head. Just right for Tsunade. Okay Naruto, I'm going to go gather information, but I don't have any money. Can you lend me some? The cunning old man asked. Information about Tsunade, I hope? Naruto asked. Of course, Jiraiya replied, anticipating how he would collect material for a new book. There's no need for that, Jiraiya-san. I already found her. She's drinking a few blocks away. Let's not delay, Jiraiya-san, let's go. Naruto said in an optimistic and kind, but sincerely mocking voice. All of Jiraiya's dreams were shattered into pieces, and he silently hung his head and followed Naruto. And then he heard a familiar voice from one of the drinking establishments. That's where they went. Yes, today is a real day of memories, and you, Jiraiya, showed up from somewhere, and you even brought some brat. Sit down, have a drink, why are you standing there? Said a tipsy Tsunade. And hello to you, Tsunade. We've come to you on business, but why don't we put this aside for now and play a game of cards? Said the Sannin, taking out a well-worn deck of cards from somewhere. Naruto could barely recognize the Queen of Hearts in the incomprehensible mess of white and red paper. And what is this that you even dragged yourself to look for me after so many years? Tsunade asked, accepting a couple of cards. The village council has nominated you for the post of Konoha's new Hokage, said a completely calm Jiraiya, not taking his eyes off the cards. This is a real player, not a shadow of emotion, he clearly knows how to bluff, Naruto thought, seeing the teacher's pitiful situation. The cards were clearly not going his way. I refuse, Tsunade said a little more aggressively. Unfortunately, Tsuna, you are the only candidate, so no matter how hard you run, you will have to. Said Jiraiya. If you call me that again, Konoha will lose another contender. Tsunade said angrily and coldly. Sorry, but still, why not? Asked Jiraiya, taking the card. Because being Hokage is not a thankless job. You work like a bitch, but in return you only get more discontent and more headaches. And I don't want to die like everyone else, early and heroically. The old man would have outlived us, but he died at the hands of his own student, the fourth died barely becoming Hokage, and so on down the list. To hell with such work. Said Tsunade. Shut up, Tsunade heard a voice from the boy who had been silent until then. What did you say? Say it again, said the angry Tsunade. Shut up. Don't you dare talk about the Hokage like that. The Hokage is the shield and support of the village, no matter when he dies or how hard it is for him. He is responsible for the village, for the entire village, and only after that for himself. Naruto said in a cold voice. No matter what anyone said, he respected the work of the Hokage, he did not want to become one, it was too labor-intensive, he agreed with Tsunade on this, but he would not tolerate insults. You seem like a daredevil. Let's go out and see if you're as brave in your actions as you say. Tsunade said, getting up from the table. Well, let's go, Tsuna-san. Naruto answered. You're walking on thin ice, brat, Jiraiya whispered in his ear. On the street. I only need one finger to defeat you. I won't even move. Tsunade didn't let me finish. Kunai at my throat and a pleasant breeze blowing on my back, the feeling of something spinning, emitting a bluish-green glow. It can't be. It's his son, no doubt about it, but at that age, to master the rasengan, and even to sneak up on me from behind, how is that even possible? Tsunade thought. How did you do that? Tsunade asked. It's simple, Tsuna-san. I used the technique of movement and appeared behind you, and the rest is a matter of technique. Naruto said and whispered in her ear. Tsuna-san, Orochimaru came to you, didn't he? I'm right. He probably offered you to resurrect your brother and your lover in exchange for resurrecting his hands. Don't ask me how I know about them, maybe I'll tell you later. But I can tell you one thing right now. Orochimaru doesn't have the means for a full resurrection, and the method he offers you is the unholy resurrection technique. I don't think I need to explain how it works. After all, your uncle came up with it. Naruto whispered. Here Tsunade froze for the second time that day. She knew very well how this technique worked, and just the thought of what would happen to the two most important people in her life made Tsunade's stomach turn. Just imagine, the person dearest to you, molded from rotting paper and dirt, appears in your life again. That scared Tsunade too. How do you know about this? Tsunade whispered. I am an empath of Tsuna, and I sense doubt and confusion in you. I thought that only that could affect you like that, said Naruto, so what should I do? What should I do? Tsunade asked. It's up to you. Do as you please. If you decide to accept the post of Hokage, we will support you and protect you in everything and from everything, but if you decide to help Orochimaru, remember that then Konoha is finished, and you are doing this for the sake of the ghostly hope of the return of people from your past. You yourself know what they will return as. said Naruto. I don't know what to do, Tsunade muttered. You are free to decide for yourself. You are already a grown-up girl Suna. But it's time to decide, Naruto said. But what to do with Orochimaru? Asked Tsunade. If you agree, I will protect you. I will help you in everything that is needed. Together we will easily defeat him, Naruto said, stroking the tearful Tsunade's head, hugging her tightly. But how? Tsunade asked, calming down a little. I have an idea, said Naruto. A little later at the hotel. Let's sum it up. Naruto, you claim that Orochimaru is hiding in a hideout not far from the walls of Tanzaku. And if Tsunade agrees, he will take her there. When he takes her far enough from the city, she will attack him and we will also enter the battle. Well, the plan seems to be not bad, but it is somehow doubtful to go against him in such a crowd without being sure of what is hidden up his sleeve. Said Jiraiya, not in his sleeve, but rather in his mouth. He has a Kusanagi sword hidden there. He can't use techniques, that's for sure. But he has Kabuto trained in many of his techniques, so I think he will be the main danger. Naruto said. You're right about that, Jiraiya confirmed. Well then, it's time to put the plan into action, Naruto finished. Commentary on Hokage is dead. Long live the Hokage. Part 10. Naruto and Jiraiya found Tsunade, offered her an important position and secured her support. Watch how the battle of the three legendary Sannin will go. In the meantime, I wish you health, cool fanfics and sweet dreams. You're in love. Uchiha's Choice, Part 11. Commentary on Yes, You Fell in Love. Uchiha's Choice, Part 11, here is the new part. Enjoy reading. In some tea shop. There was a guy of about 16 sitting behind the counter, drinking green tea and thoughtfully looking somewhere beyond the city walls. Naruto's head was a mess. He felt something like that for the first time. He wanted to protect her so much, it was so painful for him to watch her destroy herself. When they were sitting in the bar, he was deeply hurt by her words about the Hokage. But what infuriated him even more was that she seemed to be trying to quickly get rid of them so she could continue playing. It was strange, of course, but he felt sorry for her. He had never felt this way about anyone before. You're in love, baby, Naruto heard in his head. That can't be. She's my mother's friend. Well, an ex-friend, she's 60 years old, and look at Jiraiya, as far as I know he's been trying to get her for 45 years, and it's not working out, let alone me. Naruto thought. So you fell in love after all, the fox said, now more mockingly. Your heart is pounding like a hare when a fox is chasing it. So you're definitely in love, and it's about time. If you don't find someone to keep you in check now, you'll go completely crazy by the time you're 16, the fox finished his thought. I'm just worried that Orochimaru might accidentally kill her, and you're in a hurry about the girl. I guess, Naruto thought. You are Uzumaki, and a prince at that. For you the concept of normality stretches like an owl on a globe. In short, I have said my word. If you need help, call me, I'm going to sleep. The fox finished and cut off the connection. This fox will drive me crazy, Naruto thought. Naruto herself, Tsunade herself conveys that they are already several kilometers from the city and she is ready to begin. Said the Katsuya particle. Who is Katsuya? And this is Tsunade's summoning. In its normal form it is a huge slug. For this summoning she was nicknamed, Slug Princess. Katsuya has an interesting feature. She can split into many small slugs, which are also mentally linked. Here you have field vibration. Okay Katsuya-san, tell Jiraiya and Shizune to move out, and let Tsunade wait for my arrival. Let's begin, Naruto said and dissolved into a scarlet shimmer, naturally paying for the tea. Somewhere outside the city. Tsunade-san, Naruto-san told you to wait for his arrival and is preparing to attack. I notified Jiraiya-san and Shizune-san, they are moving out. Katsuya whispered. Okay, then we wait, said Tsunade. A little while later. Orochimaru walked ahead and led Tsunade to the laboratory where he would finally restore his hands. He was literally rubbing his hands. Oh. That is, anticipating that he would soon regain all the techniques he had acquired through hard work, when he ran into some kind of translucent wall of azure green color. With his trained and modified eye, he determined that he had run into a barrier. Orochimaru-sama, what's going on? Kabuto asked. Either we've hit the old Uzumaki barrier, which is unlikely, or we're in deep shit, Orochimaru said. Rather, the second Orochimaru-san heard the Sannin behind him. Long time no see Naruto-san. How are you doing? Greeted the Sannin. It's very troublesome thanks to you. After the death of the Hokage a replacement was needed, so we run, search, persuade. The last word was addressed to Tsunade standing nearby. What a misfortune, sir, I stole your challenger. Forgive me, Naruto-san. As soon as she helps me, I promise to return her safe and sound. Said Orochimaru. I can't wait, I've left the clan there unattended, and Sasuke has been acting up lately, looking for strength, and he could run away to you in no time, so I have a lot of work to do. And I need Tsunade right now, and without hands you're safer for Konoha. So please forgive Orochimaru-san, but you'd better leave. Naruto said as he caught a kunai flying at the back of his head. Oiyaye Kabuto. It's not polite to interrupt people, and even with a kunai in the back of the head, said Naruto. Before Kabuto could even blink, he felt a strange sensation on his stomach, and when he looked up, he met Naruto's eyes, and his stomach was being drilled by a rasengan. This won't kill you, and healing it won't be a problem. Get up, Kabuto-san, I expect a lot from you. Naruto said while fighting off Kusanagi. Kabuto, as soon as he got up, had to heal from Tsunade's blows. He was a spy, and knew perfectly well that one such blow was capable of breaking all his bones. But, as was said, he was a spy, which meant he had a means against her. Kabuto jumped to the left, winning himself a split second, and it was enough to get the flask with blood and throw it at Tsunade. Fear, so strong that the heart runs away at breakneck speed somewhere deep into the body, numbness, a feeling of helplessness and defenselessness, all these feelings and sensations mixed in Tsunade, subjugated her without the right to disobey. Again before her eyes two bodies, so familiar and beloved, but lifeless and cold. She did not save them, no matter how she squeezed Dan's wounds, no matter how she stained her hands with his blood, no matter how much chakra she spent, she did not save him, and Nawaki. She was not there, she let him down, did not protect him. She is guilty before them, and has no right to live peacefully, has no right to be Hokage, to take the dream for herself. These thoughts were spinning in Tsunade's head in a chaotic dance. She opened up, and Kabuto took advantage of it. He already wanted to hit her with a chakra scalpel right in the heart. Her chest won't save her. He studied her body well, from the records, and he knows where to hit. One hit and her heart will stop forever. But don't you dare do that. The worthless Kabuto heard these words through the wild pain in his hand. Glancing at his hand, he saw Naruto squeezing his hand with his own. Kabuto also heard the crunch of bones, most likely his, he didn't know for sure. He passed out then, maybe from the pain, or maybe Naruto tried, who knows, probably only Naruto. But Kabuto managed to do one thing. He threw a piece of paper with a seal drawn on it on the ground. Orochimaru picked it up with his tongue. That's what a boneless tongue means, and drew a strip of blood on it, and here one of the snakes summoned by Orochimaru appears on the field. Orochimaru, I told you not to summon me. For such impudence you will pay 100 souls. Of course, Manda-san. And now would you be so kind as to help me a little? Said Orochimaru, standing on Manda's head. With this brat, you are losing your grip on Orochimaru. In front of you there is only a brat and your girlfriend Tsunade, in a semi-vegetable state. You are getting older. Mand hissed, writhing in rings. Damn it, I should have at least cut Jiraiya's contract. I'll have to strain myself against a summoned animal of such size, and I'm actually too lazy, Naruto thought, but his fears turned out to be in vain. Naruto, we'll take care of this one. Calm down, Tsunade, Jiraiya and Shizune shouted as they formed summoning seals. Summoning technique. They shouted in unison and the clearing became twice as small. Now the clearing was shared by the huge snake Manda, the equally large toad Gamabunta and the last, but bitch-sized butterfly Hikaru. And the battle of the titans began. Manda rushed to attack, but Gamabunta was able to push him right into the swamp created by Jiraiya's technique. Manda kicked and almost got out, but then pollen began to fly from the sky and Manda began to slow down, and his vision became clouded. Raising his head up, Orochimaru saw the butterfly Shizune, who was flying above them and, as Orochimaru thought, imposed a genjutsu on Manda. And the finishing attack was that the toad swamp technique created a swamp consisting of toad oil. It burns like hell and sticks to everything. Jiraiya used the most powerful fire technique he was capable of and set the entire swamp on fire along with its new inhabitant. Ah. Orochimaru, you will answer for this. I will eat you along with your bespectacled worm. Pray and run. The snake screamed, disappearing in a cloud of smoke along with Orochimaru and Kabuto. And what about Naruto? Tsunade was bad. She was sitting on her knees crying and mumbling something unintelligible. Naruto sat in front of her, pulled her closer, put her head on his shoulder, stroked her hair and whispered in her ear over and over again. Everything is fine, Tsuna. You are safe, I am close, no one will hurt you. Naruto whispered. I didn't save them, they died because of me, I'm guilty before them, I can't just live knowing that I let them down, I have no right. Tsunade muttered hysterically. Suna, it's not your fault. You put everything you had on the altar of regret for them, but you couldn't do anything. Neither Nawaki nor Dan would want you to blame yourself for the deaths. They love you with all their hearts, and they would want you to live on. You shouldn't forget them, but you should let them go. You can be happy, they would want that more than anything in the world, and I want that too. Naruto continued to whisper, hugging her tighter, continuing to stroke her hair. So they whispered for a while, Tsunade muttering something into Naruto's shoulder wet with tears, then Naruto calming her down by whispering in her ear. And then she calmed down. Clarity of mind returned to her and it struck her like lightning. Naruto, what's up with Orochimaru? We need to quickly neutralize him. Kabuto stopped me and I fell out of reality. Said a worried Tsunade lying on Naruto's lap. Everything is fine Suna. I neutralized Kabuto, and Orochimaru was defeated by Jiraiya and Shizune and he escaped with Kabuto and Manda. So you can relax, you need to rest, get some sleep. We are in no hurry. Naruto spoke in a quiet, lulling voice, and Tsunade fell asleep. Even great Sannin sometimes need a little care. What do you mean we're not in a hurry? We need to get our hands dirty and run to Konoha, and he started this therapy, the fucking romantic, the fox was indignant. Cover the bread slicer, she needs to rest, and I'm just following your advice, Naruto replied. So you admit that you're in love? The fox asked sarcastically. It looks like it. Naruto finished the dialogue. How is she? Shizune asked, running up. Quiet. She's fine, sleeping now. Naruto said, stroking Tsunade's hair. It's been a long time since I've seen her sober and asleep at the same time, Shizune said tenderly. Really? Jiraiya asked as he approached. Yeah. Lately she only fell asleep when she got drunk, and if she didn't drink, she couldn't sleep without strong sleeping pills. Either she couldn't sleep at all, or she woke up every half hour in a cold sweat and hysterics. Shizune said sadly. But it looks like she'll finally get a good night's sleep now, Shizune said. That's true, but we need to get back to the city and it's getting dark soon, said Jiraiya. You go back to the city and start packing your things, tomorrow we're heading to Konoha. And I'll sit here for now, she really needs to rest, Naruto said, looking warmly at Tsunade. There is Naruto-san, Jiraiya said sarcastically as he headed towards the village. Thus ended the Battle of the Sannins. On the clearing illuminated by the setting sun sat a red-haired guy of about 16 years old. He looked somewhere into the distance and stroked the hair of a blonde lying on his lap and sleeping with a happy smile. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, he is the prince of the Uzumaki clan and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and it seems he has fallen in love with the best medic of the elemental nations, and the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade Senju. The Uzumaki always protect their women, and Naruto will not let anyone hurt Tsunade, even if he has to fight the gods. Konoha a week later. The village hidden in the leaves is entering a new era. Today we proclaim a new Hokage. Tsunade Senju. The elders shouted from the roof of the Hokage building. I am Tsunade Senju, granddaughter of the first Hokage, fifth Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves. I swear allegiance to the village. I swear to protect it and defend it even at the cost of my life. Tsunade announced her oath. Arrogant girl. She was wandering around God knows where, and then she came back and there she was, the Hokage robe on a plate. What are the elders thinking? Whispered several Chunin at the very end of the crowd in front of the Hokage building. But they felt an overwhelming thirst for murder and a fury that clawed at their souls, causing their hearts to skip several beats. Turning around, they saw the worst nightmare of any Konoha resident. The nine-tailed demon, leaning against the wall of the diner. His eyes were burning with scarlet fire, a cold, almost lifeless smile consisted of sharp fangs from which a reddish liquid was dripping. One of the Chunin fell unconscious, the second fell to his knees, clutched his head and began to sway from side to side, muttering something unintelligible. Both Chunin spent a week in the hospital. When they came out, they knew two things for sure. In this village, you should fear Tsunade Senju when she is angry, and Naruto Uzumaki when someone does something to spite Tsunade. Meanwhile, in the Konoha hospital. 3 weeks have passed since the Chunin exam, and Sasuke Uchiha spent all this time in the hospital. Every day he wondered, what did he do wrong? He trained like crazy for a month, learned a super strong A-rank technique and mastered it. Then why did he lose? Naruto, this loser, The last one in the academy in everything, was able to defeat Shukaku without straining himself, playfully and scaring the Biju to hell, and him. He couldn't even hit him with Chidori, he fell down without strength, like a worthless thing. How did Naruto suddenly become so strong? There is definitely some secret, but he defeated him easily. That means he is stronger than him, he just needs to defeat him again, and then everything will become clear. Sakura came almost every day. How she got on his nerves. She would come almost at dawn and squeal until evening without stopping. When would he finally be able to train? He had no time to lie around here, he had a goal. And he intended to achieve it, and for that he needed strength, no matter where it came from or how he got or used it. Sasuke, they said you've already recovered. Get ready, after the attack we have a lot of work to restore the village. Said Naruto, who appeared out of nowhere. Even Sakura jumped back. I already took your discharge papers. Pack your things, I'll be waiting for you outside. Naruto said, getting ready to leave. Naruto, I want to fight you. Said Sasuke. Okay, if you're sure about it. Once we finish all the business, we'll fight. Naruto said calmly. No, we'll fight right now, on the roof of the hospital. Catch up, you scumbag. Sasuke said, heading for the roof. How impatient. Well, okay, I'm neither cold nor hot when it comes to fighting. Naruto said, disappearing in a scarlet shimmer. The show-off abandoned Sasuke as he left the room. A little while later, a battle broke out on the roofs of the hospital. Although it was difficult to call it a battle, rather a dark spot constantly ran up to the red one and immediately flew back, and so on over and over again, again and again and again and again. That's how Sakura saw it, whom Naruto carefully covered with a barrier. Extra victims are useless. And then, the chirping of 1,000 birds spread across the rooftops. Sakura was horrified when she saw how Sasuke's hand was covered in lightning and he rushed at Naruto, and Naruto just looked at him, did not move, did not blink. But instead of Naruto's wheezing mixed with the chirping of birds, the chirping grew louder. Sakura saw Sasuke, whose hand was covered in fading lightning and aimed at Naruto's heart, and Naruto whose hand was holding Sasuke's hand and sparkling with the same lightning, but much more powerful. Chidori is a very powerful technique. Kakashi was reckless in teaching it to you when he himself had not yet fully mastered it. For example, if you correctly direct the flow of lightning in your hand, you can intercept lightning attacks, or simply intercept the hand with the Chidori. You managed to use it, although you cannot control it perfectly, Naruto said looking at Sasuke's 2-volume Sharingan. But do you know how he created it? He tried to learn his sensei's technique. It's called rasengan. This technique requires control over the shape of chakra, and what's very convenient, it doesn't require seals. Look. Naruto said, forming a bluish, rotating ball in his hand. Sasuke only had time to feel a weak blow to the stomach when he finally realized what had happened. He was already lying near the nearest wall. How did he do that? When did he learn Chidori, and do it so easily and quickly? He even knows a technique that counters Chidori. How is that possible? Why is he so strong? These questions were spinning in Sasuke's head as the cursed seal symbols began to cover his body. Sasuke tasted that power again. He felt like he could kill Itachi and Naruto together right now. And just as he wanted to move towards Naruto, he realized that he couldn't move, as if his body was trapped in ice. Something invisible was pressing on him from all sides. It was not for nothing that I was overcautious. Sakura, call the medics, I will calm him down, but he will be unconscious, let them take him home immediately. Naruto said and began to fold the seals. Immediately Sasuke began to be entangled in ultramarine symbols. What did you do? Was all Sasuke could squeeze out. Just a couple of paralysis seals that reacted to the cursed mark's chakra. They immobilized you, and now I'll deactivate the seal. That's the whole trick. Naruto explained sarcastically. At Uchiha Sasuke's house. He got the better of me again. I'm weak, I need more strength. Sasuke thought as someone jumped towards his door. Knock knock knock. Does Sasuke Uchiha live here? Asked an unknown voice. Yes. Who are you? And what do you want? Sasuke asked. My name is Saken. Orochimaru sent me. And I want to talk to you. The master has a proposal. Okay. I'm willing to listen. Still, he's not much use. He's not Orochimaru himself. Sasuke said, thinking about the situation. So, Orochimaru-sama knows that you really need power, and he can give it to you. Said Saken. And why should I believe it? How do I know that he will actually give me power? Sasuke asked. You remember the mark on your neck? You remember the power it gives. So this is just a fraction of the power he can give you. Imagine what you'll get if he gives you all the power he can. Saken said. That's a generous offer. So what do I have to do to get that power? Sasuke asked. First, leave the village. Then you'll go through the evolution of the mark. By the time we get to the shelter, it should end. And about the rest, Orochimaru herself will tell you. Finished Saken. Okay, I agree. When are we leaving? Sasuke agreed without hesitation. I need this power, and in this village, I'm just falling to the bottom. I have nothing to do here. Sasuke thought. Leave the village tonight. We'll be at the northern edge of the Konoha forest, Saken instructed. Sasuke answered well. That night, near the gates of Konoha. Sasuke-kun, where are you going so late? And with your things, too. You're not leaving the village, are you? Sakura asked hopefully. Yes, I'm leaving. I need to leave. There's nothing keeping me here. Sasuke said coldly. But I love you. I promise, if you stay, I will help you take revenge. If you can't stay, then take me with you. I will become strong, I promise you. Sakura babbled, hoping to evoke pity from the Uchiha. No Sakura, I have to do this alone. Sasuke said and knocked out Sakura. In the morning in the Uzumaki clan quarter. Who else came here early in the morning? My clones are already rebuilding the village day and night. Let me at least sleep in the morning. Naruto thought as he walked to the door. Naruto, I sense trouble, the fox said. What scale? Asked the red-haired man. Big. Behind the door is Kakashi's chakra, and with empathy I sense guilt, regret, anxiety and anger at myself from him. And also, Uchiha's chakra is not felt in the city, said the nervous fox. Fuck Ricardo in 10 Tails. This smells like very big problems. Naruto finished the dialogue, opening the door. Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi started. He left the village to go to Orochimaru and he urgently needs to be returned. The fifth is calling me. I'm coming. Naruto finished for him, heading towards the residence. At the Hokage's residence. I see, he knocked out Sakura and left. That was about 4 hours ago. He is now about halfway from the Valley of Completion, and that is halfway from the border of the countries of Fire and Sound. Is the group already assembled? Naruto asked, summing up. Yes, you, Shikamaru, Choji, Neji, and Kiba will go. Shikamaru will be the leader, Tsunade said. A smart decision, Tsunade. He's smarter than all of us put together. Then tell him to be at the gate in 20 minutes. I'll meet them there when they arrive. We'll head out right away. Expect us for dinner with a gift. Naruto said warmly and disappeared in a scarlet shimmer, leaving the red Tsunade alone. And so, our task is to return Sasuke Uchiha to the village alive. His condition does not matter. Also, we must eliminate all of Orochimaru's servants accompanying him. Is the task clear? Asked Naruto, as the most informed. Hi. Everyone answered in unison. Okay, Shikamaru has been appointed as the leader of the group, so let us. Naruto said as he handed over the reins. Thank you, Naruto. Okay, let's move out if everyone is ready. Shikamaru said, and as soon as they turned around, they heard a scream behind them. Sakura ran towards them, her eyes wet with tears. Please, bring Sasuke back. Naruto, please, bring Sasuke back. I'm begging you. Sakura screamed hysterically. Okay, I'll give it back, Sakura. Go home, you should get some sleep. Naruto said, running towards the forest, and everyone else ran after him. Commentary on Yes, You Fell in Love. Uchiha's Choice, Part 11. We're at the finish line. We'll soon find out whether Naruto will bring Sasuke back or not. I want to congratulate you on the past February 14th. Love and happiness to everyone who is in a relationship. Don't be sad to those who are single, and hold on to those who had an oral exam in Russian on this day, like me. In the meantime, I wish you health, cool fanfics and pleasant dreams. Denouement, See You Later, Part 12. Commentary on Denouement, See You Later, Part 12, here is the new part. And not even a week has passed. Enjoy reading. Somewhere in the forest. 4 shinobi were running through the trees. One of them was carrying a sealed barrel on his back. The 4 were heading towards the village of Sound. Although they had gone quite far, they knew that their pursuers were already on their way and would soon catch up with them. Konoha has probably already sent their mongrels in pursuit. By the time they catch up with us, Sasuke's transformation won't have time to end. We'll have to. Thought Saken, but he was prevented from finishing his thought by a senbon that had stuck into his shoulder. Dear shinobi gentlemen, could you please hand over Sasuke in a nice way, and then I will guarantee you a fair trial according to Konoha laws. Naruto shouted. How dare you, asshole. We'll bury you all now. The red-haired girl screamed. Maybe a relative. Well, Orochimaru, don't let the Shinigami let her turn out to be an Uzumaki. A thought flashed through Naruto's head. Tayuya, we have business to attend to and we don't have time to deal with brats. Jirobo, you stay and deal with them. Catch up when you're done. Saken said as the remaining members of the four ran away. Okay kids, I'm hungry today, so I'll enjoy your sweet chakra, Jirobo said and created an earthen dome around the Konoha people. Things are bad. This dome is sucking out chakra. We have about 2 minutes, then we won't be able to resist. Neji stated. Neji tried to break the dome with soft hand techniques, but nothing worked. Kiba tried all the techniques he knew. Shikamaru thought with all his brain power. Choji hit the dome with his enlarged hand, but it didn't help either. Only Naruto stood still. Naruto, what should we do? None of our methods are working and there is almost no time left. Shikamaru shouted. Get behind me, Naruto said while making hand seals. Bull, snake, bird, boar, dragon, horse, dragon, snake. Tree of life, Naruto shouted and a giant tree began to grow from the ground. The tree kept growing and growing until it reached the top of the dome. This is Mokuton. Only the first Hokage had it. Where did you get it from? Kiba shouted. It won't help. The dome is impenetrable. Shikamaru summed up. Don't rush. Everything has its time, Naruto said calmly, without taking his hands out of his snow-white kimono. And suddenly, the dome began to collapse. Everyone, except Naruto, stood with their mouths open. Jirobo stood in front of them, but he was petrified, and somehow different. Covered in warts and basically, he looked like a toad. What happened? What happened to him? Neji and Shikamaru asked in unison. Mokuton mostly uses both regular and natural chakra. I can collect the required amount without consequences, and the Tree of Life is considered a battery of natural chakra, so he swallowed it. This is what happens if you absorb a lot of senchakra without preparation. Naruto finished his monologue. Okay, we'll admire it later. Now we need to get Sasuke back, said Shikamaru, who had recovered from the shock. You're right, Shikamaru. Let's go, Naruto said. The Konoha squad gave chase again. They stopped 3 more times. Shikamaru stayed to hold Tayuya. Naruto asked him to take her alive, since he was the best person to do it. Choji and Kiba stayed to hold Saken and Akon, and Neji stayed to hold Kidomaru. Shikamaru was able to catch Tayuya in his shadow trap, but he guessed too late about her method of fighting, and now Shikamaru is completely immobilized and now a kunai is held to his throat. But Tayuya was blown away by a strong gust of wind and she flew into the nearest tree. Temari appeared on the nearest tree and helped Shikamaru defeat Tayuya. Of course she was taken alive. Choji and Kiba were badly battered when Kankuro found them fighting Saken and Akon. But thanks to the infallible technique of the Iron Maiden, the brothers were defeated. Neji, at great cost, was still able to kill Kidomaru, and fell exhausted. Naruto, however, continued on his way without stopping until he met Kimimaro. He was very strong, the bones he used as weapons were impossible to break. Of course, Naruto could defeat him, and almost did so, but Sasuke's transformation ended at that moment. Sasuke broke out of the barrel, his skin was gray, his hair grew and turned blue, a cross-shaped mark appeared on his face. As soon as he got out of the barrel, he immediately rushed towards the Valley of Completion. But something had to be done about Kimimaro, but here Rock Lee came to Naruto's rescue. With the help of a miraculous drink, he was able to delay Kimimaro enough for Gaara to come to his rescue. But everything ends sooner or later, and this chase is over. Naruto and Sasuke stood opposite each other. They stood on the water, looking into each other's eyes, but each had different feelings in their eyes. Sasuke was burning with a thirst for revenge. He finally got power, and if he can get to Orochimaru, he will get even more. There is only one obstacle left. Naruto, this loser and upstart. Naruto had other thoughts. He was upset. Sasuke did not listen to anything he said. And he was ready to kill even his comrades. This greatly upset Naruto. Now, all he can do is knock out Sasuke and return him to Konoha by the scruff of the neck. Just don't overdo it. You need to bring him back alive, Kurama teased. One genjutsu would be more than enough here, Naruto replied, already about to end this performance, when suddenly Divine barrier, hissed some black creature that appeared in front of Naruto. The black, vaguely human-like creature held something like a scroll in its hand, and after finishing its technique, the scroll crumbled into dust. Naruto felt a sharp, burning pain throughout his entire body. Naruto, this is really bad. I don't know what kind of technique this is, but your chakra channels are torn apart one after another throughout your entire body, so ninjutsu, genjutsu, fuinjutsu, and even genomes are not available to you now. Hold on, brother, I'll try to restore at least a little, but it will take time. A lot of time, said the panicking fox. Arch, Naruto let out pain-filled screams, more like a roar. Kurama, restore at least part of it. I only need one technique. Naruto said. Okay, but what are you going to do? The only option you have is taijutsu, asked the fox, worried about his friend. He has a weak style of his clan, Dance of Flames. You know, against fire, another fire is best suited. We will use the Utsutsuki style, white flames dancing on enemy mounds. Naruto said decisively and immediately dodged the hand with Chidori flying at him. It's not right for you, Sasuke, to attack when the enemy is distracted. Although for you, it's forgivable. Naruto joked. How dare you, you worthless thing, you will never understand me. You have no one, but I had, and I lost everything. But I will take revenge. I will take revenge for the clan, and for my humiliation. I will become strong, and I will make the Uchiha clan the greatest. The Avenger shouted. How you got on my nerves. Naruto said, hitting Uchiha, then again and again. All this time, Sasuke, who had returned to normal, tried to see Naruto's movements with his Sharingan, but he couldn't do anything. Every time he tried to focus on Naruto's movements, he got hit in the face, over and over again. How does he do it? He doesn't use chakra, but I can't see his movements. I'm so strong. Then why is he still stronger than me? I don't understand it. Why him? Why him? Sasuke thought, but his vision suddenly blurred, and just as suddenly became clear again, even better than before. Sasuke awakened the third tomo of the Sharingan, and finally, he was able to see Naruto's movement, not clearly, literally a second before the strike, and it did not help him. Sasuke was filled with rage and envy. His body began to change under the influence of the mark. His hair grew and turned blue, his skin turned gray, and a cross-shaped mark appeared on his face. Naruto and Sasuke stood opposite each other. Both were very tired. Sasuke had been hit hard by Naruto, and Naruto had a lot of trouble with Sasuke's cursed mark, and fighting in just taijutsu was very energy-consuming. And here is the finale. Sasuke began to create Chidori. Thanks to the mark, Chidori acquired a grayish, almost black shade. Behind Sasuke's back were hand-like wings. Brother, I was able to restore enough chakra channels. You will have enough for one technique, but after that, they will break again. Forgive me, brother, but now I am only enough to support you on your feet. I can heal the wounds, not big ones, but serious ones. I can stop the bleeding and give you a little time, but no more. Forgive me, brother. The fox apologized in a desperate voice. It's okay, Ku, you've done enough, thank you. Rest a bit. I'll take care of the rest myself. Naruto said, barely standing on his feet. A little explanation. Naruto is in this state because usually a rupture of the SCC of the chakra circulation system is a rupture of a couple of channels, and many people fall unconscious from this. But Naruto's entire SCC is torn to pieces, and it is only thanks to the fox that he is still alive. It took a lot of effort for the fox because of the power of the seal. Naruto began to create a rasengan. He couldn't make seals now, his fingers were almost undetectable. What was strange was that an energy unknown to Naruto began to gather around the rasengan. Black balls were absorbed into the rasengan and it acquired a black color. Naruto and Sasuke rushed at each other at the same time. It seemed that even the beating of their hearts was equal. 3 seconds. Naruto understands that if he relaxes even for a minute, he can die. 2 seconds. Sasuke has only one thought. All his thoughts are filled with rage, and only one thought. To kill Naruto. 1 second. They look into each other's eyes. Sasuke sees pity in Naruto's eyes, maybe even sympathy, and Naruto sees nothing, only rage and malice, as if Sasuke's entire soul consists of this. 0 seconds. Their hands meet, their techniques connect and a sphere of unknown to them black energy forms around the shinobi. He has won. He is mortally wounded. He should have fallen and slowly died long ago. But he stands. He stands, firmly and confidently. He has won. After all, He promised to return for dinner. It is not right to keep a lady waiting. His whole body is burning. He doesn't feel his arms or legs. He just takes Sasuke and puts him on his back. He doesn't feel the weight. Neither his, nor his. He just walks. He walks home. 2 days. 2 days and 2 nights he carried this damn Uchiha to Konoha. All his chakra channels were torn. There was a hole in his chest the size of a fist. The once white kimono in places where it wasn't torn, and there were very few of those. Most of the kimono was completely missing. It was painted blood red. It absorbed all the blood that flowed out of it. Finally, the village gates appeared. Naruto's vision was clouded. He saw only a tall blonde silhouette in a green houri and many beige-white dots next to him. The Uchiha hadn't even moved for the entire 2 days, but Naruto knew he was alive. He felt his breath, heard his heartbeat. The Uchiha was hitting his heart. Only the fact that Naruto was hitting the Uchiha's side helped to mow down the hit of the mournful Chidori in his heart. When they approached, Naruto's silhouettes were surrounded by beige and white dots. He felt like the Uchiha was taken off him, like he was literally pushed away. His legs couldn't hold him anymore. He had been walking for 2 days without a break, almost falling many times, but he kept going, and now he had reached his limit. He couldn't take it anymore. His legs got tangled up and he fell. He was ready for the hard ground. After 2 days of torment, it felt like a soft feather bed, but instead of a hard blow to the ground, Naruto fell on something soft and warm. He felt like he was hugged by soft and warm hands. With a clouded gaze he saw a hand glowing with a soft green light walking across his chest. He felt how thick he was. But for some reason, next to this feeling, there was also a feeling of something else, rhythmically burning his chest. Drip drip, drip drip. They probably treat it with alcohol. Naruto thought and fell into oblivion. Naruto opened his eyes and saw a white ceiling. And here I am again. We haven't been here for a long time. And strangely enough, nothing has changed here. Naruto thought. Naruto, you finally woke up. I tried to patch you up as best I could, but without your girlfriend's help, you probably would have died. The fox said guiltily. It's okay, Ku. Like I said, you did your best. But, which girlfriend are you talking about? Naruto asked, annoyed. Tsunade. She didn't leave your bed for days and nights, even slept here, not letting go of your hand. Only this morning her assistants sent her home. Although, judging by the movement of her signature, expect her to visit soon. The fox spoke more animatedly. It looks like she really likes you, the fox said. How long have I been lying there? My whole body aches, Naruto said, wincing slightly in pain. A week, maybe a little more. And your body aches, because your entire chakra channel system was torn, your legs and arms were paralyzed during the fight, you broke your arm back then too, then you dragged the Uchiha spawn for 2 more days. And to top it off, there's a hole in your chest the size of an Uchiha's fist. The fox finished his monologue. How did I not die? Naruto was surprised. You were Uzumaki, a Jinchuriki, and also with a fairly developed body. I patched up the hole in my chest as best I could, and restored the chakra channels a little, but at that moment that was all I could do. Said the fox. And then what? I vaguely remember getting to the gate, but after that, everything is like a fog. Naruto said thoughtfully. Then those freaky medics picked up Konoha's gold, and carried it to the hospital, and they just left you there, said the angry fox. Yeah, I remember something like that. But then, I fell on something soft, it was warm and nice, but something was burning me, and then I passed out. I think that's how it all happened. Naruto dug into his memory. Yes, brother, that's how it was. You started to fall, but the same person caught you, she immediately started to heal you, her mystical hand really does work miracles, and about the burning. Those were tears, she cried for a long time. A very long time. The fox was touched. It looks like I'll have to apologize to her for a long time after I got it badly from her. Not only did I not make it to dinner, but I also almost died. It looks like Sasuke didn't even need to try to kill me. I'm already a corpse. Naruto laughed through the pain. Maybe with her explosive character everything is possible, but one thing is for sure, after this you will get very strong hugs and a lot of tears, the fox said with complete confidence. I think you're right, brother. Naruto said, as suddenly the door to the room swung open. Tsunade stood in the doorway, out of breath and in tears. Contrary to all his friends' expectations, Naruto didn't even get a poke in the forehead, he only felt hands on his neck, and something hot started dripping onto it again. They sat like that, Tsunade cried, hugging Naruto as close to her as possible, so tightly that Naruto could sometimes hear the crunch of his newly healed bones. He heard over and over again how she begged him not to leave her, how she worried, how she apologized for not being there, and Naruto. He simply stroked her hair, as he always did when she was hysterical. He knew it calmed her down. He said only one phrase. I'm here. I'll never leave you. He said quietly, so that in the whole world only she could hear it. Only she was worthy of these words. After some time. Sooner, what about the others? Naruto asked. They're okay. Neji, Kiba, and Chuji were pretty battered, but they're okay now. The sand team helped us. Shikamaru brought one of the sound guys. He said you asked to take her alive. Tsunade replied. And Sasuke? Naruto asked. There was a short silence. He's already come to. He's in the isolation ward now. We were waiting for you to wake up. There's a small problem. Tsunade said guiltily. Some time later. Konoha Council Hall. The council chamber has been very lively since early this morning. Debates are underway on what to do with Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki must be punished. He almost killed the last representative of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. The civilian council proposes to strip him of his Jinchuriki status and exile him, since he was controlled by the Nine Tails. Therefore, the Nine Tails must be extracted and resealed into a loyal shinobi of the village. The withered old woman Koharu finished her speech. Nonsense. Naruto is not subject to the control of the Nine-Tailed. It was Uchiha who tried to kill him, not the other way around. A hole was found on Naruto's body from Sasuke's technique, while on Sasuke's body only a couple of bruises were found and one minor wound on his side from Naruto's technique. Tsume Inuzuka said, it was her daughter who examined Naruto and Sasuke. That's not true. Sasuke was severely beaten by Naruto and was mentally unstable, but instead of trying to reason with him, Naruto just beat, burned and cut him with taijutsu techniques and moves, Homura said. Naruto Uzumaki is not stable. He is not controllable and loyal to the village. He is the village's weapon and must be subdued. Therefore, I put forward the demand to reseal the Nine-Tailed into a loyal shinobi, for example, into someone from the root. Danzo said. False. Naruto couldn't use techniques, all his chakra channels were damaged, and the taijutsu style he used was non-lethal. He didn't inflict life-threatening injuries on Sasuke. Tsunade had her say. Hokage-sama, we understand that you want to protect your lover. But we care about the safety of Konoha, and we cannot listen to the feelings of a stupid girl in such matters. Koharu said, until a scarlet chain was wrapped around her neck. Ms. Koharu, I ask you to shut your mouth and never dare to speak like that again, not only to the Hokage, but especially to Tsunade. Otherwise, I will quarter you and feed you to the Shinigami. Is that clear to you? Naruto asked in a chilling voice as he appeared from the shadows. How dare you? You attacked the elder of Konoha. We will kill you for treason. Take him. Danzo and Homura shouted. No, no, Lord Elder. It is not for you to tell me about the loyalty of the village. Lady Koharu, Lord Homura, are you aware that Lord Danzo is collecting records of all your sins in the root archive? Of course, erasing himself from them. Yes, Danzo, I was able to penetrate your hole when I was a child and find many interesting things there. Naruto said in the same grave voice. Sooner, even when he was alive, the old man prepared a piece of paper for the future. Would you be so kind as to read it? It is in the third drawer of the desk, a scroll with scarlet edges. Naruto said in the softest, warmest voice possible. Tsunade gave the order and a minute later, the scroll was in her hands. The elders were still captive in scarlet chains. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, hereby appoint Naruto Uzumaki as the head of the Uzumaki clan. With this decree, I give him all of Konoha's Uzumaki clan assets, as well as the Namika's family assets that are his by birthright. I also introduce the Uzumaki clan to the clan council with full powers. This decree shall take effect immediately upon reading and shall not be contested by any of Konoha's structures. Tsunade finished. As you all may have heard, from this moment, the Uzumaki clan returns to the political arena of Konoha and I, as its head, accuse the elders of Konoha of treason against the village. Right now, a scroll with full evidence of the elders' betrayal will appear in Tsunade's hands. At the bottom of the scroll, you can see the signature and seal of the third Hokage, as well as the heads of the Hatake, Inuzuka, Akamaki, Nara, Yamanaka and Sarutobi clans. You can all familiarize yourself with it. As the head of the Uzumaki clan, I demand the immediate execution of the elders. said Naruto. How dare you, puppy? Everything we do for the good of the village. Tsunade, give the order to kill Naruto. He went against the village. Rather, a bad girl, if it weren't for your grandfather. Naruto didn't let her finish. Phantom lights of Shinigami, said Naruto, and along the chains coming out of his body, scarlet flames ran, engulfing the bodies of the village elders. The whole hall was filled with screams of agony. All three of them screamed at the top of their lungs. They rolled on the ground, tried to put out the flames, but it was in vain. I warned you. Don't you dare talk to Tsunade like that, Naruto said, and his chains tore apart the elders who were still alive. There was a dead silence in the hall. Only the fire playing on the pieces of the elders' bodies crackled occasionally. But then Tsunade's voice rang out in the hall. As the fifth Hokage, I do not consider Naruto Uzumaki guilty of anything. Sasuke Uchiha will be judged by the clan council. If anyone has objections, I am ready to listen to them. Tsunade announced her decision. There were no objections. A few days later the trial took place. Sasuke Uchiha, you stand accused of treason against your village, conspiring with an enemy of the village, attempting to murder a comrade, and deserting the village. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Tsunade asked. No, Hokage-sama, Sasuke replied. Then, you will be judged by the village clan council and they will decide your fate, said Tsunade. Clans, Akamaki, Nara, Sarutobi, Inuzuka and Yamanaka call for the execution of Sasuke Uchiha, announced Shikaku Nara. Okay, any objections? Tsunade asked. Hokage-sama, the Uzumaki clan is in favor of a different punishment. I propose that Sasuke Uchiha be stripped of his title, status, and clan assets. But that will be his only punishment. He will have to undergo psychological rehabilitation, and he will also be under observation, but he will remain a shinobi of Konoha. Naruto put forward his proposal. Okay, Naruto-san, if there are no more suggestions, then it's time to decide. Raise your hands if you vote for Sasuke Uchiha's execution, Tsunade asked. The head of the Hyuga clan and some civilians raised their hands. Okay, raise your hands if you are in favor of completely stripping Sasuke Uchiha of his title, status, and Uchiha clan assets. Tsunade continued the vote. Naruto was the first to raise his hand, and he was supported by Sume, Kakashi, Chusa, Shikaku and Inoiki. Based on the results of the vote, Sasuke Uchiha is stripped of his status as the Uchiha clan prince, as well as all clan assets. The hearing is now closed, Tsunade said, standing up from the table. Later at the Uzumaki house. Naruto, what are you planning to do now? You are now officially the head of the clan. And we need to keep an eye on Sasuke, Tsunade asked, taking a sip of tea. You're right, Tsuna, but I have a lot to do. Jiraiya told me about a Nukanon organization that has an unhealthy interest in Jinchuriki. And I could use some training. The old pervert offered me to go with him for 3 years to search for information and train. I think he'll agree. If the council needs me, I can easily move to Konoha. There are a lot of my marks scattered around the village. Naruto said. But, you will come back, right? Tsunade asked hopefully. Naruto placed his hand on her cheek and said. Tsuna, I'll definitely be back. I'll be dropping by Konoha for an hour or two every now and then. I can't leave the clan unattended, and every time I'm here, I'll bring you a bag of dango and tea, because you always forget about breakfast, Naruto said, and for the first time since they'd met, he kissed her. She was hesitant, she had long forgotten what it was like to kiss, and Naruto had never kissed anyone. Their kiss was timid, hesitant, and by all indications wrong, childish. But neither of them needed more, they were happy, and the rest of the world ceased to exist for them. The next day Naruto went on a journey with Jiraiya. He will return, he needs to become stronger to protect the people important to him. Commentary on Denouement, see you later, part 12. Here we are, finally, finishing the first season. It wasn't that long, was it? We'll meet adult Naruto in Shippuden and then we'll find out if he can stand up to Akatsuki. Until then, I wish you good health, cool fanfics, and sweet dreams. Home Again. Part 13. Commentary on Home Again. Part 13, here is the new part. Enjoy reading. Time skip 3 years. Another bright and warm day in the vicinity of the village hidden in the foliage. An elderly traveler is walking along the road. He lived a long life and at its end became a traveling merchant. For many years he was not in Konoha. He left his home, but today, his old bones finally reached the surrounding forest of Konoha. Not long ago, He felt that his time was approaching, and there was no better place to meet Shinigami than his father's house. Answer, climbing a small hill, the old man saw a village that was both familiar and unfamiliar. But he didn't enjoy the view for long. He barely had time to breathe with his battered chest, when a scarlet flash flashed past him. The old man didn't even have time to come to his senses, as the buzzing in his ears died down, and the scarlet veil before his eyes dissipated. Having rested a little, he continued on his way, his last way. Let's leave the good traveler and pay a little attention to the mysterious flash. And this was our hero. His name was Naruto Uzumaki. He hadn't been home for 3 years, and here he was, matured, looking much older than his years, and damn strong. Even his godfather, one of the 3 Sannin, did not fully know what his godson was capable of. Sometimes Naruto sent clones to Konoha, for an hour or 2, but he himself did not appear in Konoha. And now, today, he would finally see her. 3 years, 3 long years of separation. Every day he thought about her, he trained for her, he spied for her, helped and saved, also for her. All for this moment. Jiraiya was far behind him. He had long despaired of catching up with his godson. He knew that nothing could stop Naruto now. Of course, the thought visited him. If I summon the Rashomon gate, how much can he pierce with his forehead? The old pervert thought jokingly. Secretly, Naruto would have punched all 5, and maybe more, just don't tell Jiraiya. Even veterans of several shinobi wars are not immune to heart attacks. Here the village gates appeared. Ignoring the cries of the eternal guards, Naruto continues to run. Sometimes he meets familiar faces. Here Neji, Lee and Tenten are walking from training under the cries of Might Guy about the power of youth. Here, Kakashi is reading another book by Jiraiya, and he still does not know what gift Naruto has prepared for him. And here Sakura is leaving the Hokage building. Naruto rushed past Sakura, throwing an imperceptible hello to her, and here it is. That very moment. Here it is, that very door. Naruto stopped. Why are my hands shaking so much? I've been waiting for this for 3 years, and now I can't even knock on the door. Why am I so slow? She's probably busy up to her pigtails. She probably has no time. But anyway, if I'm going to die, I'll do it with music. Cool. Wish me luck, thought the red-haired man. I'm with you, brother. But be prepared to run. Run very fast, the fox said sarcastically. After hesitating a little longer, gathering his courage, and opening the small package. Naruto knocked. Hokage-sama, allow me to enter, Naruto said in a serious voice. Come in. A tired and irritated voice was heard from behind the door. Delivery for Sooner S.A. Naruto didn't have time to finish his witty phrase before he was immediately caught in the tightest hugs of his life. Naruto, you're finally back. First I'll kill you for not visiting me when you promised, then I'll cure you and hug you to death, said an excited Tsunade. But you'll cure it again later, Naruto squeezed out. Of course I will cure you, said the tearful Tsunade. Well, Suna, I'm here and I'm not going anywhere. Everything's okay, I'm here. Naruto whispered words of comfort. A little while later. How are things in the village? Naruto asked, sitting on the couch and hugging Tsunade. In the village, everything seems fine, but between the villages, some kind of fuss is brewing. The Raikage is raging and throwing, the Tsuchikage every now and then wants to declare war on someone. The village hidden in the fog is neutral for now, they just got a new Mizukage, but I'm afraid the neutrality will not last long. The village of Rain is in opposition to everyone. Fortunately, there are no more problems from the elders. It turns out they did a good job of muddying the waters. Thank you for those documents. And one more thing. You probably know, but Akatsuki has started to act. The four-tailed has already been captured. The Tsuchikage is furious. What's strange is this, Tsunade said. The way Akatsuki captures tailed beasts. The tailed beast suddenly loses control, and mass riots and senseless deaths begin, and then Akatsuki simply takes the crazy Biju. I already know about this sooner. I saw what happened after the capture of the four-tailed. No wonder the Tsuchikage is furious. Many shinobi died, almost the entire demolition unit was destroyed, all the seal masters in the village were killed, they are now completely defenseless against the Biju, and they still have to contain the five-tailed, and they have enough enemies. And now the Tsuchikage, supposedly for the sake of protecting the world, demands seal masters for himself. Damn this policy. Naruto finished laughing. You're right about that, Naru. Tsunade said, yawning and closing her eyes. Don't you have a lot of paperwork today that needs urgent consideration? Naruto asked sarcastically, stroking Tsunde's hair. Like every day, I have the right to an hour of rest. So, be quiet and don't move, Tsunde said, pouting like a child, and she's almost 54, and closing her eyes. Okay, Tsuneheim, Naruto said, kissing Tsunde on the lips, causing her to blush and snore cutely. And Naruto. He just sat in silence and listened to Tsunde's breathing. Suspiciously hoarse. A little. But still, Naruto was happy that he could spend today like this. A little later. Naru, as the head of the village, I have to check what you have learned. Right now, the strongest jonin in the village is Kakashi. There is also Jiraiya, but I think he can wait. Kakashi, I couldn't wait for you to return. There was a knock on the window. Speak of the devil, Tsunde said and waved her head towards the window, signaling Naruto to open it. Kakashi-san, how glad I am to see you, Naruto said, leaning out the window and greeting the ash-haired man. And I'm glad to see you, Naruto-san. How was your journey? Kakashi asked, smiling with his one eye. Very fruitful, Kakashi-san, and I will show it to you soon. But please wait just 5 more minutes. I need to discuss something with Tsunde. Naruto asked politely. Of course, Naruto-san. Tomorrow morning, I will wait for you at training ground number 7. And there, we will find out everything. Welcome back, Naruto-san, said Kakashi, getting ready to disappear into the Shunshin. Wait, Kakashi-san, I have a souvenir for you, Naruto said, holding out a thin rectangle wrapped in paper. Thank you, Naruto-san. What's there? Asked the jonin in anticipation. And you unpack it and find out, Naruto said. Kakashi carefully tore the wrapping paper and his heart skipped a couple of beats. In his life, Kakashi treasured 2 things. The gift from his friend, which he hid under his headband, and Jiraiya's books, and now. He's holding a book by Jiraiya that he's never seen before, and he's read every single one of them. And what are those scribbles in the corner of the cover? Especially for you, I managed to snatch an author's copy of his yet-to-be-published book from the old pervert. Almost every page has his notes. And at the end, there is a small album with his research. Naruto added in a whisper, he never liked his godfather's modern work, but he knew what a great connoisseur his friend Kakashi was. Naruto, thank you, Kakashi shouted, almost crying. Glad you liked it, but now let me digress, Naruto said, disappearing into the window and slamming it shut. And now, Tsune, Naruto said in a cold and frightening voice. Tsune's chest tightened. I would like to know why you never mentioned it in your letters, or through your clones, or even now, that Sasuke ran away, said an angry Naruto. Forgive me. I didn't know how to tell you. You tried so hard to get him back, and we, forgive me, Naruto, forgive me, Tsunde whispered crying. It's me you forgive. I shouldn't have yelled at you. Sasuke is an idiot. He probably went to Orochimaru again, but never mind. I'm sure he'll show up again. We'll deal with him later. But for now, you're going to visit me, Naruto said, hugging Tsunde to his chest. What do you mean? I still have a ton of work to do. I've already been slacking off today. I can't. Tsunde protested. You can if I help you a little, said Naruto, and suddenly his body split into 2 identical Narutos. Pour some of your chakra into him. The right, Naruto said and pointed at the left one. Aha, Tsunde said, taking Naruto's left hand and pouring some of her chakra into him. And right before our eyes the clone began to change. He slightly decreased in height, his hair became lighter and braided into 2 pigtails, his clothes also changed, his original white kimono turned into blue breeches, a grey tunic and a green haori, and, of course, the legendary 106 centimeters were in their place. What is this? Was all Tsunde could say. This is your exact copy. In fact, a mirror clone. It has all your memories and knowledge, can accumulate and use chakra, while it is durable and will not dissipate from a couple of blows. In general, this is an improved shadow clone. As soon as it dissipates, you and I will receive its knowledge, but since the clone is mine, just in your form, I will receive all the fatigue and stress. Naruto said, smiling the warmest smile in Tsunde's entire life. Well, okay, if that's the case. Give me 5 minutes, I'll gather some things, said Tsunde, who had become more cheerful. Okay, I'll wait for you outside, Tsune, Naruto said, kissing Tsunde on the cheek and disappearing in a scarlet shimmer. How lucky I am. This is the 2nd time already, Tsunde said into the void. A couple of minutes later, Shizune decided to look into her mentor's office. After all, It had been suspiciously quiet there for the last hour, except for a few moments. Entering the office, Shizune found two Tsunads. One was sitting at the table and sorting through papers, and the other was getting ready to go somewhere. Tsunade S.A. Tsunade-sama, I beg your pardon, but what's going on here? Why are there two of you, and one of you is going somewhere? Have you been drinking again? Shizune asked sternly. No, I'm sober as glass. I'm going to visit Naruto, and he created the clone, he replaced me for a while. Tsunade was not allowed to finish by a strong cough, which was accompanied by splashes of blood from his mouth. Ahum, ahum, ahum. Damn, it started again, said Tsunade, breathing intermittently, and wiping the blood from the corners of her scarlet-red lips. Tsunade-sama, you're getting worse, didn't the medications help? The brunette asked with concern. They helped, they relieved the symptoms for a short time, but it won't be possible to cure it. At my age it's not worth using Bianugo, but... Why now? Damn, damn, damn. Why now, Kami-sama? I've wasted so much time in vain, and now I'm finally happy, and you want to take it away. It's not fair. Tsunade muttered to herself. We must tell Naruto-kun, he has the right to know. He loves you, and you love him. If you want, I will tell him. Shizune said, turning around. Don't you dare. Not now, he has so many worries, so many things to do that only he can handle. I don't want to upset him or burden him. The blonde said. But if you continue to delay, you may not live to see the time when he is free. There is no time to delay, the brunette insisted. Okay, I'll tell him. Myself. Please, don't tell him, said the blonde, almost crying. Okay, Tsunade-sama, said the brunette, hugging her older mentor. After a little while, Naruto and Tsunade were drinking tea in the Uzumaki quarters. The blonde turned to Naruto. Naruto, you didn't just call me for nothing, did you? Tsunade asked. Yeah, we still have about an hour, and then, a surprise awaits you. Naruto said, smiling. Now you're scaring me. What surprise do you have in store for me? Asked the surprised blonde. You'll find out soon. But I don't think it's scary if you start getting ready now. Naruto said, walking towards the door. Go up to the second floor, second room on the left. Naruto said as he walked out the door. And where did he go? And where should I get ready? What should I wear? I think he said the second room on the left. Let's see what's there, the blonde thought, approaching the indicated door. As soon as Tsunade opened the door, she saw a normal-sized bedroom. A single bed, a table, a chair, a closet and a small chest of drawers. But what caught Tsunade's attention was the kimono hanging on the closet door. It was chocolate brown, with a pattern of white peonies and an orange striped obi belt, and there was a note next to it. A small gift. I'm sure you'll look great. P.S. Look in the first drawer of the desk. Naruto. A warm smile lit up Tsunade's face. After changing, Tsunade looked into the first drawer of the table and took out a small box lined with black velvet. In it she found a small pendant made of meteorite silver with an amber stone, in which the symbol of the Uzumaki clan was visible. There were also earrings with the same stones. And, again, a note. I thought they would go perfectly with your eyes. Having put 'em on, Tsunade went downstairs, and on the table a bouquet of chrysanthemums and Naruto's smiling face were waiting for her. You look amazing, Naruto said breathlessly. As you said. Thank you, Naru, Tsunade said sheepishly. Since you're ready, maybe we should go. Naruto asked, giving Tsunade his elbow. Yes, Tsunade answered, grabbing her elbow. Later, a pair of young-looking people were walking along the streets of the village. The guy looked to be about 20 years old, wearing a white combat kimono with the Uzumaki clan symbol on the back, and red as blood, hair. The girl was blonde, she was dressed in a brown kimono, also with the Uzumaki symbol on the back. This is Naruto Uzumaki, the head of the Uzumaki clan, and Jinchuriki, and next to him is Tsunade Senju, the last Senju in the world, the princess of slugs and the fifth Hokage. Every passerby turned around and looked at the couple with a surprised look. Naruto and Tsunade reached one of Konoha's restaurants called Tadayori. When they entered the main hall, a waiter approached them. Hello Naruto-san, Hokage-sama. I will show you to the table, he said, bowing restrainedly and shaking slightly. Of course he would be shaking. In front of him were the two most terrible people in the village. Sitting down at the table, Tsunade and Naruto began to eat the food that was soon brought, engaging in a casual conversation. So, how was your training? Tell me everything, everything, Tsunade said. I'll tell you everything, but a little later. When we get back. And how did you like the food? Naruto asked. Simply excellent. I've never eaten anything more delicious, said an admiring Tsunade. I'm glad you like it. But, I didn't call you for nothing. Naruto said, taking out a small box from his kimono sleeve. As soon as Tsunade saw the box, her heart started beating 3 times faster. In Naruto's hand rested a small box, covered in the same black velvet, only. In that box, there were a necklace and earrings, and in this one. No way. Tsunade's whole body trembled. It seems to me. I'm just winding myself up. There can't be a ring there. Tsunade couldn't come to terms with this thought. I'm already so old. I'm unlikely to live to see the end of the year, and he's young, strong, smart, so kind and sweet. I'm really lucky that he likes me. But it's unlikely that he'll decide to marry. Tsunade thought until her thoughts were interrupted by Naruto's voice. Suna, can you hear me? Uzumaki asked with an innocent smile. Ah, sorry, I was lost in thought. And why did you organize all this? Tsunade asked. Well, anyway, here it is, said Naruto, and moved the box closer to Tsunade. Tsunade's breath caught. With trembling hands, she carefully took the box in her hands and opened it. Her fears were confirmed. In the box lay neatly a beautiful ring, made of the same meteorite silver, decorated with peony flowers, with creamy white stones inlaid in them. Will you marry me? Naruto asked hesitantly in a whisper. I would love to, but here's the thing, Tsunade said, almost crying. Why now, Kami-sama? But, I can't hide this from him anymore. Tsunade thought in despair. Naruto, I love you. For the first time in a long, long time, I let someone close to me, and I don't regret it for a second. And I really want to become your wife, but I'm dying. For many years, quite often and thoughtlessly, I used the Byakugo mark, and it really undermined my health. I knew that this could happen, but it didn't bother me much before, but now, it's time to pay the bills. You see for yourself, this is very bad time, but there's nothing to be done, all that's left is. Naruto didn't let her finish, covering her hand with his own, and with the other, lifting her face. Agree. All you have to do is agree. I didn't plan to rush like that myself, but when you were sleeping, I heard the hoarseness in your breathing, I got worried, and checked your body from head to toe, and saw a strange-looking tanketsu. They seemed to be overflowing with chakra, and were bursting from its amount. They were in the forehead and lungs. And now I know why they became like that. Therefore, I had to quickly come up with a plan of action, and suddenly, an old memory popped into my head. Back in childhood, in the Konoha archive, Ku and I found an old Uzumaki scroll. Even for them it was almost useless, but to us, it seemed very interesting. It was called body and blood manipulation, even for Uzumaki, very branded techniques, but they literally work miracles. If a clan member uses the technique on a person, of any age or gender, he will be able to manipulate all of their parameters, from age to health. Moreover, if a clan member gives his blood, then any person can be made a pure Uzumaki. Initially, I wanted to use this technique and rejuvenate you. You wanted it for so long, and it seems that maintaining the hyunge makes the Byakugo mark work constantly. But now, using the technique is necessary. Naruto finished his monologue and looked up at Tsunade. Listening to Naruto, Tsunade's heart beat faster with every word. He was so worried about her, he came up with such a plan, literally in an hour, and went to such lengths, and all, just for her sake. Tsunade cried. Tears began to flow like a waterfall. For the first time in her life she cried like that, not from sadness, but from happiness. She was happier than ever. Her beloved proposed to her, said that he would save her life again, and she believed, entrusted him without a doubt. She loves him, and trusts him with all of herself. Commentary on Home Again. Part 13. Naruto is home again, and now many changes will begin in his life, and what kind, we will find out in the next part. All the best, cool fanfics and pleasant dreams. PNGHRZSR Tsunade Kimono. The Beginning of Something Global, Part 14. Commentary on the Beginning of Something Global, Part 14. Here is the new part. Enjoy reading. A couple in love is walking down the street of Konoha. A blonde who looks about 25 and a guy with red hair who looks about 22 or 23 years old. They're walking holding hands and enjoying the views of Konoha in the evening. But everyone knew who it was. Naruto and Tsunade weren't thinking about anything in particular. They were just enjoying each other's company in silence, not noticing anyone around them. Where are we going? Tsunade asked quietly. Nowhere. We're just walking. Are you tired? Naruto asked warmly. A little. Shall we go home? Tsunade asked, looking into Naruto's eyes. You agreed to marry me half an hour ago, and you're already saying that my home is your home. Naruto asked ironically, receiving a light blow to the side. Once I agreed, I had the right to do so, said a laughing Tsunade. Okay, then, let's head home, Naruto said. And they went home, still holding hands and enjoying each other. The next day, Tsunade woke up in a dark room. Opening her eyes, Tsunade looked around the room. A completely unfamiliar room, spacious, well furnished. Tsunade was lying on a soft, double bed. Tsunade turned around abruptly and looked at the other side of the bed. It was empty, untouched. Thick, scarlet curtains with a pattern of cherry blossoms were tightly drawn, completely blocking the access of light through the windows. After sitting for about 5 more minutes, Tsunade got out of bed and headed up the stairs to the first floor, led by a pleasant smell. On the table Tsunade saw a mug of hot green tea, a bowl of rice and a plate with a piece of fish. Also on a saucer lay a couple of dango balls. Not far from the breakfast lay a note. Good morning Suna, I hope you slept well. Sorry, but I had to leave urgently. I'll be back in the next couple of days. Also, as soon as I get back, we'll go and register our marriage together. Make sure you eat, and don't overwork yourself today. See you later, Naruto. Tsunade smiled warmly and began to eat her breakfast. Somewhere in the vicinity of Kumo, Naruto sat on top of a tall cliff, the slopes of which broke through the surface of the sky. So, you're saying that you felt a strong surge of Matatabi's chakra and decided that she was under attack by Akatsuki. Did I understand you correctly? Naruto asked. Yes, one of your clones was spinning nearby, and I suddenly felt a surge of her chakra. Since she had not been active for a long time, it seemed strange to me, and then, you and I learned that Akatsuki had appeared in Kumo. The fox answered. It's good that Gyuki's Jinchuriki isn't in the village right now, which is a damn rare thing. And why do all the villages except Konoha have 2 Jinchuriki? Naruto asked, jumping down. Greed, brother. Simple, human greed. The fox said into the void, heading into the world of dreams. Somewhere beyond the walls of Kumo. Everywhere the mad roar of the enraged Biju was heard. No one could understand. What happened? Out of nowhere, the 2-tailed cat, which seemed to be under complete control, broke free from its Jinchuriki, and full of rage and malice, began to destroy the village. But, of course, it seemed so only to the ordinary inhabitants of the village hidden in the clouds. Enlightened people and people interested in foreign policy knew perfectly well that the Biju itself did not run away anywhere. It was only forcibly pulled out of its Jinchuriki and forced to fall into a blind rage. The 4th Raikage, sat at his desk in deep thought. On the one hand, he had to immediately run to the battlefield and stop the Bayu with all his might, but on the other hand, he was the Raikage, and his job was to develop a plan to capture it, not destroy it, and he didn't have a plan. A dilemma, what else could I say? Raikage-sama. The 2-tailed demon cat continues to destroy the village. The shinobi can't stop her, said the Raikage's assistant, who flew into Mabui's office. What about Yugito? The Raikage asked. Dead. Immediately after the release of the Biju, she died, or rather, the medics say that there is still some life left in her, but she is practically dead. Then, the Raikage said in a tired voice, getting up from the table. Look for a new Jinchuriki, immediately. There is Raikage-sama, Mabui said, disappearing through the door. Naruto at this time. Naruto ran across the rooftops of Kumo, searching for the familiar chakra, and only in one of the field hospitals, he caught a thin, fading thread of chakra. Without slowing down, Naruto flew into the hospital, and saw his fellow sufferer, Yugito Ni, the Jinchuriki of Matatabi, the beloved sister of his own Biju. Flashback. They met during one of Naruto's orders. One of the largest players in the slave trade market of several elemental nations, was spotted in the Land of Frost, after which it became known that he had settled in one of the fortresses. Naruto's task was to kill the slave trader. If there were slaves there, let him do with them what he wanted, the customer did not care. Yugito's task was precisely to free the slaves. Having met in one of the corridors of the fortress, Naruto and Yugito decided to act together. So what's your plan? Yugito asked. Simple and brilliant. I'll create a couple of clones, each one, plant a couple of explosive tags. After they explode, everyone in the area will run there. I'll distract them on myself. You, at this time, will go to the cells, and start bringing out the slaves. As I said, brilliant and simple. Naruto answered. Rather, it's stupid and simple. There are about 60 of them here. Some of them have the chakra capacity of Chunin, and you, alone, are going to, by some miracle, kill them all. Did I understand correctly? Asked the indignant Yugito. Well, basically, yes, Naruto answered calmly. Are you sick? Yugito asked sarcastically. Probably. I haven't checked for a long time. Naruto answered and disappeared in a scarlet shimmer. He's definitely sick, Yugito muttered to herself as she made her way to the lower floors. As soon as Yugito went down to the basement floor, where there were dozens, maybe even hundreds of cells. Yugito wanted to give some kind of signal, but before she could even move, suddenly the entire building began to shake with monstrous explosions, accompanied by azure dust after the explosion, not so much destructive as loud. Yugito was even deafened for a few seconds, but, she is a Jinchuriki, she quickly recovered, when suddenly, she heard restless screams. What the hell happened there? Hey, gather everyone and let's go up there. We need to check who's messing around with the firecrackers. One of the mercenaries shouted. Judging by the barely visible forehead protector, he seems to be a missing nin from the hot spring village. Also, from his vest, you can see that he might be a Junin, and it seems like he's not the only one here. And how is Naruto going to deal with such a crowd of people alone, and with several jonin to boot? Will he survive? Okay, I'm sure he can handle it. He didn't volunteer for nothing. In any case, he has a plan. Well, since he's done his part, it's time for me to get to work. I haven't put my claws to work in a long time. Yugito thought, opening the doors of the cells, using her claws as master keys. Fast forward to Naruto, a few minutes earlier. Naruto was on the top floor of the tower. In one move, he created 2 more mirror clones of himself. Combat mission. You go down to the lower floors and set an explosive seal approximately every 4 floors. When you get to the second to last one, give me a signal and we will blow them up together. This will attract all the nearby mercenaries. As soon as attention is attracted, enter the battle. Not one of them should leave this tower alive. At the very least, he should be left without legs. Is that clear? Naruto outlined his plan. It's all clear, boss. But what seals should I put? More powerful or louder? Asked one of the clones. We need the tower to survive this maneuver, so the azure spark should be more than enough, Naruto replied. On this, they parted. 3 minutes later, Naruto, the original, received a mental message that everything was ready. And a second later, the entire building burst into a monstrous roar, and azure sparks flew out of the windows. The trick worked perfectly. A second later, the mercenaries crawled out of all the cracks, and this was their mistake. The glory of the scarlet shimmer was known to many, but very few scum could see this dance of death. Even fewer could tell about it, but I will take a chance. Imagine a red and white spot spinning like a top, and turning into bloody mincemeat anyone it flies to. Occasionally, you could see several scarlet chains hitting the walls. Sometimes, from this small hurricane, not small techniques flew out. One gets hit in the head by a boulder the size of a window in this tower, another has his head pierced by an ice shard, a third is cut in 2 by a blade of wind. Horror, in a word, although, no, it is an indescribable horror, watching how strong shinobi die one after another, and they are all killed by one person. As the screams and sobs died down, the heart of Lord Ichiro, the first son of the Natsukawa family, began to beat at an incredible rate. As soon as they heard the explosions several floors below, the shinobi guarding him took up fighting stances, and after the frantic screams and shouts were heard from below, Lord Ichiro, one of the largest slave traders of the elemental nations, hid in a narrow gap between the walls of the castle. The shinobi guarding him ran to help their colleagues, leaving their employer in safety. This opening was extremely narrow. It had previously been used as a shelter during castle sieges, and judging by the long life of its owners, it had shown itself very well. Sweaty, barely fitting into the passage, Ichiro was afraid to even breathe. For a long time, he had not heard a single word, only the quiet creak of metal on the stone floor. And now, he could not stand it. He took a sigh as quietly as possible, slightly changed his body position. I am sure that even a blind samurai, despite his hearing sharpened to the limit, would not have heard a sound, but bang! A blood-stained hand broke through the wall next to Ichiro's head, breaking several of his bones and pulling him out of the wall. In front of Ichiro stood a guy who looked about 15 years old. It would seem, what is there to be afraid of here? But this brat seemed to be covered in blood from the bottom to the very tips of his hair. His once white kimono had absorbed literally liters of blood. Despite the complete absence of clean spots on the guy's skin, Ichiro could say with certainty, it was not his blood. The whole room was filled with the smell of blood and burnt flesh. The guy literally exuded the smell of death, walking hand in hand with him, and his eyes. Those blue eyes were like muddy water in a night lake. They exuded only coldness and the desire to kill. Hoping to be saved, Ichiro began to mumble in a weak voice, strained by spasms in his throat. W-H, who are you? W-H, what do you want? Ichiro mumbled, trying to scream so that he would be heard and not killed on the spot. I am the one who will take your life. That is what I came for, Naruto answered in a calm, deathly cold voice. Why? You are AF-ing headhunter, aren't you? H. How much is there for me? 5, maybe 7 miles, Leon. I'll give you more, hundreds of times more pain, more, just don't kill me. Ichiro begged. Money is not the main thing. People like you bring a lot of suffering to the world and the people living in it. By killing you, I will be doing the world a favor, Naruto said, bending down to Ichiro. But I didn't do anything bad, I was just trying to survive. I didn't hurt anyone, Ichiro screamed with all his might. Tell that to the slaves you kept down there like animals in cages, Naruto whispered in Ichiro's ear. Kiss of the Shinigami, Naruto said and made a one-handed seal. At that moment, Ichiro's body began to convulse. Ichiro writhed like an eel on a frying pan, foam flowed from his mouth like a stream, and his eyes rolled far back behind his eyelids. After a few minutes of painful dancing, Ichiro's body froze, life left his body forever. Yugito. Yugito led the last slaves out of the basement they all hated so much. When she finished, she asked Matatabi to find Naruto. The Biju quickly found him, and gave her friend what she wanted, going to take a little nap. He was sitting on a fallen tree, or maybe one he had knocked down himself, literally on the edge of a cliff. He was looking somewhere into the distance without taking his eyes off for a second. Surprisingly, he was covered in blood from top to bottom, and smelled accordingly, but Yugito was not at all embarrassed. She just silently sat down next to him. It's beautiful here, isn't it? Naruto asked, also looking somewhere into the distance. It really is beautiful. I've been here so many times, but I never found time to admire it, Yugito answered calmly. How did you do it? Why did you do it? And who are you anyway? Other than your name and the fact that you're damn strong, I don't know anything else. Yugito said, imitating Naruto, not taking her eyes off an imaginary point on the horizon. I'm Naruto, you already know that. I'm from the Uzumaki clan. I think you guessed that, knowing how much your village loves this clan, or rather its secrets. How I did it, you explained it yourself. I'm strong, not strong enough, but yes, why I'm strong, probably because I trained for a long time and still do. Why I train? To protect someone dear to me, like any other shinobi. Why I helped you? Because we had the same goal, similar interests. It would have been hard for you alone, but I killed Ichiro, fulfilled the order, you freed the slaves, completed the mission, everyone wins, well, except for Ichiro, and another 100 mercenaries. Naruto finished his monologue, laughing slightly at the end, and not taking his light blue eyes off the setting sun. But there was such a feeling as if you see through everything, see the future. You went into battle so bravely, not even knowing how many of them there were, but still confident in victory. You are either crazy or brave. And constantly, I felt that you were near, I felt care. It's strange, because I did not see you, but I constantly felt, even though I heard how you cut down mercenaries above. How is that? Asked Yugito, turning to Naruto. Firstly, I knew perfectly well how many of them there were and where they were. You are not the only good censor. I do not see the future, and I do not want to see them. I just want to make myself so strong that I can decide my own destiny. Why did you feel me? Probably because I was nearby. I hid one of the clones in your shadow. The technique is complex, but reliable. The clone was ready to come to your rescue at any moment. That's the whole trick. Naruto answered. And you felt care because of your Bijuu's ability to empathy, weak, but still. Naruto said calmly. What did you just say? The friends shouted in two voices. Naruto heard only Yugito's voice. How do you know I'm a Jinchuriki? You're a spy for Konoha, right? And what's your mission? Judging by the fact that you helped me, you don't need to kill me, so you need to gain my trust and find out the village's secrets. Ha, your superiors screwed up. Jinchuriki aren't allowed near anything more secret than trade agreements to supply coffee to the Raikage's table, and don't even think that you can poison him, that would just be unnecessary victims. Yugito said, holding back her tears. For the first time in a long time, she found a man who probably understood her, that's how she felt. She even naively, childishly, called him a friend. But fate spat in her face again as soon as she came closer, coveting a bait in the form of a new friend. How should I know? It's simple, you don't hide Matatabi's chakra in yourself, I can easily feel it. And one more thing, I'll say this only once, I'm not a spy. I hope it's clear. Why I help you, I already explained. Naruto said just as calmly. How do you know her name? Yugito asked, even more shocked, while Matatabi echoed the same words in Yugito's mind. From her brother, he says hello. Naruto said more cheerfully. What the hell is his brother's mother? Yugito shouted in a voice that wasn't her own. The most beloved, the great Kurama, Naruto answered, also not in his own voice. After that, the two Beiyu continued to talk for a long time. About what was and what will be, how they live, what they lack, what I have enough of. But, everything comes to an end, and sir, having said goodbye and agreed to help if anything, Naruto and Yugito, Matatabi and Kurama, went their separate ways, each in their own direction. In our time, Naruto, without wasting time on explanations and conversations, made several seals unknown to anyone, and Yugito's entire body was covered with azure letters. Immediately, the indicators on the devices leveled out, stopped beeping and screaming. She's dying. Do something. Naruto picked up Yugito and disappeared in a scarlet shimmer. A second later he was on top of one of the mountains surrounding Kumo and watched Matatabi's rampage. Naruto jumped off the cliff and found himself literally in front of Matatabi's face. Eyes full of anger and blind fury looked at Naruto. In them he did not see the kindness and care that were in him before. I see, so this is what a Beiyu looks like in madness. Well, that's not a problem, but where can I find the culprits? Naruto thought. At the same time, a huge number of scarlet chains flew out from his back. A sure means against Biju, the chains surrounded Matatabi in a second and pressed him to the ground, depriving him of the ability to even move. Matatabi, can you hear me? Do you recognize me? Naruto shouted in front of the Bijuu's face, releasing a bit of Kurama's chakra, giving Matatabi the opportunity to sense his brother's chakra. But there was no answer, not a single glimmer of understanding in his eyes. I see, she's completely mad. But, because of what? Naruto thought. Brother, I feel a strange chakra on her back, maybe that's the reason. Kurama suggested in an excited voice. Maybe, Naruto said out loud, and moved to the Bijuu's back. It was extremely unpleasant to walk on the skin of an enraged and hostile cat, whose fur was literally fiery. But, among the dancing tongues of bluish flame, Naruto saw a strange-looking piece of paper. I see, that's the reason for the madness. Well then, let's treat it, Naruto said, putting his hands on the bitch's burning fur. Fuinjutsu. Removing the shackles. Naruto said, and the seal literally burned right on the Bijuu's fur. After that, Matatabi passed out. And now, Fuinjutsu. Seal of 2 scarlet flames. Naruto shouted and the entire body of the Beiyu was covered with scarlet symbols, and a second later, it was again sealed into the previous carrier. Immediately, the azure symbols that had covered Yugito's entire body disappeared. Naruto picked up his girlfriend and moved to the tent where he had taken her from. Carefully, placing her on the bed, he silently evaporated in a scarlet shimmer, and on Yugito's face, only a light and serene smile remained. In the vicinity of Kumo, 2 unknown shinobi in black cloaks with red clouds stood on the edge of a cliff and argued about something. Sasori-sama, the plan failed. Give me 15 minutes and I will bring us the Jinchuriki. I will demonstrate my art to you, and then you will finally stop this stupid argument. Said the guy with wheat-colored hair tied in a high ponytail, waving his arms vigorously. You fool, we don't even know who sealed the Beiyu, and so easily, your childishness and pampering, which you call art, is absolutely useless. Even my 100 puppets won't help here, answered the second man, hunched over, with a rough voice, half of whose face was covered by a cloth mask. Ahem, I didn't mean to interrupt your discussion. But, I have a couple of questions, and I really hope you can give me answers. Can you spare me a minute? The shinobi heard an unexpected voice, and turned to its source. In front of them stood a guy, about the same age as the blonde, in a white kimono, with a calm but dangerous smile on his face. Perhaps, but first, who are you? Asked the hunched man, dubbed by Naruto as the hunchback from, and who knows where, just the hunchback. I apologize, I did not introduce myself. I am Uzumaki Naruto, but knowing your tastes and interests, I will introduce myself as the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi, or Scarlet Shimmer, if you take my name from the bingo book. The eyes of both strangers were the size of Kumo itself. May I know your names too? Naruto asked calmly. K, of course. I am Akasuna no Sasori, or Sasori of the Red Sand. The hunchback introduced himself, but already Sasori. I'm Deidara, the blonde replied. Of course, both renegades wanted to immediately attack the seemingly conveniently located Jinchuriki, but the abnormally strong pressure did not allow them to come even a step closer. Even speaking was unbearably difficult. Well, since we've met again, I'll ask you to spare me a minute, just a couple of questions, I promise. First, who is the leader of your organization? I know that it's based in the Rain Village, but I haven't been able to figure out its leader. Hanzo Salamander, Deidara shouted, brazenly interrupting Naruto. I haven't finished, Deidara-san. It's very impolite of you to interrupt me. So, I couldn't find out who your leader is, but I could find out that Hanzo is long dead, killed by your leader. So, I repeat, who is your leader? At this moment, the pressure on Sasori and Deidara became terrifying. Both of their eyes began to pop out of their sockets. I'm waiting, and you should know that I really don't like it when people lie to me, Naruto continued, not letting up his pressure. This is Pain. His name is Pain, we don't know more than that, just his name and that's it. Deidara shouted. Really everything? Maybe you know what he looks like, the color of his hair, eyes, something else, otherwise there is suspiciously little information from such important members of the organization. The main demolitionist and puppeteer, the second, even worked with Orochimaru. Naruto continued. We only saw the chakra projection, and met with his confidant. Personally, we have never seen him. The chakra projection barely shows his face, so we can't help anymore, Naruto-san. Sasori gave his voice. I wonder who his confidant is, and more importantly, where does this person live? Naruto asked another question. Blue-haired girl, wears a paper flower in her hair, brown eyes, the same cloak as us. It's not hard to find her, but she's almost always with Pain, so if you find her, you'll find him there too. And this is somewhere in the Rain Village, where everyone except the residents is forbidden to go. Said Sasori. Okay, thank you very much for your cooperation, and now, forgive me, but I will take my leave. You helped me a lot, and now I have a lot of things to do, and things to think about, and you. I advise you to run. I am not yet familiar with either your leader or his assistant, but I think they will not forgive you for betraying me. So, run, far and fast. Good luck in all your endeavors, Deidara-san, Sasori-san. Goodbye, I hope we will not see each other again, Naruto said, and disappeared in a scarlet shimmer. Both apostates exhaled, but then, an understanding of the situation came over them, and both became very worried about their lives. They hadn't done so much yet. Who else but them would bring pure art to this world? In Konoha. Tsunade was sitting at the dinner table in the Uzumaki clan head's estate. In short, in Naruto's house, cold autumn twilight was slowly falling on Konoha. Tsunade was filling out some very important documents, when suddenly a bottle flew into the window. The window was not damaged, there was not even a sound of impact, as such, but someone threw it. Tsunade walked out the door and saw a group of dead drunk men, possibly shinobi. It was hard to see in the dark. What are you doing, freaks? Do you even know whose house this is? Tsunade shouted at them. A nervous whisper passed between the men. Sorry Hokage-sama, we thought this was a demon's house, said one of the men, stumbling over the alcohol he had drunk. What other demon? What are you talking about? And what did he do to you? Asked a puzzled Tsunade. The offspring of the fox demon. It destroyed Konoha, killed our relatives. It seems to live here, but apparently we were mistaken. Forgive me. The man continued. You mean Naruto? Yes, he lives here. This is his home, like the whole block, and I don't understand why he's a demon. Tsunade continued. So you are in cahoots with the demon fox. You are not Hokage, but just a demonic whore. Tsunade did not let him finish. Shut up. Right now, Naruto is coming from the gate, and if he hears what you're saying and what you called me, he'll kill you all. So, run away from here. Since you won't be able to leave the block, run into the forest, and it's better not to come back. Naruto already knows everything. Tsunade warned the men. Shut up, demon scum. We're not afraid of this demon, we'll kill him, and then we'll have some fun and W. He didn't have time to finish, his head flew off first. Naruto stood behind him, the whole area filled with his lust for murder. He tore the headless body into pieces, and then burned it. After, he turned to the others. Tell everyone, from this moment on, Tsunade Senju is my wife, and anyone who dares to insult her will follow this idiot. Did I make it clear? If you value your life, do not interfere with it. You can say whatever you want to me, you can try to kill me, beat me, insult me, I don't care. Get out of here, Naruto shouted, filling his voice with rage and malice. Needless to say, the men, white with fear, immediately disappeared from sight. Naruto just picked up the shopping bag he had placed earlier from the ground and went to Tsunade. Unsealing a bouquet of beautiful peonies from the seal on his hand, he handed them to her, accompanying it with a kiss, after which they spent a wonderful evening together, over a wonderful dinner. Commentary on the beginning of Something Global, Part 14. I came back, I couldn't write something worthwhile for a long time, but here's what came out. And, before I forget, I get most of my inspiration from this fanfic. Read it if you haven't, it's really interesting. See you in the next chapter, and until then, happiness to you, cool fanfics and sweet dreams. Death is on the heels. Part 15. Commentary on Death is on his heels. Part 15. Here is the new part. Enjoy reading. 2 weeks have passed. Life in the newly made Uzumaki family began to return to normal. Naruto was busy with clan affairs, preparing for the body and blood manipulation technique, and also helping his wife, the newly made Uzumaki Tsunade, with all her affairs in every possible way, and supporting all her decisions, or giving the necessary advice. And indeed, in a relatively short time, Konoha's financial situation noticeably improved, and Konoha's position in the political arena also became much stronger. The first significant step was the trade agreement with the country of Iron. As is known, the country of Iron is the country of samurai, and samurai must own the best weapons in all elemental nations. Therefore, the agreement to supply superior metal, in exchange for the plans of Uzumaki weapons, came in handy. The second, no less important, step was a peace treaty with the village hidden in the fog. Although it was unexpected, it turns out that Naruto helped in the overthrow of the fourth Mizukage. As Naruto told, during his 3-year campaign, he received an order to eliminate the rebels in the Land of Water, and most importantly, their leader Mai Terumi. Surprisingly, it was not difficult to penetrate their camp. It was more difficult to penetrate the Konoha archive. Naruto knocked out one of the rebels and, using Hyunge, calmly walked into the main tent, supposedly with an urgent report. But, as it turned out, Terumi Mai, not only a shinobi with 2 genomes, but also a good sensor, as a result, having felt the intent to kill from an ordinary shinobi, and a trail of chakra, like from a biju, as soon as Naruto entered the tent. Mai calmly turned to him. Have you come for my soul? And how much have you taken on? Do you think you can handle it? Mai Terumi asked slyly, exuding strength and confidence in her words. I think so, Naruto answered shortly, and at that very moment he dissolved into a scarlet shimmer. A second later, a kunai is pointed at Mai's throat. As you can see, I have enough strength, said Naruto. Then finish what you started, Mai said, accepting her fate. There's time, but first, I wonder what you guys are doing here, Naruto asked, not putting away his kunai. We are fighting to free the hidden mist village from the fourth Mizukage Yagura's therapy. Mai answered proudly and without fear. Interesting, I received an order from the village of Mist to eliminate terrorists. So, you have a revolution brewing here? Naruto asked, slightly loosening his grip. I wish, but Yagura's power is enormous. Not only do all the shinobi of the village tremble before him and obey him unquestioningly, in addition, he is the Jinchuriki of the three-tailed beast, we cannot defeat him. Mai said in a doomed and desperate voice. Here, I could help. One way or another, I need to either kill you and fulfill the order, or kill the employer. Usually, I choose the second, but this time I will make an exception. Naruto said, and let Mai go. Why should we trust you? Why should you help us? Mai asked. Nothing, just like I can't trust you. Maybe as soon as I go out, a couple of lava balls will fly into my back, but I want to trust people. Maybe you should try too. Naruto asked, giving Mai his hand. Okay, but if I think you're helping Yagura, I'll kill you personally, Mai said coldly. Accepted, Naruto replied, and they shook hands. After some time of discussing plans and strategies, Mei and Naruto came to an agreement and left the tent to announce their plans to the rest of the rebels. Friends, we have a new ally. He promises to help us in our fight. Now, I want to ask you to listen to him. Mei said loudly and clearly, giving Naruto the reins of the speaker. How can we trust him? He's a Konoha man. There's no trust in Konoha. He's an outsider. It's not up to him to solve our problems. The crowd was indignant. Friends, I understand your mistrust. You are absolutely right. I have nothing to back up my honesty, and you are absolutely right that you do not believe me, but I, just like you, have no proof that you will not betray me. But, I am ready to take your word for it. I ask you, believe me too, I promise to justify your trust. Naruto declared loudly. It's good that we were able to come to an agreement. And now, I suggest we discuss my plan. If you don't like it, we'll come up with a new one. Naruto said, and began his story. 4 days later. The surroundings of the village hidden in the fog. Since early morning, fierce battles have been taking place around the village hidden in the fog. The rebels have finally decided on a final offensive. All the hopes of the rebels are pinned on this onslaught. If they do not win now, the fog around the village will really turn bloody. At the same time, while bloody battles were taking place outside the village walls, Naruto quietly entered the Mizukage's residence. "Ku, do you feel it?" Naruto asked. "Yes, without a doubt. It is him. I would recognize Sanbi's chakra out of 1,000. Answered the embittered Kurama. "Don't get worked up, Ku, we'll free Sanbi," Naruto said, calming the fox down a little. Yagura sat at the cage's desk, monotonously signing more papers. He was not at all embarrassed by the unexpected guest who entered the door without knocking. "Hello, Mr. Mizukage," Naruto said, locking the door behind him. "Hello to you too. I beg your pardon, but I do not have the honor of knowing your name. Could you introduce yourself?" Yagura said in a cold voice, without looking up from his papers. Naruto Uzumaki, did you know that I'm not mistaken? Yagura Karatachi, the youngest Kage, and the Jinchuriki of the three-tailed, am I right? Naruto asked, sitting down on the couch. "Yes, that's right. Forgive my rudeness, these papers are more terrible than enemy equipment," Yagura said, finally raising his eyes to his interlocutor. "Don't worry about it," Naruto replied, shifting slightly on the couch. "So, what brings you to me?" asked the three-tailed Jinchuriki. "Revolution, I don't know if you noticed, but there are rebels storming the village outside the walls," Naruto answered sarcastically and calmly. "Yes, I noticed, and what is their purpose?" Yagura asked, fingering them. "To change the current policy in the village, and therefore to overthrow you," Naruto replied. "And knowing that I won't give up so easily, therefore, the goal is to kill me," Yagura concluded. "Actually, yes," Naruto confirmed. "Mr. Uzumaki, may I ask, what is your interest? If my eyes do not deceive me, I see a Konoha forehead protector on you, and I do not recall Konoha having any interest in helping the rebels of the Land of Water," Yagura suggested. "That's right, Mr. Karatachi, I'm here for personal reasons, Konoha, I'm not responsible for any of my actions," Naruto said. "I wonder, what are your interests?" Yagura asked with interest. "I don't like tyrants," Naruto said coldly. "So, I am a tyrant. I am not a tyrant, Mr. Uzumaki, I am only pursuing a decisive, and perhaps, very cruel policy. I became Mizukage during the Third Shinobi World War. I had to quickly and harshly force the village's systems to work, force the shinobi to fight, so that the village, which had maintained neutrality for a long time, would not fall before the ambitions and greed of the aggressors," Yagura stated. "But, the war is over, now it's peaceful times, is it still necessary to use such cruel methods?" Naruto asked. "You are right, now it's peaceful times, but for how long? Every day this fragile peace is on the brink of another war, the Kage are fighting each other, shinobi from different villages are killing each other when they meet on missions. Tell me, Mr. Uzumaki, how long will this peace last, and will this village be able to stand against the greatest nations if it lets down its guard, and loses the glory of a village whose inhabitants are drowning in the blood of their enemies?" Yagura reasoned coldly. "And friends, you have forgotten why this village bears the name of Bloody Mist. Your village drowned in the blood of its citizens, Mr. Mizukage." Naruto put in his word. "Yes, that's true, and we honor their memory every day, but we can't turn back time. I paid in full for that sin. Since that day I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I hear their screams. Yagura was interrupted by Naruto. Naruto wanted to say, but was interrupted by the Mizukage. No, it's not the three-tailed one. I spoke with him, and he assured me that he does not enter into internal contact with me. I know, these are their cries, their pleas and torments, and I have to endure them. I have to atone for all of them, and for all the inhabitants of this village. I will take all of this upon myself, if only no one else suffers. Yagura said sadly. During the conversation, Naruto had completely different thoughts. Entering the office, the only thing in his head was that he had to kill Yagura, but a minute later he was already thinking about listening to what this psycho wanted to tell him, and now. Naruto was completely confused. He did not see, and what is even stranger, did not feel that evil, selfish, cruel and inhuman Mizukage. No, he felt a ruler who sincerely worries about his people. He felt a man who had lost the true path, whose heart was beating at a furious speed. It had not known rest for a long time, and had long been torn to pieces. But, he promised, gave a promise that he would overthrow Yagura, help Mei, but he cannot kill him, at least not now. Lord Mizukage, every minute of our conversation is one life of the citizens of the Land of Water. We can no longer hesitate. I admit honestly, I came with the intention of killing you, but now, I cannot do it, so I offer you a deal. You voluntarily leave the post of Mizukage, and transfer it to Terumi Mei. Also, I would like to reseal the three-tailed. This will completely block its chakra in you. In 4 years, it will be released and will be moved to a quiet lake in the depths of the Land of Water. In 4 years, the connection of your chakra with it will weaken, and then he can be calmly released, and you will survive. In exchange, you save your life. I know the deal is very unprofitable, but I'm afraid there is no better choice. Naruto concluded sadly. Don't worry, Mr. Uzumaki. The deal suits me completely. I've wanted to get rid of the three tails for a long time, but as you know, it was not possible to do it safely until today. And the post of Mizukage really requires new blood. I've been sitting here too long. It's time to return this village's good name. Yagura said with relief. I take it you agree, Naruto concluded, offering his hand to conclude the demon deal, a contract between beings, the violation of which is punishable by death. The last time it was concluded by Hashirama Senju and Akira Uzumaki, Naruto's distant grandfather. Yes, I agree. Yagura wanted to finish, when suddenly he was enveloped in scarlet symbols. Fuinjutsu, seal of 3 scarlet flames, Naruto said, and the symbols on Yagura's body glowed with a bright, scarlet light. What are you? Yagura began to be indignant. He already wanted to pull his hand out of Uzumaki's steel grip, but his hand didn't move, and neither did his whole body. Don't worry, Yagura. I'm just following the agreement, Naruto said, and the symbols began to disappear. At that very moment, Yagura felt an unprecedented lightness. I haven't felt this light in a long time, the surprised Jinchuriki said. So, everything worked out. Well, if that's the case, it's time for you to fulfill your part of the deal, Naruto said, walking towards the door. Of course, Yagura replied and followed the fox's Jinchuriki. In the main square of the village. Residents of the village hidden in the mist, today I, the 4th Mizukage Yagura Karatachi, resign my powers as Mizukage and pass them on to Terumi Mei. Yagura announced, and an extremely surprised Mei was brought to the square. Needless to say, the entire village burst into joyful cries. Every resident supported the candidacy of the new Mizukage, and still feared the past, although they were extremely surprised by his voluntary resignation. For another week, the village, hidden in the fog, was drowning in celebration. Joyful cries, jubilation and praise of the rebels were heard everywhere. It would seem that Yagura should have been offended by such statements, but he steadfastly ignored them. After all, he understood that he had done a lot, and that he had gotten off easy. Naruto became the most welcome guest in the village hidden in the fog. He was even able to receive a pair of swords of former swordsmen of the fog as a reward. After all, they were forged by Uzumaki. Answer, having dealt with all the affairs in the hidden fog, Naruto set out on his way again. Real. Naruto finished his story. Tsunade was, to put it mildly, in shock. It turns out that her husband, while she was doing boring paperwork, overthrew dictators. And I see you weren't bored while you were running around the world with Jiraiya. So you were having fun, and I'm bored here, signing papers. Tsunade complained until Naruto interrupted her with a kiss. I couldn't just pass by, and you know very well that I try to run away to you every day, but Jiraiya stopped me, Naruto reassured her. I hope so, Tsunade said seriously. Naruto kissed her again, when suddenly, Screams and fast stomping were heard in the corridor. And a second later, the door swung open, and a frightened and exhausted monk of the fire temple appeared in it. Hokage-sama, the temple is under attack. All the monks are dead. The temple is destroyed. The abbot Chiriku has been kidnapped. The choking monk screamed and fell down, exhausted. Damn you, Shizune, call the medics. When he wakes up, interrogate him. How many free teams are in the village now? Everyone must be at least Chunin. Tsunade shouted in a commanding voice, jumping up from the couch. Already Tsunade herself, 10 minutes and he'll be as good as new. There's only one team of that level in the village now, Team 10 led by Sarutobi Asuma. Shizune reported. Call. Be here in 3 minutes. Tsunade snapped, and Shizune disappeared behind the door. What kind of people are these? What kind of freaks decided to attack the temple? Kill all the monks? What a horror, as if there was a war again, nothing sacred. Tsunade mumbled quietly, shaking like an aspen leaf. Naruto instantly appeared behind her, kissed the top of her blonde head, and quietly whispered soothing words into her ear. Slowly, Tsunade came to her senses. A couple of minutes later, Team 10 entered the Hokage's office in full force. Asuma was still smoking a cigarette, which seemed to never leave his lips. Surprisingly, Chuji did not eat anything, although, judging by the drops of sauce in the corners of his lips, he was interrupted at the wrong time. Shikamaru simply walked into the office and knelt down on one knee. Ino, however, repeated her teammate's tact. Hokage-sama, Team 10 has arrived and is awaiting your orders, Asuma said. Okay, the fire temple was attacked. According to our data, the temple was destroyed to the ground, all the monks were killed, there was only one survivor, but the attackers kidnapped the abbot of the temple, Chiriku. It is unknown whether he is alive or not. Your task is to go to the temple and find the attackers. Also find out if Chiriku is alive. If so, save him. If not, at least bury him, Tsunade said. As soon as Tsunade called the abbot's name, Asuma's heart began to beat faster than ever. No, it can't be him. It just can't be, Asuma thought. Naruto knew little about Asuma. Only that he was from the Sarutobi clan, that he was the son of Hiruzen Sarutobi, that he was in the organization, 12 Ninja Guardians, guarding the feudal lord, and that he was the sensei of the 10th team. But Naruto managed to comb through the archive and learn a little about this Chiriku. He was also in the 12 Ninja, and worked with Asuma. Naruto learned to read people's emotions well, even the emotions of ninjas who know how to hide them well, and let's not forget, he has empathy. Therefore, feeling Asuma's fear when Tsunade called the name of the abbot, everything fell into place for Naruto. He decided to put all the dots now. It is better to know what he is preparing for. Asuma-san, I don't know much about you, but I think you should know now. Yes, Asuma-san. It's the one you're thinking of. It's the same Chiriku who was in the 12 Ninja Guardians. Sorry, Asuma-san. Naruto said in a sympathetic voice. He really felt sorry for Asuma. Thank you, Naruto-san. You gave me confidence, Asuma answered detachedly. Hokage-sama, we are moving out. Team 10, meet in 20 minutes, at the main gate of Konoha. Asuma said, and they left the office. Naruto, are you sure they can handle it? Judging by what that monk said, the temple was destroyed by 2 unknown people in black cloaks with red clouds, alone, and he was also talking some nonsense, like they were immortal. Said a worried Tsunade, holding her husband's hand. Nonsense or not, but I don't know all the members of Akatsuki, so we can expect anything. But Asuma was guarding the daimyo, and his team is all Chunin. I hope they can handle it. Naruto replied, squeezing his wife's hand tighter. Black market, somewhere in the vicinity of Konoha. 2 unknown men in black cloaks with blood-red clouds stood over the surgical table, in a poorly lit, slightly damp room. They bent over the body of a bald man, waiting for good news. Aunt, it's done. It's confirmed that it's really Chiriku, one of the former 12 Ninja Guardians. The bounty on his head is 25 million, with the body 30 million ryo. How do you like it, cash or wire transfer? Asked the merchant. Cash, replied a tall man with dark skin and a mask on his face. What the @ % are we doing here? Come on, gather your @ $$ money quickly and let's finally go to @ $$ Konoha, $% carat miser. The second one addressed his partner rather eloquently. Hidden, shut up already, stop whining. If you don't like it, go and breathe for a couple of minutes, I'll be out soon. His partner answered a little less colorfully. Oh. How you # $$ carat me? replied the man with silver hair and fair skin. Hidden, that was the man's name, walked out of the vile basement and leaned against the wall of the building. His three-bladed scythe was resting on his leg. Suddenly, several kunai with explosive seals fly at him, and a second later, an unprecedentedly powerful explosion occurs. For Hidden, it is not fatal, but a second after the explosion, his head was in flight. The last thing Hidden saw, having a head on his shoulders, was a shinobi armed with two brass knuckles covered in wind chakra, who appeared in front of him. Ino, Shikamaru, check the building, it's most likely a black market, but be careful. What? Asuma didn't have time to finish his instructions, as both of his charges were thrown out of the building by a powerful gust of wind. Hidden, you really can't be left alone for a second. Just listen, the immortal Hidden was beheaded by a bunch of kids. It was just a laugh, said a tall man who came out of the building. Kakazu, your mother. Stop being smart, come on, just so my $, head on already, and we'll quickly $hash and these $hash and %. Said the head, his mother's head. Hidden, how annoying you are, Hidden said, and a second later, Hidden's head was back in place. Okay kids, I see you're from Konoha, let's do it quickly. Where are your Jinchuriki? Answer me now, and you'll live happily ever after. Well, maybe not quite happily. Kakazu addressed the 10th team. No way, we don't give away our own, Asuma answered rudely. How many % problems are there with you? Either you at tell us where the Jinchuriki are, or we'll kill you at % and. Hidden added. No, everyone answered well, and prepared for battle. Well, as you wish, said Kakazu and released a bunch of threads from himself. Hidden got a metal rod from somewhere and started attacking Asuma. At first, he really managed to shorten his distance and even counterattack, but it was useless. Damn, there's no effect at all. No matter how many times I hit him, he doesn't care at all. What's going on? Asuma's thoughts were interrupted by a spike that cut his right side quite badly. Damn it, I got distracted. Well, it's not scary, the wound is almost harmless, nothing. And he was interrupted again. Asuma suddenly felt as if his heart was being squeezed in a fist. Asuma looked at Hidden and was horrified. His skin had turned black and a skeletal pattern had appeared on it. Hidden was standing in the center of a strange, occult-looking circle drawn in blood, and in his hand, he still held the metal rod. But then, Hidden raised his hand with the pin. Asuma was already preparing to dodge, when suddenly, Hidden pierced his own chest. At that moment, Asuma's chest felt like it had been pierced by red-hot reinforcement. He fell to his knees, clutching his chest, and began to choke. Shikamaru, seeing the situation of his teacher, tried with all his might to drive Hidden away, but as soon as Asuma fell, Hidden and Kakazu mysteriously disappeared. In Shikamaru's arms lay the body of his teacher, the man he respected endlessly and loved like his own father. He knew Asuma and Kurenai were expecting a child. He even agreed to be his godfather, but he hoped that he would watch this child grow up in his own family. He would teach him and train him, but now he felt extremely sorry for him. It was terrible to lose a father before birth. Shush. Shikamaru. Ino. Chuji. I'm very proud. Proud that I would be your sensei. Asuma spoke weakly. Ino supported his condition as best she could, tried to save him, but her strength is not enough. She's too weak. Ino, you're a very beautiful and kind girl. Don't let adversity and difficulties kill that in you. Always move forward, without turning back or doubting. Only you are smart and determined enough to always make the right decisions. Asuma hoarsely instructed his student. Chuji, you have an incredibly big, and most importantly kind heart. I ask you to keep it, accept into it everyone who finds a place there. I am sure that only with a heart like yours, you can change the world. Asuma said, showing his students a thumbs up. Shikamaru, you are damn smart, but you are also lazy. And that's good, it makes you stand out and unique. Become better Shikamaru, every day, and not one iota worse. Asuma finished, closing his eyes forever. The entire forest was filled with crying. The students howled in 3 voices, and it seemed that even the native forests of Konoha were grieving with them. In a few hours. It has been raining over Konoha for several hours now. It rains relentlessly, without stopping. Leaden clouds have completely covered the sky, not giving the sun a single chance. Naruto, I'm not calm. This rain is not without reason. Something definitely happened. Tsunade said worriedly. Naruto, as usual, stood behind her, kissed the top of her head again, put his hand on her shoulder again, and whispered as quietly and calmly as possible, just so as not to fall into hysterics himself. Suna, I don't feel Asuma's signature. I feel all three of Ino, Shikamaru, Chuji, but not him. And also, I feel the grief, bitterness and loss. It seems the worst has happened. Naruto whispered, squeezing his wife's hand tightly. Damn, 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 damn. I knew it, I shouldn't have sent them, what was I thinking? Damn, damn, damn. Sunad chatted in quiet hysteria, squeezing her husband's hand almost to the point of cracking. Quiet, quiet, Suna, it's not your fault, they knew what they were getting into, it happens, and there were no other options, although I should have gone with them. Naruto said, trying to calm Sunad down as much as possible, to squeeze all the warmth and care out of her, but there was no peace left in him, he was on the edge himself. No, don't even think about it, I can't lose you, you're the head of the clan, the Jinchuriki, my husband. Don't even think about it. Sunad screamed hysterically. Don't worry, Suna, you know I'm resilient, I would come back and bring them back. All of them, Naruto said absently. Don't blame yourself, you couldn't have known what would happen. Do you think, should we call Kurenai? Sunad asked. No, it's not worth it. I think Shikamaru can handle this better than us, and Kurenai shouldn't be nervous, Naruto expressed his opinion. Yes, I think you're right, Sunad agreed and kissed her husband on the lips. A few more hours later. Team 10, more precisely Ino, Shikamaru and Chuji returned to the village. They did not see anyone around them, they only saw each other, they were united by one grief, one loss. They entered the Hokage's office. They didn't look at her, they just hung their heads down, it seemed like if she let them go, Konoha would drown in their tears. Hokage-sama, the mission has failed, the missing nin managed to escape, Asuma Sarutobi. Asuma Sarutobi has died, his body has been delivered to the Konoha morgue. Shikamaru reported, when the conversation turned to Asuma, his voice broke. Okay, you're free, I'm so sorry, we grieve with you, Sunad said, hoping she hadn't said too much. None of the three saw the one who, as usual, stood behind the Hokage. Naruto's face was emotionless, but inside, a fire of emotions was raging, he was ready to jump right now and run away in search of these assholes. But, he is a man of servitude, especially a married one, he can't just go AWOL. Team 10, no, just Chunin, came out. Sunad's eyes were wet, as Hokage, she can't show emotions in front of her subordinates, but now, she can allow herself to. Today, she won't be able to work anymore, Naruto put his hand on her shoulder, and a second later, they were on the couch in their living room. Sunad was silent for a few more hours, she just looked somewhere into the void, not letting go of her husband's hand, and not getting out of his arms, and so she fell asleep. Naruto carried Sunad to the room, put her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Seconds later, the door to the room slammed shut. Naruto disappeared in a scarlet shimmer, and appeared in the Konoha cemetery, where, as always, a familiar figure stood. Kakashi, like every day, stood near the memorial stone. For many years, he comes here and stands here every day. Naruto quietly approached Kakashi. Hello Kakashi. Same place as always, Naruto said. Where else would I be? How are you doing Naruto? Kakashi asked, not taking his one eye off the stone. Not bad, I got married, the clan is slowly rising. But, I don't know if you heard or not, but Asuma Sarutobi is dead, Naruto said heavily. What news? And who are you marrying? And yes, I know, Shizune told me. What a pity for him, he was the happiest of us. So carefree and kind, Kakashi said sadly. As for Sunad, to be honest, I'm a little shocked myself, I still don't believe it. But I'm incredibly happy, she's the best one could ever dream of. And Asuma should soon become even happier. Kakashi, can I ask you a favor? Naruto asked. Of course, for you, anything, Kakashi answered a little more lively. Most likely, tonight Shikamaru, Ino and Chuji will go to take revenge, they can't handle it alone, please let them. I would go myself, but, you know, said Naruto. Sure, no problem, I'll lead them, answered Kakashi. Thanks Kakashi, and also, if things get bad, feed chakra to the seal. Naruto said and made a seal with one hand. A mark in the form of a whirlpool appeared on Kakashi's hand. Okay, thanks Naruto, Kakashi said. Thank you, Kakashi, Naruto replied, shaking Kakashi's hand. At the main gates of Konoha. It's deep night, 3 Chunins are walking towards the main gates of Konoha. They're going to revenge their teacher, they're ready to go around the world, search every corner and look under every stone, but they will find his killers. And where are you going so late? A voice was heard from the top of the gate. Kakashi-sensei, we're going on a mission here. Ino tried to lie. Yeah, and I live at the gate. I know where you're going. Kakashi said slyly, jumping off the gate. Kakashi-sensei, don't even try to stop us. Shikamaru said, and his friends nodded in agreement. I wasn't planning on it, I was asked to lead you, Kakashi said, and unsealed the travel backpack from the seal. Who asked? The Hokage. Ino asked in surprise. No, she doesn't even know that you're here and what you're going to do. Naruto asked me. Kakashi answered. And what about Tsunade herself? We need to persuade her too. Shikamaru put forward a rather important idea. Naruto to persuade her. Family matters, you understand. Kakashi parodied. Family. Ino, the main lover of gossip, was about to ask. Ino, later. Right now, the main thing is to catch up with them. Shikamaru cut him off. Well then, let's move out. Asuma told me a little, so form 2B, and move in a chain. Kakashi commanded, and they set out. They ran for several days. Their team does not specialize in searching, only Kakashi has search dogs, they're their only hope. But after a little time, they came to a secluded cave. How can I #% seal these #%? And Biju, why does it take so #% at #time? Hidden spoke eloquently about his work. Oops, Kakazu, here come those #% at #% again. And with them some ashen #%. Come out, old man. Hidden shouted into the cave. What are you yelling about? As if you can't handle it alone, answered Kakazu, coming out of the cave, groaning tiredly. Oh, if you don't like it, then just sit in your #% cave, and #% old man. Hidden snapped. Okay, don't yell, Kakazu said, when suddenly a voice was heard behind him. Reikiri. Kakashi shouted and pierced Kakazu's heart. Ack, good hit, Kakashi's Sharingan. But that's not enough, said Kakazu, and his body split into 4 creatures woven from threads, with strange masks of different colors. At the same moment, several techniques of different elements and powers flew at Kakashi at once. Fireball, water bullet, wind blade and thunder bullet. Somehow, but Kakashi was able to dodge all the techniques, but he got hit by a wind technique launched ahead of time. One thing worried Kakashi as he flew away from the technique. Where was the other one? Shikamaru at this time. Shikamaru ran into the thicket of the forest. Hidden literally flew after him, tearing centuries-old trees apart with his scythe. He needed only a drop of blood, and then he would win. Answer, they jumped out into the clearing. Shikamaru stood in front of Hidden, holding a kunai with an explosive tag in his hand. A moment, and now the kunai is already flying at Hidden's head. Of course, it is easily shortened, but the explosion still scorches his face. The running begins. Hidden jumps from the ground to a tree, from a tree to the ground, from a tree to a tree, waving his scythe, and all with the goal of a single cut. Suddenly, a line was pulled around his neck, legs, arms, and torso. Hidden saw a black shadow running along the line, and at that moment, he lost control of his body, and a second later, he was suspended over a deep pit, entangled in a chakra-conducting line covered in explosive tags. What are you #%? What are you #% doing? I #% at you, let me go quickly #%. Shouted Hidden. You killed my teacher, left my godson without a father, why would I let you go? Burn in hell, Hidden, although, even that does not await you. Said Shikamaru, and closed the earthen crust. Let's return to the cave. Kakashi, Choji and Ino tried to hold back Kakazu as best they could. They were even able to destroy 2 more hearts, but they spent all their strength and tricks on this. There is almost no chakra, all tricks and tactics have been tried. Answer, Kakashi finally decided to use the last trick. He fed the remaining chakra into the seal on his hand, and it glowed with a scarlet light, and a second later, Uzumaki appeared before them, dressed in a white kimono with the Uzumaki clan crest on the back. Kakashi, take Ino and Chuji and head to Shikamaru, he's already finished, go north about 2 kilometers. Get some rest, Naruto said and turned to Kakazu. Kakuza-san, I've heard a lot about you. Aren't you the shinobi who has been stealing hearts since the first Hokage, and even fought with him? Am I right? Naruto asked, increasing the pressure and coming a little closer. Why, yes, it was me. I wanted to take his heart, but I didn't have the strength then. Kakazu answered, trembling a little. And now, do you think that's enough? Naruto asked. I'm missing 3 hearts, of course I won't have enough strength, Kakazu justified himself. Well, that's easily fixed, Naruto said, and made a few seals. The bodies of the monsters, and Kakazu's own chest, began to glow azure green, and now he could feel all his hearts beating again. You're a complete idiot, you just signed your own and your friend's death warrant. Kakazu shouted, and all of his bodies threw powerful techniques at Naruto. A firefox, of incredible size, a water cannon, made of pure nitroglycerin, thunderclap, and breath of the end. Some of these techniques, even elemental masters could not repeat, since they simply did not have enough lifespan to master them. Answer, a literally huge charge of death flies at Naruto, but... Interesting Kakazu-san, I even know how to answer you. Naruto said and extended his hand, palm up. At the same moment, a black sphere began to form in Naruto's hand, absorbing a dark substance that appeared out of nowhere, literally from the air. But then, a second later, a rotating dark ball surrounded by rings hovers in Naruto's hand. Ring Rasengan, Naruto said, and threw the sphere into the barrage of oncoming attacks. Baaaaaaah. Everything for many kilometers turned into a scorched wasteland. For many, many kilometers there was not a single plant left, and in the middle of this lifeless wasteland, only a scarlet hemisphere, and in it a man in a frosty white kimono. Yeah, it seems like it was too much. I knew it was too powerful, but no, I had to show off. Naruto scolded himself. Forget it, it was all the same, nothing better could have been thought of. But, tell me this. How did you #do THIS? Of course, I remember how you described this technique, but to destroy almost an entire city with one blow, and to reflect a bunch of S-rank techniques. Naruto, who the hell are you? Asked the clearly surprised fox. Oh. Don't exaggerate, the technique is powerful, yes, but it is dangerous, and that is the main problem. Naruto said wisely. That's true, but what kind of energy was that? I don't even know what it is. I feel it, it's like it's a part of you. Kurama was perplexed. To be honest, I don't really know what it is. I just realized at one point that I could accumulate it, and then I learned to concentrate it. Even techniques created only from it are incredibly powerful, but if you combine them with any other technique, like the Rasengan, you get destructive power. Naruto replied. Kh. What was that? A hoarse curse was heard from a large crevice. Wow. Naruto was surprised. You're still alive, Kakazu-san. Amazing vitality. How many hearts do you have left? Naruto asked innocently. Not a single one, you destroyed them all, Kakazu croaked. Oh. I'm sorry, you've been collecting them for so long, and storing them for so many years. I miscalculated a little, I apologize, I'm very sorry. Naruto said just as innocently. %, he's crazy. Flashed through Kakazu's head. Well, Kakazu-san, it looks like these are your dying minutes, maybe you'll do a good deed for the last time. Tell me, how many people are in your circle of interests? Maybe you know something about the leader. Where does the influx of money into the organization come from? I'm open to any information. Naruto said. I'm not telling you shit. What difference does it make? I'm still going to die, Kakazu snapped. Now, Kakazu-san. First of all, I have already restored your hearts once, and I can do it again if you are useful, and don't forget, you can die quickly, or you can. Naruto said with feigned sweetness. You're intimidating, a standard technique. It seems you didn't study well at the academy, shinobi are trained to resist such provocations. Kakazu laughed. I know, but I always wanted to test such endurance, Naruto said, and made several seals. At the same moment, unbearable pain pierced Kakazu's entire body. Scarlet symbols unknown to him appeared all over his body, they glowed to the bones, burning the skin. After that he felt the strongest pressure on his bones, his word was sucked into a vacuum trap. A second later, the entire clearing was filled with the sound of breaking bones, and at the same time, the scream of their owner. Naruto simply clenched his hand, and when he clenched his hand into a fist, Kakazu's arms and legs exploded into a bloody fountain. For another hour, the entire clearing was filled with cries of pain and agony, and no matter how much Kakazu prayed to the gods for his sinful soul, no matter how much he hoped, he still could not die. Naruto used the simplest of the life-sustaining techniques available to him. He could continue this all day, but he simply did not have that much time. Kakazu-san, it looks like you were right. Your endurance amazes me to the depths of my soul. But maybe we should finish already. I need to hurry. If I don't make it before dinner, my wife will kill me. Naruto suggested. Oh, okay, but promise that after you'll let me die, mumbled Kakazu. Of course, Naruto replied. There were 10 people in the organization. You killed Hiden, you'll kill me, 2 more recently disappeared. Now there are 6 people in the organization. Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hoshigaki, Konan, Zetsu, Pain and Toby. About the leader, no one knows anything, except probably Konan, but it's as difficult to meet her as Pain himself. As for the money, some people carry out orders. We also hand over the bodies of enemies from the bingo book. I was responsible for the organization's finances. Kakazu said. I see. Thank you, Kakazu-san. You gave me very valuable information. It was a pleasure to talk to you, Kakazu-san. May you rest in peace. Naruto said and dispelled the technique. And at that very second, Kakuzu's body fell apart. Okay, I'll have to see what's going on with these renegades, Naruto thought. What now, I guess? Kurama asked. First of all, we need to take the rest to Konoha. They've been dealt a hard time, Naruto replied. And then, remember that Orochimaru hideout, that there is sound in the village. Yes, but we never checked it. It's time to fix this. Naruto finished his mental dialogue and went to meet the others. They got to Konoha without incident. Kakashi was taken to the hospital, Ino and Chuji too. Shikamaru went to the cemetery to say goodbye to his teacher. But Naruto faced a dilemma. He felt perfectly well that such a dear and warm home was glowing with burning and unbridled anger. He realized that Tsunade had woken up long ago, and what was even worse, she realized where he ran off to. So there were 2 options. Either he turned around right now and ran at maximum speed to Orochimaru's hideout, or he went home in a slow death march, praying to Shinigami until his tongue fell off. Brother, I would choose the first one. You understand, she will kill you. Kurama said. I know, but I promised that I would always be with her, and without her this is not a home, just a cold empty space. Naruto answered and trudged towards the house. Already at the door his heart sank. Now, his task is not to make a single sound. One mistake and the door, along with the wall that holds it, will be torn to pieces. And so he decided, with the help of the scarlet shimmer, he gets into the house, bypassing the door and goes to the living room. Already on the approach to it he hears a shrill, sick cough. He immediately flies into the living room, and catches Tsunade, who is already falling. She does not see or hear anything, she only tears her chest in a fit of unstoppable coughing, and she feels soft, strong and warm hands. She knows whose hands these are. She will definitely yell at him, and will definitely beat him, because he ran away, but then, now she will simply dissolve in his arms. The cough has subsided. A little later. Naruto was furious with himself. He left the person dearest to him in such a state. He was so slow with the technique, with fulfilling the promise he had given her. How pathetic he was. He himself shouted about how dear she was to him, swore his love, and what in the end? He was a non-entity unworthy of the name of the great clan, or all its power, or her herself. She should be happy, and not just a decoration. It's not your fault. It's not your fault that she's sick, Kurama tried to support. But, it's my fault that I didn't cure her, Naruto replied and moved to the training ground. The next hour, there was an impenetrable barrier over the training ground. Nothing could be seen from there, nothing could be heard. An hour later, he appeared at home again. Tsunade was sitting on the couch, drinking tea, obviously waiting for him. Naruto, why did you leave? She asked without looking at him. I had to help them, Naruto replied. I'm sorry, forgive me Suna, I'm so sorry I left you in that state. Naruto apologized. Tsunade just stopped him with her hand. You promised that you wouldn't leave me. What would I do if you didn't come home tonight? If you never came back at all? Tsunade shouted and looked up at Naruto. Her heart sank when she saw him. His eyes were full of regret and bitterness. His face was lifeless and empty. She had never seen him like this. You're right on all counts. I'm so guilty before you. I talked so much, promised so much, and all in vain. Forgive me Suna, I'm so guilty. Naruto said, almost crying. Tsunade just hugged him and pressed herself against his chest. I don't blame you Naruto, I'm just really scared. Scared of being alone again, scared of wasting another life in vain. Tsunade cried too. I'll cure you, Tsunade, right this morning, and then. If you decide that you're not happy. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. I love you madly, but I haven't lived up to your trust. Don't you dare say that. The only place I'll go is Shinigami's belly, and I'm not going there yet. I love you more than anything in the world. If loving you means compromising your character a little, I'm ready to dissolve in it. Thank you, Suna. So they sat for another half an hour. Then they went to sleep, and in the morning, early in the morning, Naruto went out into the yard. For several hours he was busy preparing for the technique. He even drew an exact copy of the Uzumaki whirlpool. After that he created several clones that accumulated several types of chakra. One accumulated sen chakra, the second concentrated honey chakra, and the third simply concentrated chakra. Tsunade got up later, much later. Going out into the yard she saw her husband doing something strange. Naru, what are you doing? Naruto asked. I promised, I'll heal you, so here you go, Naruto replied. Okay, when shall we start? Tsunade asked. Yes, even right now, but it would be better for you to have breakfast first. Okay. After breakfast, they set about implementing the plan. Tsunade sat in the center of the whirlpool. Naruto began to fold a long series of seals. During the time he folded the seals, the chakra from the clones began to get out into Tsunade's body. First she was nourished with concentrated chakra, later she was nourished with sen chakra. Her body became perfectly pliable to changes. Naruto began to change her body, removed congestion in the tankatsu. After, a huge amount of azure green honey chakra began to act on her. It restored her tankatsu, healed her lungs. The final touch was blood. Naruto gave Tsunade a few drops of his blood, and her hair was dyed the same bloody red color. When it was all over, Tsunade fell down exhausted. Naruto carefully picked Tsunade up and carried her to the bedroom. Leaving her to rest, Naruto went down to the living room. Are you okay? The fox asked. Now that I'm sure her life is not in danger. Yes, the guy replied. Okay, when are we going to visit Orochimaru? The fox asked. I don't know, but definitely not now. Now, I want to stay with her. Naruto replied and closed his eyes. Commentary on Death is on His Heels, Part 15. And again, the death of one of the Sarutobi. How events will develop further, we will find out in the next part. In the meantime, I wish you happiness, cool fanfics and pleasant dreams. Part 16. Commentary on Part 16, here is the new part. Enjoy reading. Chapter 16. Naruto opened his eyes. The sun was shining brightly outside the window. Looking at his watch, Naruto realized that it was already well past noon. Checking that Tsunade had not yet gotten up, gathering his strength and fighting the desire to join his wife, Naruto went to prepare a late breakfast. In the village of Sand. Gaara was once again spending the evening in the company of papers. That was indeed the problem of any ruler. It was a quiet and as always warm evening. Gaara was already finishing up signing the last stack of papers, when suddenly everything before Gaara's eyes swam. A second later he saw in front of him a man in a black cloak, like his hair, with red clouds and, most shockingly, his eyes. In him Gaara saw a red iris and a rotating black pattern similar to a shuriken. Behind him stood a tall man with seemingly blue skin and a huge bundle on his back. Hello, Mr. Kazekage, my friend and I have come to pick you up. Please do not resist. You understand that if we fight, the entire village will suffer, and you alone will not be able to stand and get past us, said the black-haired man. Itachi, don't talk nonsense. I'll be only glad if he tries to resist. Samehada is very hungry, added the tall man. Itachi, so this is, Gaara thought. Well, since the secrecy is over, thank you Kisame. I am Itachi Uchiha, this is Kisame Hoshigaki, we are from the Akatsuki organization, I think you have heard of us. And now, since we have met, please come with us. Gaara already wanted to attack, but realized that he was not in reality. He literally did not hear a sound from the outside, and Itachi's strangely rotating eyes did not inspire confidence. Okay brat, I'll help you this time, but only because I don't want to go to those creatures. A voice rang out in Gaara's head, and at that very moment, the entire space around him became covered in cracks, and in a moment, crumbled into dust. Now that's what I call it, Kisame shouted and took out a bundle from behind his back. A slaughter was unfolding above the village of Sand. The entire large area of the village was covered by a sand dome. Under the dome, the sounds of battle could be heard. On one side, the sounds of pouring sand could be heard. On the other, the sounds of grinding metal, the hissing of techniques, and the explosion of seals could be heard. The men ducked their heads, hiding them in the sand like the most timid ostriches. And it's hard to blame them. It's not every day you see the Kazekage fighting two shinobi over your head, clearly not in a friendly sparring match. Surrender, Kazekage-sama. You can't protect everyone, and we might, accidentally, hit them. Kisame shouted, cutting through the sand wave. I, the fifth Kazekage of the village hidden in the sands, Sobaku no Gara, swore by my honor, the honor of my friend, my brother and sister, to protect this village. And therefore, all its inhabitants. Gara said, and at the cost of no small effort, he threw Kisame and Itachi high into the air, and he himself erected a gigantic sand dome over the village, which covered the entire village, like a mother sheltering her child from all worldly troubles. Your dedication is truly amazing, Mr. Kazekage. But that's not enough, Itachi shouted, and a second later, his body was covered in reddish chakra, forming a phantom silhouette of a skeleton. This something began to deal crushing blows to Gaara's sand shield. With each blow, Gaara's shield gave more and more cracks. To support the dome, an unreal amount of chakra and strength was spent, and to support his own shield, there was no strength left. In the end, Gaara had no strength left. Forgive me, Kankuro, Temari, Naruto. Forgive me that I failed, I really tried. It's a pity that you never saw what kind of ruler I became. Farewell friends, it's a pity that I wasted so much time in vain. Gaara thought, letting go of the sand shield. At that moment, he felt something cold, vile, and evil run through his body. At that moment, Gaara felt the last bits of chakra being sucked out of him. Konoha, Uzumaki district. Tsunade woke up from an alluring and too appetizing smell. Having risen, she felt an unprecedented lightness. For the first time in many years, her head did not buzz, was not leaden, although she had not drunk for a long time, and her chest unusually breathed at full strength. Tsunade liked the sensations beyond measure. She stretched, and then a strand of her hair fell before her eyes. Red. This shocked Tsunade a little, but remembering Naruto's words, she calmed down. Undoubtedly, she was proud and loved the color of her hair, but it is just a color, and she lost it for a reason. Yesterday, the last of the Senju died. Today a new Uzumaki was born, and soon there will be even more of them, Tsunade thought. She was even a little happy. Now everyone will know whose wife she is and what clan she is now from. Tsunade got out of bed, and a mirror caught her eye, beautiful, with a large carved frame. After a little hesitation, and remembering her husband's words, Tsunade decided, having folded such a familiar seal, she with her eyes closed, dispels the hyunge. Slowly opening her eyes, Tsunade was surprised by what she saw. In front of her was the same Tsunade. Again and again she tried to dispel the hyunge, and only on the fourth time, she finally believes, she is young again. He really gave her back her youth. Slightly shocked, but incredibly happy, Tsunade slowly walked down. In the kitchen, everything was more or less the same. Naruto was rushing around the kitchen and cooking something. No matter how many times she looked, she still didn't understand his cooking methods. Too fast, too many clones, too messy, but, she had to admit, his cooking was always delicious, incredibly delicious. Even the food from Tadayori that they ate that evening couldn't compare to his cooking. Tsunade sat down on a chair in front of the island without making a sound, and at the same moment a cup of tea appeared in front of her. She drank the tea calmly, waiting for the food to be ready. After another 10 minutes, everything was ready and the couple began to eat. It turned out really tasty, and they had a light conversation while eating. What are our plans for today? Tsunade asked. I warned Shizune, so you have a couple of days off. Let's consider it an unscheduled vacation. Naruto replied, smiling slightly. I'm the Hokage, I don't have vacations, Tsunade retorted, laughing. It will be a small exception. You need a few days of rest. Naruto said seriously. Okay, just in case, I needed to plan the ceremony, Tsunade said slyly, as if by accident. What ceremony? Naruto asked innocently. Wedding, dear. We've held the Uzumaki ceremony, so it's time to officially seal our union, the cheerful Tsunade replied. You're right, as always, my dear, Naruto supported, emphasizing their new ways of addressing each other. Then, I have a question. Who are we inviting to the ceremony? I think we have to call Kakashi, of course Shizune, Jiraiya, Kurenai, Anko, as well as the heads of all friendly clans with their families. These are the clans of Nara, Akamaki, Yamanaka, Sarutobi, Inazuka, Kurama. Yes, yes, don't thank me for the help. A sarcastic growl came from the seal on the wall. Tsunade flinched in surprise. Not only had she been living here for almost a month and thought the seal was decorative, but it was also emitting a strange, slightly frightening growl. Darling, what was that? Asked a puzzled Tsunade. This is another member of our family. Excuse me, how can Tsunade address you? Naruto asked the stranger. Since she is now officially your wife. I am Kyubi, but Yoko, but you can call me Kurama. Nice to meet you, the fox said respectfully. I am Tsunade Uzumaki, formerly Senju. It is a pleasure to meet you too, Kurama. I know who you are. You are the granddaughter of my first Jinchuriki. I'm glad you're okay. Will you join the discussion? With pleasure. The rest of the breakfast was spent discussing the celebration. But, sooner or later, everything will end, and so the quiet, calm atmosphere in the Uzumaki house came to an end. When the family was about to leave for business, a panicked knock was heard at the door. Opening the door, Naruto met a breathless Anbu on the threshold. Naruto-san, is Hokage Dono here? The Anbu asked in a nervous tone. Yes, she's here, I'll call her now. Darling, I'm here for you, with urgent business, Naruto shouted into the depths of the house. Well, what happened there? I'm on vacation, actually. The red-haired girl complained, coming out of the depths of the mansion. Hokage Dono, message from Suna, Kazekage Dono has been kidnapped. Suna asks to organize a search party. The Anbu reported. Naru, the Hokage addressed her husband. Yes, it's most likely them. Suna, let me go, I'm the only one who can resist them. Naruto pleaded. No, I already told you, you are a Jinchuriki, you can't be allowed near them, you know absolutely nothing about the attackers, I can't let you go. I beg you, Naru, don't get into trouble, I can't lose you, only you can clean up this whole mess. Tsunade begged, clinging to her husband's chest. Okay, you'll send Sakura there, since she's Shizune's student, and Team Kurenai, along with Asuma's former team, Kakashi will lead them. But please allow me to visit Orochimaru's hideout, it's very close, and most likely abandoned, I'll just check. Okay, but promise me that you won't fight Orochimaru, promise me, Tsunade said without an ounce of humor. I promise I won't fight him, Naruto said, and kissed his wife on the top of her scarlet head. 4 days later. Yesterday, a search party from Konoha came to the village. The medic who came with them was able to heal those who suffered from the effect of an unknown weapon of one of the attackers, as well as from physical injuries, and the effects of genjutsu and just injuries. Today, the search party in full force set out to search for the Kazekage. For several long hours, they searched for the lost Jinchuriki. But, again they came across a cave, and in it they found 2 men in black cloaks with red clouds, and the corpse of the young Kage. Hello, Kakashi, it's been a long time since we've seen each other, what, 8 years? Asked the tall, black-haired man. Yes, Itachi, 8, almost 9 years now, since the clan was cut down. Kakashi answered calmly. Yes, you are absolutely right. Forgive our rudeness, but we have to go, we are done here. I'm sorry, Itachi, but we can't let you go. You'll have to, even with a full squad of Konoha shinobi, you won't be able to stop us, the second of the men spoke up. We'll see, Kakashi said, standing in a stance. At the same time in the land of sound. Naruto finally reached Orochimaru's hideout, a small gate covered by tree branches and sparse bushes. Carefully pushing the branches aside, Naruto walked inside. The corridors were dimly lit, it seemed to have been abandoned for a long time, as Naruto's data said, but it was not for nothing that he was a sensor and an empath. He clearly felt 3 chakra signatures, carefully hiding his own. Going deeper into the corridors, Naruto saw a slightly brighter room with many doors. In one of them, he felt a painfully familiar chakra, although it had changed greatly. Uchiha Sasuke, his emotions for 3 years, did not become an iota brighter, only sticky darkness enveloped his thoughts and feelings. In another door, he felt Kabuto's chakra, of course, he was here, Orochimaru's most faithful dog. In the third door, he felt Orochimaru's chakra, greatly weakened, almost extinguished. Naruto realized one thing, Orochimaru did not take over Sasuke's body, and what's even better, did not return his hands. Suddenly, Sasuke's chakra began to move. Naruto, completely hidden in the shadows that covered most of the room, hid his chakra and watched his former teammates' actions. Sasuke, almost silently, came out of his room. He had changed a lot. He was taller, his hair was a little shorter than Naruto remembered. He was dressed in a white shirt with the Uchiha crest on the back, and blue pants, samurai style. He had a sheath with a katana hanging from his belt. Not a bad katana, capable of conducting lightning chakra, perhaps it won't even break after one hit. Naruto stated. Approaching Orochimaru's door, Sasuke took out his katana. A moment later, lightning chakra sparked along it and, pointing the tip at the door, Sasuke broke through the door, and judging by the sob that came from behind the door, he broke through Orochimaru's chest. After that, he opened the door and disappeared into the semi-darkness of the room. Naruto followed him. A short dialogue took place between Sasuke and Orochimaru. As a result of which, Sasuke absorbed Orochimaru. I wish that damn snake would die forever, but even Sasuke's mark is the snake's biological anchor. Idiot, he thinks he's smarter than everyone else. Naruto thought, coming out of his hiding place. From the shadows, a figure appeared. It looked strange. It was wearing a white kimono, its arms were tucked into the sleeves of the kimono, and most importantly, its hair was blood red. Sasuke remembered only one person with that color of hair who was capable of such tricks. Naruto, weakling from Konoha. How was your journey? I hope you've gotten stronger, otherwise it won't be interesting. Sasuke said arrogantly, without turning around. Extremely fruitful. I learned a lot and saw even more. And about the weakling, if my memory serves me right, during our last battle, I was able to knock you out of the world for 2 days, and you were able to escape from Konoha only after I went on a long journey. Of course, I could be wrong, but it seems to me that you are the weakling. Naruto said calmly. He was not trying to hurt or insult him, he was just stating the facts. How dare you? I trained for 3 years, tirelessly, while you were basking in the sun in Suna, the Uchiha shouted. Okay, if so, but are you sure that the training has borne fruit? We'll check it out now, Sasuke snapped, making several seals. As soon as he finished, a huge bolt of lightning struck the place where Naruto was standing. The entire shelter was blown to pieces. And only one figure stood in the center of all this destruction. Sasuke was genuinely pleased with himself. With just one technique, he reduced Naruto to atoms. This is a really strong technique, at least S rank, and maybe SS, though it won't be enough to kill me. A muffled speech was heard from under the rubble. A second later, the rubble flew in different directions, raising a thick cloud of dust. And in this dust, a familiar silhouette was visible. When the dust cleared a little, Sasuke was able to get a better look at his opponent. The kimono was slightly shabby and dirty, but there was not a drop of blood on it. Naruto was standing in the same, casual pose. The Uchiha was seriously enraged. Not only did he survive, but he also got off with a couple of stains on his kimono, unforgivable. Sasuke began to throw fire techniques one after another. He also tried to get Naruto's Chidori, but he was devilishly fast, none of the techniques reached the target. Time after time Sasuke hit Naruto, and time after time Naruto dodged. Naruto, what should we do with him? Kurama asked. I don't know, there was no order from Suna, but I think she will be happy if we bring him back alive. Naruto said. Naruto used several paralysis seals, secretly placing them on Sasuke, after only a minute. Sasuke was lying at Naruto's feet. Carrying him onto his shoulders, Naruto teleported back to Konoha. Leaving Sasuke at the interrogation department, Naruto headed home, when suddenly, Naruto sensed Kakashi feeding chakra into the seal he gave Kakashi. So what should we do? We have to help them, but I don't think Tsunade will forgive us again. Naruto said. I don't know, brother. If you're ready to have your head torn off, go, the fox suggested. You know, I'll go to her and try to ask for time off, Naruto said decisively. In the Uzumaki house. Tsunade was sitting at the table in the living room. There were many papers, lists, checks and the like spread out in front of her. The door opened, Naruto entered the house, and taking off his shoes went into the living room. Darling, you're back, Tsunade rejoiced, rising from her chair and hugging her husband. Hello, dear, can we talk? Sitting down. Okay, you're scaring me, Tsunade said with apprehension, sitting down on the couch and falling into her husband's arms. Suna, Kakashi asked for help. It seems like everything is bad, please let me help them. Naruto begged. Naru, I already told you. I just can't let you go. Not only are you my husband, you're a Jinchuriki, and you're suggesting that we go straight into the hands of Akatsuki. I just can't do that. Tsunade said, taking Naruto's hand. Okay, if I put the Scarlet Shimmer mark here right now, will you allow it? If something happens, I can return here in a flash. Also, if things get really bad, I can quickly bring back the entire search party. Please Suna, I have to help them. Naruto begged. Tsunade squeezed her husband's hand a little tighter. Okay, but promise that you'll come back as soon as something serious happens, promise me. Tsunade said sternly. I promise you Suna. I love you, Naruto said, kissing the girl on the lips, and a moment later, he disappeared in a scarlet shimmer, leaving a mark, as he promised. Near the cave. The battle between the Konoha squad and two Akatsuki members has been going on for a long time. The chakra of all the participants in the battle is almost exhausted. With the help of Kamui, Kakashi was able to separate Kisame and Itachi. The Konoha squad was also divided. Hinata, Kiba and Shino remained to fight against Kisame under the leadership of Kakashi. Ino, Shikamaru and Choji are fighting against Itachi under the leadership of Kurenai. When the fight was almost lost, Kakashi fed chakra into the seal on his shoulder again. And a second later, Naruto stood in front of them. Today, he was dressed in a black kimono, with a whirlpool on the back. Kakashi, was he alone? Naruto asked. No, I separated them with Kamui, Kakashi replied. Then send him there too, Naruto said and split into two identical copies. One of them placed his hand on Kachia's shoulder, transferring some chakra to him, and that was enough to transfer the clone to Kurenai's squad. Now let's begin, Naruto said, and surrounded the squad with a bata that glowed with a soft azure light. If I'm not mistaken, you are Kisame-san, right? Naruto asked, slowly walking towards the swordsman. Yes, my name is Kisame Hoshigaki. I'm surprised you know, the swordsman replied, playing with the sword behind his back. And this, Samehada, is true, Naruto said, more as a statement than a question. You amaze me more and more. Knowing the name of my sword is rare knowledge. Only if it wasn't forged by your ancestors. Sir, I wasn't mistaken, you really are Uzumaki, your hair gives you away. Kisame-san, let's part peacefully, you will answer my questions and give us the Kazekage's body, and then you can go wherever you want. Nah, that's a very bad deal. You want answers. You'll have to beat them out of me. Kisame said, smiling and rushing at Naruto. But, at the moment when the blade of his sword was supposed to cut Naruto, instead of the characteristic sound of tearing flesh and breaking bones, a loud metallic screech was heard. Naruto had the Kibakiriboko sword in his hand, blocking Kisame's attack. Naruto rushed into attack, delivering fast and powerful strikes with the terribly heavy sword. Kisame, thanks to his many years of practice in Kenjutsu, was still able to block attacks, but it was very difficult for him. At one point, their swords collided again, with the now familiar and habitual metallic creak. Kisame heard a quiet squeal. Looking down at Naruto's hand, he saw in it an almost white sphere, around which streams of wind were formed, similar to the petals of a shuriken. The sphere emitted a quiet but piercing squeak. A second later, the sphere struck Kisame in the stomach. Trying to block the attack with his sword, he only moved Naruto's hand higher, and as a result, the sphere drilled into Kisame's chest, piercing his heart. Cough, cough, not bad, really. Unexpected. Kisame croaked before falling to the ground, letting go of the sword handle. Now, will you answer my questions? Naruto asked, bending down in front of him. I won't tell you anything. I have nothing to lose, Kisame said and made several seals. A sphere of water filled with sharks formed around him, and within a minute the entire sphere turned blood red. Unwilling to reveal Akatsuki's secrets, Kisame committed suicide. Damn, he could tell a lot. Naruto was a little disappointed. A few minutes later, Naruto regained the clone's memory. Naruto's clone. Having moved to the Kamui dimension, Naruto found Itachi in a fierce battle against the Kurenai squad. No matter how they tried, they could not even touch Itachi. He dodged a second before the blow. The Mangekyo Sharingan was shining brightly in his eyes. It is not easy to defeat such an opponent, especially when this genius of the Uchiha clan, and a former Anbu. Itachi, hello, I met your brother here, Naruto said, drawing attention to himself. Sasuke, is he alive? Is he okay? Itachi asked nervously, losing all the seriousness and coldness of his image. For now, yes, he's in the Konoha interrogation department. This is the second time I've dragged him to Konoha by the scruff of the neck, but he still runs away. He's looking for power. He even ran away to Orochimaru, and all with the goal of killing you. I thought so. It's bad, of course, that he went this way, but what's done is done, now he needs to gather all the strength he can. You know, I think it would be better if you talked to him. I'm especially fed up with running after him and dragging him back and forth. I am considered a renegade of the S rank. In Konoha I am known as the executioner of my own clan. The way is closed to me there, Itachi said sadly. Your intelligence service is not working well. 3 years ago, I killed the elders of Konoha and exposed all their machinations and crimes. Everyone already knows the truth about the Uchiha massacre. Even during his lifetime, the third Hokage, at my suggestion, wrote an order confirming your innocence, so you are clean before Konoha. Naruto said. You are truly amazing, Naruto. Okay, I'll go back to Konoha, and I'll give you all the information I've gathered about Akatsuki. That's great. Now, let's go back, Naruto said and made a few seals. At that moment, a crack began to appear in the Kamui space, and when it stopped growing, they all exited the Kamui dimension. Coming out of the Kamui, the clone connected with the original, after which Naruto, together with Sakura, provided the necessary medical assistance. Afterwards, the most difficult moment came. Naruto entered the cave, and after a few moments came out with Gaara's corpse in his arms. Sakura tried to revive him, but nothing worked. It's useless. When extracting the Bayu, the Jinchuriki inevitably dies, Itachi and Kakashi stated in unison. Only if it was sealed by someone other than me, Naruto said, kneeling down in front of Gaara. Naruto placed his hands on Gaara's chest. The Kozakige's body was enveloped in sand-colored chakra. For several minutes, Gaara's body absorbed the strange chakra, after which Naruto began to draw strange symbols on his body. After finishing writing a rather long text, Naruto folded his hands in a strange place, similar to a bird seal, and the writing glowed with a blinding scarlet-red light. The Kozakige's eyes opened. He looked around at those present with a clouded gaze and said a strange phrase. Naruto, Temari, are you dead too? The former Jinchuriki asked, blinking his eyes innocently. You're a fool, said a crying Temari, hugging her brother. The question that united everyone present was obvious. How? How can you revive a completely dead body? Naruto, of course I can't be surprised by much, and I'm even less surprised by what you do. But how did you revive the dead Jinchuriki? Asked the dumbfounded Kakashi. I sealed Shukaku, and when I seal them, I take a piece of their chakra and store it in myself, so I returned this piece to him. But, just returning it is not enough. The body died a long time ago. Even without considering that he is not a purebred Uzumaki, he lasted a long time. It was enough for me to revive him. This is not exactly a technique, rather a principle of the universe. If you understand it correctly, and have the means and power to use it, you are capable of literally everything. Naruto explained. Later, Naruto and the others were at the gates of the Sand Village. Gaara, and all the other locals, suggested that they stay at least another day, but Kakashi cut him off, saying that they needed to get to Konoha as quickly as possible, and it was a long way to go. After shaking hands, Naruto and Gaara said goodbye, promising that Gaara and his entire family would be at Naruto's wedding. The Konoha people headed back, or take these marks, Naruto said, handing each of them a piece of paper. Why? Everyone asked. I don't have the strength or time to go to Konoha for 3 days, so I'll just move us. Naruto said, and a moment later, they were all standing in front of a dumbfounded Tsunade, dressed in her pajamas. Tsunade's POV. The Uzumaki Clansheim had just woken up, and before getting up, she meticulously felt the other side of the bed. After the technique, she and Naruto began to sleep in the same bed. Naruto always got up before her, but after him the bed always remained warm, but not today. Naru, he's not back yet. I hope they're okay. Tsunade worried. She went down to the first floor, after all the water procedures, pouring herself a cup of coffee, adding a little sake. She was about to sit down on the sofa. When suddenly, end POV. Squealing and blushing deeply, Tsunade ran into the bedroom, returning dressed in formal, but homely clothes. All this time, while Tsunade was running, Naruto was pestered with questions. Naruto, how did you do that? It looks like a Hiraishin, but even with that, it would take the entire Nine Tails chakra reserve to transfer it like that. And not even one, Kurama growled in his subconscious. Just don't tell them about it, Naruto replied. I use my version of Hiraishin, it's optimized for me, so it doesn't consume much, and I have enough chakra, Naruto answered. After going down, Tsunade took the report, and everyone went home. Except Itachi. So you're saying you were a spy for the teacher in Akatsuki? The former blonde asked. Yes, it was from him that I received the direction to this organization, Itachi answered. Don't worry, Suna, you remember, I'm an empath, so if he lied, I would know it, and if my memory serves me right, in the Hokage's office, somewhere there is a scroll with this information, signed by the third grandpa, so everything is fair. Naruto supported. Okay, then, go to the Uchiha Quarter, there is only one residential building there now, where Sasuke used to live, so get settled, tomorrow you will go to your brother. Tsunade commanded. Hi, Hokage-sama, Itachi replied, he had gotten out of the habit of saying that, but to be honest, it was very nice to say it again. Itachi went to the quarter. Phew, I'm not used to such a rush early in the morning, Tsunade complained. Speaking of early in the morning, would you mind sharing your coffee recipe? Naruto asked, slightly threateningly, but very softly and sweetly. Oh. Well, and I planned the ceremony. Tsunade said innocently. Don't be evasive. What did I say about drinking? Naruto asked, a little more seriously. I remember, I was really worried. Tsunade blurted out. Okay, I'll forgive you this time, because it's my fault. But, just this once, Naruto said sternly. Okay, Tsunade muttered, but to stop her from sulking, Naruto gently kissed her on the forehead. To which she let out a contented purr. A few days later, Tsunade's short vacation had come to an end, and she was now sitting in the Hokage's office, sorting through a truly gigantic pile of papers. But the work was not destined to continue. Suna, do you have a minute? Jiraiya asked as he entered through the window. I already told you, if you call me that, I'll personally send you to the hospital, and if I don't make it in time, Naruto will, Tsunade snapped, not looking up from her work. Yes, I remember. You're a married woman now, I still can't believe it. Jiraiya said, sitting down on the sofa. Just take a closer look at my hair and everything will become clear, Tsunade replied, pointing to the top of her head. An amazing kid, even more than Minato, Jiraiya said nostalgically. Much more amazing, Tsunade said, her voice warm and filled with love. So, what did you want? Tsunade asked, finally tearing herself away from the ill-fated papers. How about a bite to eat? Jiraiya suggested instead of answering. I can't, I have a lot of work, and Naruto won't be happy if I eat before dinner, Tsunade replied. Okay then listen, I want to infiltrate the Rain Village. Jiraiya said after a slight pause. To the Rain Village. What the hell for? Tsunade asked. Akatsuki. According to Naruto, their leader's lair is there. Naruto answered. No, definitely not. The Rain Village, a remote, closed village. Going there alone is madness. Even if something happens, we won't be able to get you out. We have no contact with them. No. And once again no. Tsunade cut off categorically. Tsunade, this is the only option. We need information about him, and I am the only one who can get in there, and I am not so sorry. After all, besides me, Naruto can get in there, but you won't let him go even with a squadron of shinobi. So, only I remain. Reasoned the Sannin. But, there must be another way. There must be. Tsunade thought hysterically. No, there is no other way, and besides, you and I are the last from Konoha who were in the Rain Village. But, you are the Hokage, you cannot leave the village. If, I still won't let you go. You'll leave on your own, right? Tsunade asked rhetorically. Yes, you remember, the teacher gave me the right to freely leave the village. Okay, but, take care of yourself. It's not right for a married woman to worry about other men, Tsunade heard in the empty office. On the border of the Rain Village. On the surface of the water millions of circles from drops of the ever-falling rain were spreading, when suddenly dozens of circles noticeably increased, and a small toad floated to the surface. Having looked around, the amphibian opened its mouth, and from there appeared a hand, and after it the rest of the body. Jiraiya stretched. Sitting in a toad for several hours was a very uncomfortable experience. The penetration was successful, thank you Kanroji-san, Jiraiya thanked, and the toad disappeared into the depths of the water surface. Now, we need to find out where their leader is, Hanzo. Apparently, he lived in a huge tower in the center of the city. Jiraiya walked slowly through the streets of the village, so that he would not be recognized, although everyone who knew was already dead. Almost, he wrapped himself in a gray cloak. The village looked completely different. There was no such devastation and poverty as before. No, Here, by the look of it, a truly happy life was in full swing. Having decided to have a snack, and also to find out a little, Jiraiya approached a takoyaki stand. "Hello, beauty. Can I please have one portion?" said the cheerful Jiraiya. "Of course," the hostess replied. "Beauty, can you tell me how to meet Hanzo? I have some business with him, we are old friends." "We don't have any Hanzo," the woman snapped, completely losing all her friendliness, and it seemed she was afraid of something. "That can't be, I remember he was in charge of everything here." Jiraiya was indignant. "Quiet, don't say his name, don't mention him, the angel can't hear," the woman whispered, gesturing at the passers-by who were staring at them. "Yeah, you're probably right," Jiraiya replied, getting out of the street as quickly as he could. Somewhere in a dark room. "Pain, Jiraiya is in the village," said the blue-haired girl. "Jiraiya-sensei, how many years have passed?" The body from the darkness answered. "Should I deal with him?" the girl asked. "No, don't worry, the path of the beast, Preta and Deva is already on its way." Commentary on Part 16. We are approaching something very sad. But it will be in the next parts, and for now, happiness to you, cool fanfics, and a good day. Part 17. Jiraiya made his way through the streets of the Rain Village, knowing that his arrival was most likely already known. Coming out into the open, Jiraiya had to instantly dodge the paper shurikens flying at him, which turned out to be explosive tags. There was an explosion, but when the smoke cleared, a white, spiky cocoon stood in Sanon's place. Jiraiya opened his hair. "Hello Conan, you've grown into a real beauty. And hello to you Yahiko. And, where's Nagato?" Jiraiya asked, not relaxing for a second. "Yahiko is dead, only Pain remains, Jiraiya-sensei," Pain said, summoning a huge creature that looked like a crab or crayfish. The giant went on the attack, using his hair and several fire techniques. Jiraiya was able to drive the monster away, but several more appeared behind him, a huge, multi-headed dog, a chameleon, and a gigantic bird. Jiraiya realized that he couldn't cope without help, so he formed seals and, letting a drop of blood run down his hand, Jiraiya summoned a toad of truly enormous size. "Jiraiya-san, who are we fighting?" asked the toad. "With a very strong man, Gameken-san," Jiraiya replied. "Please, Gameken-san, buy me some time, I will try to collect the senchakra." "Of course, Jiraiya-san, I will do everything in my power." A real battle of titans unfolded in the Rain Village. Giant-sized animals fought each other, wounding, cutting, and tearing pieces from each other. On the head of a huge toad stood a man with white hair, clasping his hands in a pleading gesture, but he was not begging, he was accumulating strength, preparing for the final push. "Jiraiya-san, I can't take it anymore. I'm sorry," said the toad, disappearing in a huge cloud of white smoke. "Thank you Gameken-san, you've done more than enough," Jiraiya thought as he called for two assistants. The path of the beast lost its strength, receding into the background. It gave way to the path of Asura and the path of man. Entering the crevice where Jiraiya supposedly flew, the two paths were extremely surprised. Before them appeared either a man or an animal. Red stripes on the face, a changed nose, teeth and facial features, legs and arms. But the strangest thing seemed to be two toads sitting on both shoulders of the creature. They rushed to attack, and although Jiraiya had clearly become stronger, but now the forces were equal, no more, no less, no one's side. Only now, the Sannon mode cannot be maintained forever, so something urgently needs to be thought up. "Jiraiya-chan, neither taijutsu, nor ninjutsu, nor senjutsu help, only genjutsu remains," said one of the toads. "That's true, but I don't have genjutsu, Fukasaku-sama," the Sannon replied. "Then, it's time for us, children, to sing a duet again. Even though I swore I would never sing with you again, deaf toad," said the second toad. "How much do you need, Sheena herself?" "A little, but we'll have to wait," the toad answered, and both amphibians began to shake, taking in air. Jiraiya could only defend himself, there was no point in attacking. After excruciatingly long minutes, the toads announced their readiness. "Genjutsu, frog song," the Sannon shouted, and it seemed like the entire world shook from the high-pitched sounds of the demonic song. 3 of Pain's bodies were successfully neutralized, but while Jiraiya was distracted, another of Pain's bodies broke through the wall at the same time, grabbing Jiraiya's arm and instantly tearing it off. "Kach, the Sannon grimaced. Shino disappeared in a cloud of smoke after being hit by one of the panes. Only Fukasaku remained on his protégé's shoulder. Jiraiya-sensei, you were wondering why we are gathering the tailed beasts. Since you are going to die anyway, I will tell you. If we gather all the tailed beasts, we can create the strongest genjutsu that will allow us to immerse the world in an eternal illusion of peace, without wars, greed and conflicts, our pipe dream that has become a goal. Pain spoke. Jiraiya was lying on a concrete slab, chained with 6 pins. One of the pains had damaged his larynx. He couldn't say a word. He only reached out his hand to Fukasaku's back. With chakra, he wrote a message that only the one it was written for could read. With the last of his strength, Jiraiya finished the last lines, and silently, with a look, sent Fukasaku to Mount Myoboku. The Asura path fired hundreds of missiles at the slab Jiraiya was lying on. In a cloud of smoke, Jiraiya disappeared into the water. The last thing he thought about was, I'll call the next book The Great Uzumaki Naruto, Child of Prophecy. Yes, a good title. I'll get rich from this story. The dying old man thought with a smile, slowly fading into oblivion. Meanwhile in Konoha. And you let him go. Sooner, what the hell were you thinking? We don't know much about Akatsuki, but the fact is that their leader is stronger than all the other S-rank renegades. And you thought that Jiraiya, alone, without support or communication, could handle him. He's good too, you had to think of it, to climb right into a hornet's fucking nest. Old idiot, if they don't kill him there, I'll find him myself and personally put him face down in the grave, so he doesn't go anywhere, fucking. The entire office, and what's more, the entire Konoha, the angry voice of the Jinchuriki was heard. Everyone knew that he was furious now, that he was literally scolding them to the Hokage. Just imagine, the great Tsunade Senju, that is, Uzumaki, being scolded like a little girl. This had not happened since the time of Mito Uzumaki. Probably only Uzumaki can keep the Senju in check. What was I supposed to do? Tsunade shouted back. Answer me, Naruto. How can I keep a person with the absolute right to leave the village, who never listens to anyone? What should I have done? I offered him a detachment of shinobi, that we would form a group, but he doesn't listen, except for him and you. No one can get into the village. I already told you, I won't let you in. What else could I do? Tsunade screamed in response. Break his legs. You beat him to the point of coma, so this time you could have broken his legs, and while he was recovering, we would have come up with something, Naruto retorted. Tsunade was furious. The only thing she wanted was to protect him. Of course, for her, he was the strongest shinobi in the world, but even the strongest needed care and a little bit of tutelage. For the first time in a long time, she was so offended. She had been angry, offended and ran from problems before. But the way the person dearest to her stubbornly refused to accept her care literally knocked her off balance. It was late evening, the Hokage's regular duty had long since ended, but Tsunade always stayed for an hour or two, of course, having warned her husband in advance, but now. She was filled with resentment. She abruptly stood up from the table, grabbed her haori from the hanger, and ran out of the residence. Naruto stood in a stupor for a few more minutes. It was the first time he saw her like this. Naruto was furious. Not only did Jiraiya go to the Rain Village alone, but he also snapped at Tsunade for it. She didn't deserve it one bit. It's just that it's so hard for Naruto to show love. He wants to protect her from this world, not to fence her off or limit her, no, just to be there, ready to support her and help her, but he has to protect her from himself, from his breakdowns and hysterics. The worst thing is if she starts to hate him. What an idiot. Your relationship is quite normal. There is always room for quarrels and disagreements. This is normal for everyone. Yes, and don't forget, you're an empath, you talk about it at every opportunity, but at the most necessary moment, you forget. There is no hatred or even malice in her emotions. Only resentment, care and love. The fox said from the subconscious. You're right, Ku. To hell with it, I have to go look for her. You should hurry up. We've been standing here for almost an hour, and now some Nukanen have kidnapped a drunk Tsunade. Have fun, the fox said at last. What have they done? This ominous roar was heard throughout Konoha and its surroundings. Every villager felt an unprecedented pressure and cold. Naruto moved to the cave where the Nukanen had set up camp. Appearing above their heads, he unsealed the Nuibari sword, impaling a dozen shinobi on its thread, while in his other hand he held Samehada, cutting down everyone who was not reached by the thread. All this was accompanied by flashes of scarlet flame emanating from the depths of the body of an unknown monster. Named Naruto Uzumaki. Half an hour later, the screams in the camp died down. The camp was literally drowning in blood. Chopped, cut, burned bodies were strewn everywhere. Above the camp, terrifying garlands of corpses of inattentive shinobi hung. And in the center of this terrible picture stood a man. From head to toe and the tips of his hair he was covered in blood, and his once snow-white kimono literally smoked from the blood, saturated with its smell and warmth. In his arms the man held a girl, with the same scarlet hair. He slowly walked in the ringing silence of the night. Only somewhere a fire crackled slightly. On the unburned bodies, Naruto came out of the forest. He walked for almost an hour, using the scarlet shimmer, was completely out of place. Tsunade was snoring so sweetly, pressing herself closer to her warm and familiar chest. He didn't want to wake her up. He had no right, he was to blame, and she was very tired. So they reached the Uzumaki quarter. On the way here, Naruto released an unprecedented amount of chakra and ki. He couldn't allow anyone to see his wife like this. He didn't want anyone to whisper in her back later. He was to blame for this. He was the one to answer. They went home, ate like they were taking their shoes off, not letting go of his wife for a second. Naruto carried her to the bed. Having laid her down and covered her with a blanket, he checked her body again. Of course, the Nukanen, even with a drunk Tsunade, could not cope, so they injected her with some kind of drug that threw her out of the world for several hours. Naruto of course neutralized it, as well as the effects of the large amount of alcohol that Tsunade had. Having finished with all the preparations, and having hugged his wife properly, Naruto closed his eyes. In the morning, Naruto woke up early, went down to the first floor, he made breakfast. After leaving one portion for his wife, he went to the shopping district. It wasn't even 3 o'clock yet when one of the Anbu flew up to Naruto. Naruto-san, Hokage-sama is calling for you, said the Anbu. It's strange, she used to send clones. Well, let's go listen, and at the same time I'll ask what she wants for dinner. Naruto said, heading towards the Hokage Tower. A little later, one of the most, if not the most, terrible man in the village walked slowly and relaxed along the corridors of the residence. Naruto Uzumaki was heading towards the Hokage's office. Everyone he met literally shied away from his approach. He was wearing, as always, a white kimono, and his scarlet red hair was braided into a high braid. Heading towards the Hokage's office, Naruto had only one thought in his head. Why did Tsunade call me so suddenly? Couldn't you wait until the evening? You yourself understand perfectly well that she herself does not like to disturb you. If she called, it means something urgent, said the fox. You are right, as always, Ku. Of course. Naruto approached the door, with a relaxed, and even overly energetic movement, due to the third-party signatures behind the door. Naruto opens the door, preparing to blow up the entire building, but, in a moment, all his readiness is replaced by suspicion. Hello Fukasaku-sama, Shima-sama, Naruto said, bowing in a gesture of deep respect. And to you Naruto-chan. Shima answered with a bit of sadness. Her husband supported her. Naruto, do you know Fukasaku herself and Shima herself? Asked a puzzled Tsunade. Yes, the old pervert introduced us a couple of years ago. By the way, where is he? Naruto asked naively, already knowing the answer. Jiraiya-chan died in the battle with pain. Fukasaku said, but his speech was interrupted by a cry full of horror and excitement from Tsunade. Something broke in Tsunade's chest again, that disgusting, painfully familiar feeling of anger at herself, that you were wrong again, that you couldn't, that familiar emptiness in her chest, as if something important had been ripped out of her again, as important as possible. Tsunade glanced at Naruto. There was nothing in his eyes. He clearly knew what was waiting for him, he knew what he would hear, but only Tsunade knew that at such moments, a storm of emotions was happening in his soul. He couldn't show them. He just didn't know how, but she knew it was hard for him, maybe even harder than for her. She wanted to help him, somehow console him, support him. But how, if she needed help herself? Fukasaku-sama, did he pass something on, a note or something? There was steel in Naruto's voice. Tsunade didn't understand. Why is he being brave? Who is he hiding from? He doesn't trust them. Or me. This thought scared Tsunade to the depths of her soul. She and Naruto had been through so much, but she had never seen him cry, complain, or even just be sad. No, there was always either a smile on his face, or indifference, or anger. With each passing second, Tsunade sank deeper into the abyss of doubt and despair. Yes, when he was dying, I was there. On my back, he wrote some kind of code. Fukasaku said. We tried to open it, but without success, Shima added. Okay, let me copy it, Naruto said, with the same steel in his voice, reaching out his hand to Fukasaku. At that moment, Fukasaku's cloak lifted up, and a previously unseen cipher began to appear before everyone present. During the Great Wars, shinobi were taught encryption and cryptography, but now, Tsunade only vaguely recognized a couple of symbols. A second later, a scroll with a cipher on it lay on Tsunade's desk, but the secret of its contents still remained. Does anyone recognize this code? Naruto asked sternly. Vaguely, a couple of symbols, nothing more, said Tsunade. Same thing, added Fukasaku and Shima. At least this code exists, that's something, Naruto concluded. Suna, send this to the cryptography department. Thank you Fukasaku-sama, Shima-sama, for everything, thank you for everything. Naruto said as he left the office. Tsunade-san, he needs to get over this, don't be mad at him. Sorry, we're leaving, the toad said, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Weasel, take it to the department. In short, you got it, and after. Get out of the office. Tsunade said as sternly as possible, just to keep from bursting into tears. From somewhere in the corner of the room an Anbu appeared in a weasel mask, took the scroll and bowed, disappeared into the shunshin, and similar sounds were heard in the other corners of the room. Tsunade fell exhausted onto the table. There was no more strength left, like an emotionless statue, no more. But suddenly, a small mark lit up on her wrist. Naruto had put it there in case of danger, and before she had time to figure out why it was glowing, she found herself at home, on the couch, in her husband's arms. Suna, don't hold back, I'm here, Naruto whispered in her ear. Tsunade burst into tears like she probably never had before. Every time she thinks that she cries like never before, and every time it gets louder and more painful. Again, it's my fault, you were right, damn, right, you should have broken his legs, or knocked him out and tied him up, or put seals on him, done at least something. At least something, just so he could live. And again hysteria, how she hates herself for this, every time she cries, and he just sits and strokes her head, no matter what she says, even if she screams at him, beats his chest, and he will just accept, remain silent, calm her down and continue to love, no matter how she reproaches herself, even if it is for good reason, he will still forgive, will not even think that she is guilty. How pathetic she is. It's not your fault, you know it yourself, you can't stop him if he doesn't want it, you can't forbid him, you can't break him, but his works are in our hands, his last will, he would like us to protect everything he fought for, everything he wanted to protect, his dream is in our hands, and only we are capable of making it come true. You're right, we need to see what's going on with the code. And you haven't seen my shoes, although okay, it's not far from here. Tsunade was already getting ready, but Naruto didn't let her get out of his embrace. Not now, you need to rest. These words were the last thing Tsunade heard as she fell asleep. After going upstairs, Naruto laid Tsunade on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and carefully closed the door. A tired shinobi walked along the main street of Konoha. Everyone knew who it was, but today he was unrecognizable. His gaze was downcast, directed at the ground. His shoulders were hunched, and his hands dangled back and forth without enthusiasm. So he walked, no one knew where he was going, but, surprisingly, there was no sense of the malice and anger that usually emanated from him, even with the naked, absolutely uncomprehending gaze, one could see that he was in despair. Naruto reached the cryptography department. Slowly, almost silently, he walked inside and stood in front of several cryptographers and Shikamaru, and behind them, in the shadows, stood Kakashi. What do you know? Naruto asked, his voice full of steely desperation. Not much, to be honest, almost nothing. There are a few symbols from E425, but that's a standard Konoha cipher, and a couple of symbols from the Kasimono cipher, but that also doesn't give much. Even when combining these ciphers, it's nonsense, concluded one of the cryptographers. Thank you, Yura-san, Shikamaru said. Let me see, Naruto said, taking the scroll in his hands. This 9 is the distinctive symbol of E425. Every sentence there begins with it, but it is not it. Its analog is Kasimono, so we thought because of the numbers, but 9s are not used in it, so it is definitely not it. Continued Yura. It's not 9, Naruto almost whispered. What did you say? Shikamaru chimed in. It's not 9, and it's not some special code, it's a book code, and this is, Ta, the old man, I think, had a habit of writing it like that. Kakashi-san, please give me the flirting tactics that I gave you. Everyone probably saw how Kakashi's face turned bright crimson, but he silently handed over the book. Page 31, word 8 of the present. Page 107, word 7, although no, the phrase is among them. Page 207, word 15 no. It turns out, there is no real one among them, finished Kakashi. Yes, the only thing left is to figure out what this means. Any guesses? Naruto asked. None, answered everyone present. This sucks. Then let's go. If you have any suggestions, gather them and express them. Naruto said, leaving the office. He goes home again. He doesn't feel like doing anything today, when suddenly Naruto looked around, seeing familiar landscapes. The red-haired realized that he was on Mount Myoboku. Realizing that he was not invited for gingerbread, Naruto went to the old prophet. As far as he knew about him, it seemed to him that he was older than Konoha itself. Even the frog told Jiraiya that he would raise a student who would either destroy or save this world. Hello Naruto-chan, it's good to see you again, said the amphibian, sprawled on the stone throne. Hello Gamamaru-sama, the same to you, replied Naruto. I'm sorry for your loss, Naruto-chan. Jiraiya was a great shinobi and a wonderful person. His death is a great loss for all of us. Yes, you are right as always, Gamamaru-sama. He lived like a hero, and he died like a hero. We will all miss him. That's true, but unfortunately, that's not why I called you. At least, not completely. Before he died, Jiraiya-chan asked Garatora to give you something if he died. Garatora, I beg you, said the toad. A toad of impressive size, which had been standing at a distance from the throne, jumped up to Naruto. In a second the toad literally stretched out, showing its belly in the form of a scroll, and then unrolled it. Naruto saw a complicated design. Many lines, symbols, and dots formed an intricate seal. The key to the seal of 83 grams. Naruto snapped. That's right, this is the key to the Nine Tails cage. Yes, well, that's it, you little fuck, open me up, my tails are already itching, I want to go for a walk so much. A motivated growl was heard. He's gone, you red mold. Now we'll listen to the end, come back, buy some flowers, and then we'll open the seal. And what the hell are the flowers for? Are you so happy about my release? Of course, and if you haven't forgotten, a man died there, we should bring some flowers, and Sunad will probably like them. Flowers on her friend's grave. Of course, who wouldn't like that? The fox finished sarcastically. You flea-bitten bastard. It's trivial, and I don't have fleas. Naruto-chan, Jiraiya entrusted this key to you, just like your father entrusted it to him, but if you decide to use it, know this. After the seal is removed, the fox will either capture all of you, or unite with you. Be prepared to fight, not only for yourself, but for everyone you care about. What if the fox is the most precious thing I have? Well, you really embarrassed me. I turned all red. A muffled growl was heard. Fail. There is no one more precious than Suna. You are second. EWW, that's it, I'm offended. Divorce, expenses, and a maiden name. Everyone adores the old man motherfucker Kaguya. Get me out of here, he's offending me. The age-old creature whined. Fate does not force me to act this way. Don't show off, my son. Ellipsis. Was heard somewhere in the void. Don't shout, be that as it may, you and Sunad are on equal footing. Exactly the same. I already know about this Naruto-chan, that you are the first, and with his character, the only friend of the great Kyuubi no Yoko, but it does not matter what the fox thinks, what he wants or does. After removing the seal, he will fall into an uncontrollable rage. He will not distinguish between friends and enemies. Does this remind you of anything? The symptoms are similar. Madness, rage, insanity. Do you think Akatsuki somehow removes the seals from the Jinchuriki? It seems like there are so many questions and so few answers. Okay, Gamamaru-sama, it's time to finish. We still have a lot of things to do. Yes, Naruto-chan, it's time. On that note, Garatora climbed into. Let's skip where he climbed into. Naruto, having said goodbye to everyone, having fought off Shima, who had come up with a truly divine recipe for baked larvae, with a sauce made from shibulsi mushrooms, with a pinch of heavenly oregano, Naruto went home. Konoha. Naruto was summoned about half an hour ago. Sunad woke up from unusually loud sounds from the street. Rubbing her eyes with her fist and slowly, lazily walking out onto the balcony. Tsunade was horrified. Konoha was burning. The cries and pleas of shinobi could be heard everywhere. Techniques of various elements and styles were flying, and behind all this, probably, stood Akatsuki, flashed through Tsunade's mind. Tsunade Senju, I have a question for you. Came from somewhere above. Part 18. Commentary on Part 18 New Part. Enjoy reading. Tsunade stood there dumbfounded. Above her, on the paper, a blue-haired girl in a black cloak with bloody clouds was hovering on wings. As she addressed Tsunade, the girl exuded majesty and complete confidence in herself and her powers. Which was no small matter, since she was addressing the strongest kunoichi in history. But something twitched in Tsunade's chest. Something screamed like an alarm to her. You met her. I'll repeat myself. Are you Tsunade Senju, the fifth Hokage? The woman repeated, a little louder. Uzumaki, recently. Tsunade snapped. I apologize, the information is outdated. Recently, your husband, as I understand it, thinned out our organization considerably. There was no time for espionage. It was cold, as if it were completely, the woman said, not believing her own words. I understand, we have problems with espionage ourselves. That's it. Recently. Lost the best spy, they say your leader. Eliminated him. Stumbling said Tsunade. Jiraiya-sensei, yes, pain killed him. He infiltrated Rain Village, spied, for this, it is customary for us to kill. Cold. Without, the girl responded emotionally. Sensei, why did you call him that? I don't remember you among his students. Only if. Damn, you're that girl from the Rain Village. With you were two other boys. You were orphans, you came to us to ask for food. Orochimaru wanted to kill you, but Jiraiya interceded, and then he disappeared on several years, said that he was training someone. So it was you. Tsunade seemed to struck by lightning. The image of a small, smiling girl immediately popped into my head, blue-haired girl, in a worn t-shirt. And a paper flower, resting, in small, childish hands. This flower, for a long time lay in the pocket of the haori, which Tsunade carried like a napkin that you accidentally pick up when leaving bar, and just put it in your pocket, periodically feeling it, looking for something in pocket. But every time she pulled it out, she remembered the smiling a girl whose fate no one would envy. But, like everything memorable, it was lost. Maybe she dropped it when she was looking for something in a drunken stupor. Or someone threw it out unnecessary, searching her pockets, which happened to her quite often. They must have confused it with a banknote. But how much can you buy with a paper flower? I wish it was possible to buy the world for it, and everyone would just do it paper flowers, giving them to each other. Such thoughts were awakened in Tsunade by this flower. She probably doesn't remember. Life seemed to be divided into before and after, when she met him. Yes, you are right, it was me. But, there is no time to remember. Past, we are here for one purpose. Where is Naruto Uzumaki? Asked the girl. I don't know, answered Haim. Who would know this if not his wife? Still the same, the girl asked coldly. What made you think I would tell you? Even if I knew you were coming to my village, destroying it almost to the ground, and you want to kill my husband. Why the hell would I help you? I'm the Hokage, I'm protecting village, it's my direct responsibility. Tsunade shouted, getting into a fighting stance. It's your choice, if you don't say it, someone else will. The girl answered. Yes, this girl is Conan. I just didn't come up with it. Why the hell would she introduce herself? So let's pretend we're all here already, we know each other, and we'll call her by her first name. Thank you, smiley face. No one will give it to you, Tsunade continued. Then we'll find it ourselves. Pain's possibilities are limitless. Conan said and launched a multitude of paper shuriken at Tsunade. Of course, for an experienced, I would say the greatest kunoichi, dodging them wasn't a problem, but the shurikens were made of explosive seals, and suddenly, everything around Tsunade was covered in explosions, completely hiding the kunoichi herself. Conan hovered above the cloud of smoke, already preparing to fly away. At the last moment she dodged a powerful blow from Tsunade, who jumped out Conan's back. But the blue-haired girl was only able to minimize the damage, but not avoid it. His blow of monstrous force turned the paper wing into a pile of white mass, so untouched the shoulder of its owner. The fight between the two kunoichi continued on the ground. Above Konoha. Pain towered over Konoha, that is, one of his paths, the path of Deva. Raising his hands up, he used his highest ability, Shinra Tensei. Tsunade and Conan. Seeing that her friend is plotting, Conan instantly created new wings, flying away from deadly technology. Realizing that this was not just like that, and that they were threatened huge danger, Tsunade immediately summoned Katsuyu, ordering her to protect every person in Konoha, urgently, there is no time left. The last things Tsunade Kyuchoi screamed were often not related cries, faster, more. Back and forth. It's hard to make out, but Katsuya, being a slug and not stupid, I realized that my friend was asking me to protect the residents of Konoha from something very bad. Katsuya tried to warn Tsunade that it would require huge reserves of chakra, but Uzumaki did not listen to her, insisting on her own. There was no time to argue. Katsuya flew apart into many slugs smaller, and began to envelop every resident, including Tsunade. Answer, Pain raised his hands up, in after. Know the pain, he said, bringing down Shinra Tensei on Konoha. In one moment, centuries-old buildings and streets, even a residence hokage, disappeared. Vanished almost without a trace, only a couple of broken boards, and pieces the remains of the former masonry lay on the ground, reminiscent of majestic buildings. As ordered, Katsuya protected the people of Konoha, who she could, as far as she could. Only at the last moment, Tsunade threw it off one of the Katsus off himself, throwing it at the unprotected Kunoiki, thus saving her life, but she herself was left without protection. Katsuya couldn't believe, even though the fact was there, that she would survive. Without her protection it was impossible. Shinra Tensei destroyed everything and everyone who was defenseless. It was hard to believe that the legendary loser, the Kunoiki who had passed World War, died, but died saving another, as always, on the first in another place, and then your own safety. The dust began to settle little by little, revealing a wasteland, and not just a wasteland. From a village that was once seething with life and energy, the largest settlement of the elemental nations, only a huge crater remained, the depth of several kilometers away. Everything disappeared. Residential areas, shinobi academies, even the centuries-old hokage building was reduced to a pile of broken boards and stones. And among all this destruction, a few human, anthropomorphic figures, people protected by Katsuya. Many began to look around sides, looking for familiar faces. Someone was happy to see a friend, a loved one or a mentor or a student. But many burst into hysterical tears, not having found, or having found the corpse of a dear person. The wasteland was filled with a cacophony of crying, joyful and desperate. Sakura, Shizune's student, was also there, looking around. With tear-stained eyes, she looked for the teacher of her mentor, the woman who saved everyone present here, Tsunade. The woman's surprise, no one in the whole world could have thought that the legendary Tsunade Senju decides to give his broken heart to the most unpredictable shinobi in world, her classmate Naruto Uzumaki. The girl's heart was pierced by an irresistible bitterness. Teacher was killed by pain in the hopes of getting information about Naruto, but it was in vain. She didn't know where Naruto was. It was in vain. Her death was in vain. Not finding the woman, Sakura cried even harder. Even more. One person dear to her fell at the hands of pain. How many more? How many more people must die before this is all over? Why? Why is he killing them and why can't I do anything? A cry from the heart enveloped Sakura's brain like a snake wraps its body around a ripe apple. But suddenly, a large ball of earth flew up several meters up, raising clouds of dust, and from the resulting funnel, jumped out Tsunade, around whom 8 golden chains were circling in a slow dance. A little about that. Since Tsunade is now a pure-blood Uzumaki, she, like all women of the clan, has access to the golden chains of Kongo Fuso. I am very surprised by this, as are everyone present. I am just too lazy to describe them astonishment. Sakura was in mute shock, but in this situation, not until admiration. We need to defeat pain somehow. There was no strength left at all. It took Katsuya's call and her division a huge amount of chakra, barely enough strength not to fall. The same situation for the rest. The question hung in the air: how to live. With each passing moment, there are fewer and fewer options for action, and winning and even less. Naruto's only hope remains. But where is he, and most importantly how he will sort all this out is a good question. That's it, there's no more strength. Chakra is running out. Tsunade is a medic, and knows very well what complete depletion of chakra can lead to. The eyes seem to be in smoke, the head is not at all. He can't think, his legs can't hold him up, his arms are about to fall off. He has no chakras, no strength, and Naruto is still not here. Where is he? Why? No, you can't blame him. We rely on him too often, but if there is honest, no one can handle it except him. Naruto, please save us. Save me. Tsunade was overcome with despair. With the last of my strength, I parried the blows, dodged and trying not to get hit by a crushing blow. You can't stop, one delay means death, such thoughts were spinning in her head. Tsunade stumbled. A tiny hole cut her off a saving dance, a dance of barely flickering hope. This mistake was enough for Pain to decide to strike. One of his bodies, the Asura path, jumped towards the helpless Kunoichi, already preparing pierce her chest. As a creature fell on top of him. It didn't look like anything known to mankind. An anthropomorphic creature whose body is covered dancing black chakra, stood on all fours. His hands were clutching two black balls, consisting of energy unknown to anyone. When the balls disappeared, the clawed fingers began to squeeze the metal remains until they creaked. Grabbing one of the hands the late Asura, the creature directed her into the path of Preta, and firing a volley of many missiles. Of course, the body tried to dodge, because it could not absorb such he can't attack. But by the time he was out of danger, with a monstrous roar, more like a scream, the creature jumped on, clinging with sharp claws in the face, and tearing Preta into pieces, throwing them in different directions, and leaving only bloody stains on the ground. After which, the creature began to hop on all fours, ran to the path of Naraka. This body has no fighting abilities, so he died fairly quickly, without pathos. After and way. The beast launched an attack, calling upon a multi-headed dog, a giant bird, and a bull filled with rage. The creature had a short conversation with them. For convenience, huge black hands appeared from his body, with which he instantly stopped, and then wrung the bull's neck. After which, with a light movement of several pairs of giant hands, he tore the dog in half, sprinkling everything within a kilometer radius with his blood. With the bird it should have been more difficult, because she flies. But jumping high, the creature it flew with ease, as if there was no gravity or laws of physics for it, although I don't think she was in Naruto's smiley face. Jumping onto the bird's back, one of the arms wrapped around its neck, birds, slowly and strongly contracting, just as a boa constrictor grabs and strangles antelope. The bird swooped down like a stone, trying to escape the steel grip, in vain. Having broken through with its beak several meters, the bird gave up its ghost. The path of the beast called upon all the remaining forces. The centipede, the rhinoceros, the chameleon, the panda and cancer. He didn't bother with them, releasing a huge wave of flame. All the animals were incinerated. It was the summoner's turn. After so many calls, he became completely pathetic. There was no chakra, so he was not in danger suggested. Approaching the exhausted body, the creature leaned over him and slowly made a series of hand seals, after which, a distorted voice croaked, "Amaterasu," the body burst into black flames and spun in agony. Naruto was able to create a way to use eye techniques, through seals. The body of the path crept up on the creature from behind. The goal of the person was to understand what this is, and also kill. But before he could use the technique, his chest was pierced clawed hand. Before he could understand anything, the path of man perished. Only the path of Deva remained. Stretching out his hand, he pulled the creature towards him, grabbing him by the throat, but while he held him, the poisonous chakra corroded the skin of his hand. But the longer he held it, the more poisonous it became. The cover began to tremble, becoming thinner over time, and then disappearing altogether. In Pain's hand was Naruto's body, battered and wounded, but alive and ready to continue. "Naruto Uzumaki, I found you," said Pain. "Why, look for me, you could have written, or called at least." Naruto joked. "You're joking, that's good, it means you're not afraid of death." Pain continued coldly. "If only I had recently been married, like you probably are, you know. And I literally swore that I would never leave her, so I have an option, just one." Come on," Naruto said as he spun the spiral on his stomach. At one point, his entire body was enveloped in dark crimson chakra, transforming into fox ears and 5 fox tails. Naruto's face disappeared into the thick chakra, revealing to the world an ominous face in the form of 2 round and white, like 2 dishes, eyes, and a sinister mouth. Poisonous chakra. Painful burned Pain's hand, instinctively pulling it away. He released it from his grip Naruto, which allowed the fox to attack. Tearing the flesh with his claws to the extent that he could reach, the fox caught up with Pain, burned, tore, bit. And with each successful blow, Pain retreated further, and finally he began to run. The fox followed him, jumping on all fours, and releasing small Bayou bombs at the fleeing pain. Everything around was collapsing, the ground was literally disappearing from under legs, everything was filled with water. Pain ran fast, he wasn't just retreating, there was a great plan, he just needed to delay the meeting with the fox a little, and then he will overcome him. Naruto's subconscious. The subconscious was no less hot. After removing seals, as the toads warned, the fox went berserk and attacked his faithful friend, not that it came as a surprise. Raarhhh, the roar of the Bayou filled the entire subconscious. Ku, let's finish this, we actually have a fight going on there. Naruto shouted, dodging the Bijuu's claws. Something needs to be done about this, pain is I've recovered. Naruto strained everything, existing convolutions, just so as not to drag it out. Naruto, you need to draw his chakra towards yourself. Grab him by the tail and pull, don't be afraid of anything, he can't handle you. An unknown female voice was heard, who was it belonged, Naruto didn't know, since he had never heard it, but the feelings, embedded in these words, gave the woman away. Mom, flashed through Naruto's mind. As much as he would like to see her, to figure out how he can hear her, but now is not the time, not now. Releasing multiple chains, Naruto held back for a moment the fox, having gone around him, he created several dozen clones, and grabbing their tails, they started to pull with all their might, but no matter how hard they pull, the matter only in the chakra, whose is stronger, denser, larger. But Naruto himself didn't know his limits. In the end the confrontation ended quickly, all the chakra was pulled out of the Biju, sending that to rest. But Naruto had no time to rest. Quickly getting ready with thoughts, and having sketched out a rough plan of action, he came out of the subconscious. On the battlefield. Naruto is all right. He ran after pain, only now instead of the animal form, from the crimson and poisonous chakra, he was enveloped in warm golden chakra, without changing his appearance. Without becoming bother, Naruto dispelled the veil, but these chakra tugs, strongly it tired. For the first time in his life he felt so tired, and to compensate for the difference in speed, Naruto used his hidden trump card. A few years ago. Fuck, we need to find you a call. With a certain the fox said with pathos. And where are you going to look for him? Well, that's different. I put forward the initiative. As always, the initiator is a dick. But the idea is really, it's sound, but where to look? You can't run around Konoha asking shinobi for contracts. What if in Azushi? And how do you propose to get there? And even more so, to deceive those who are watching me. I have an idea. Do you remember there were records in the archive about the technique that the second Hokage tried to create? Which one? There's a whole notebook of them. Oh. Fuck, about the clones. The fox was irritated. The stupidity of his Jinchuriki. You mean mirror clones? The idea is certainly good, but only if we can create this technology, and the chances of that are slim. We won't try. We won't find out. Naruto finished. And the work began. In this case, to hell with it. It turned out that to create such a clone, you only need to concentrate chakra the whole body, and pour this image into the shadow clone, of course, as always requires fine chakra control. But it wasn't hard to figure it out. Well, it's better. The plan is as follows. In a few months, Naruto will head to Azushiogaku no Sato. During these months, he will maximally nourish the seal that is in his house with chakra, after which he will create a mirror clone. The clone itself can accumulate and use chakra, but it will still be more reliable this way. Something like that. Answer, all the preparations are finished, the clone is created and is sleeping in the bed, and Naruto is already jumping over the village gate. Time to hit the road. Some hours later. Naruto ran non-stop for several hours. His native forests were long gone, and ahead of him were unknown and unfamiliar lands, cities and people. Ahead of us appeared the land of hot springs. Having decided to stop here, Naruto rented himself a room for one night. Thanks to some financial knowledge, Naruto was able to make a couple of successful investments, so he has money enough, and began to think through the further plan of action. So, we got outside of Konoha, but we still in the territory of the Land of Fire. Where do we go next, Ku? The boy asked. We need to get to the coast of the Land of Fire. From there you can sail to the island of Azu. There is a village there, the fox replied. Okay, then see you tomorrow, the boy finished, lying down into bed, and cutting off the mental conversation. Later that same night. Two unknown people ran along the roofs of the baths. Village. The hot springs consists of two types of buildings: baths and hotels. All the rest can be placed in them. Answer: to get to the window of one of numbers, two unknown people made unusually large and precise jumps, clearly not for the first time. Finally, the goal achieved, the two silently peer into the dimly lit the room with moonlight. A rumor spread through the village that a young shinobi had arrived here from Konoha, who may have either valuable cargo or valuable information, the extraction of which the village specializes in. After all, where can you blab the most a secret beyond a hot bath, with a cup of sake in hand, and surrounded by a crowd of helpful and angelically beautiful ladies? There was absolute silence in the room, you could even hear breathing. There was none, just a huddled lump on the bed, occasionally turning over from side to side. One of the attackers took out a kunai, and with a lightning-fast movement, he was over the bed, thrusting a kunai into the sleeping man's neck, cutting off his carotid artery and jugular vein with one blow. But to his surprise, there was no wheezing sound or dying hesitation. The body simply went limp, but the strangest thing was complete absence of blood. "Who are you?" the robber whispered, turning to his partner. But in a cramped little room, where there is no bowl of rice hide, the partner was not there. This greatly alerted the attacker. So how? He had just personally stabbed a guest. There was no need to hide anymore. Genji, your mother, this is not the time to play with this guy. Something is clearly not right. We need to get out of here. Genji, where the fuck are you? The raider panicked. Where are you going? Strange sounds were heard, sounds similar to hissing or rather grinding coming from the ceiling. Slowly, trembling, raising his head, the raider became speechless from horror. Something hung above his head, literally at arm's length, similar in shape to a cocoon, but the contents were not wrapped in anything. Partner, twisted into an unnatural position, with multiple wounds on his body, from which blood was still dripping, hanging clearly dead. And next to this terrifying message, grabbing the ceiling with his hand and seemingly clinging to it with his feet, something like a man was standing on all fours. With glowing, red eyes, and an open mouth, with many sharp teeth sticking out, with liquid dripping from it. Who are you? Stumbling, and trying to move away, as can we go further, the robber asked. The one you wanted to kill, the creature replied, crawling closer, not descending from the ceiling. Fuck, the devil made me do it this job. Damn you, Yuri, and may your shop burn to hell. Was spinning in head. WHO sent you. The monster wheezed. Yuri. His name is Yuri, he runs a bar in the North Hotel, he gives orders to mercenaries, and sometimes gives tips on valuables travelers. I don't know more, honestly. Let me go, please. Finish. He didn't make it in time. The head of the mercenary slowly rolled across the floor of the room, leaving a trail of blood behind her, and then stopped in a pool of blood. Naruto dispelled the illusion. They have an interesting business here. Yes, and this is, by right, your best illusion. To get out, it is impossible to get out of it, but you experience unprecedented fear. It's just something, bloodthirstily said the fox. You are definitely a sadist, Ku. You can get out of any illusion, you just need to find the pressure point, and then, no matter how perfect or strong the genjutsu is, you can get out of it. But he held up very well, he didn't even go crazy, he got off, and his pants seemed dry, it was clear that he was not just a mercenary. You think you're a shinobi? Sure. Look at the cut. Perfect hit. On both vital arteries, with one blow. The usual mercenaries, such knowledge of anatomy is not usual. Not every shinobi can do this. The partner is just like a regular thug, take it as a backup to make it easier to carry the loot. But this one is clearly someone more serious. We should visit this Yuri, I wonder what he has on me. The next moment, Naruto disappeared. At Yuri Bar. Yuri, a man in his early 20s, but already with noticeably grey hair. He was already preparing to close, gathering the tables together and placing them on chairs, having previously wiped them with a rag, when suddenly the door opened, and the bell hanging above her announced the arrival of a guest. Yuri turned to the door in bewilderment, seeing a tall and stately young man there, with a short with cropped hair the color of ripe wheat. In short, like Naruto in the last film. Hello, master, the young man greeted. And you too, stay healthy, but we're already closed. You, come tomorrow and give me the best service. The old man replied amiably. Certainly, But I have some urgent business to ask you. I just can't wait until tomorrow. The young man insisted. And what business do you have with me? Asked the owner. Yes, I wonder what you know about the recent arrival. Here, young man from Konoha. Ah, so you are one of them. The answer is the same, come tomorrow. Although, don't waste time, the order has already been transferred to other people, they're probably already it's finished, so sorry buddy, but you're late. No, I don't need the order, but the person who ordered it. And why do you need such information? Well, it's just strange that so many people come to an ordinary guy. Attention, maybe he had something very valuable with him, maybe I can buy it. I have a certain weakness for things with, so to speak, history. Ha ha, the guy replied, chuckling slightly. Well then, I was the one who placed the order for him. He showed up. I find it interesting because Konoha shinobi often visit the village, but usually these are teams of genin with a mentor, or already established shinobi. But this kid, he looks like a genin, but at the same time, he is alone, which is strange, and he does not look like a jonin, or at least a chunin, so I decided that he is some kind of messenger or something, which means he might have something valuable on him than I do and I trade. So that's it, if I was right, then how will they bring me received? I will be happy to discuss the sale with you, of course depending from what I get. If so, then there is no one behind you. Therefore, I could easily kill. Kill. Do you even know who I am? Do you know who I am? Naruto asked, taking off his hyunge. The very same youth from Konoha appeared before Yuri, long scarlet red hair, pulled back into a ponytail. You're that kid. Yeah, the one you sent the assassins to. Naruto said, walking up closer to Yuri. I'm sorry. Forgive me, I will atone for my guilt. What do you want? Money. I will give you a lot. I have a lot money, take everything there is. Even take the whole bar. Just don't kill, I have a family, a little daughter. Still a baby, my wife is sick, she won't live long left, no medicine helps. No matter how much money you earn, it doesn't help, neither doctors, nor anything. You can only ease the torment, but nothing more. Have mercy, not for the sake of me, for their sake. I can't, you're dangerous, which means you're a hindrance to me. And I can't kill in such a situation. Let's make a deal. If I cure your wife, and she will take over your affairs, becoming my informant, I will take your life. No, I can, you'll stay with yours. Is that okay? Asked Naruto, extended his hand, which burst into blue flames. And goes with fear. Yuri extended his hand. The flame was surprisingly cold, but as soon as their hands clasped in a handshake, Yuri's palm felt as if it had been burned with a hot metal. Turning the brush over, Yuri saw a brand similar to Whirlpool. The same was on Naruto's hand. Lead me. Yes. Yuri didn't want to take such a monster to home, but the deal is made, and the traders have one principle: the contract is more expensive money. So I had to obey. They approached one of the few houses for staff. Entering inside, they were met a warm, well-kept house. Even from the threshold you could feel, here lives family. Walking a little deeper, they heard a quiet, soft voice. Darling, is that you? Came from around the corner. Yes, it is me, but I am not alone. I have a guest with me, answered Yuri. They entered a dimly lit room, on a two-seater. There was a woman lying on the bed. Like her husband, she was a little over 20, but judging by her face, you can't say for sure. Her sunken face, battered by illness, made one think that she already about 40. On the girl's chest, supported with a pair of weakened hands, the little bundle of cuteness snored as loudly as possible, clinging to his mother's chest and listening to her breathing. The woman raised her brown eyes to look at her guest, and smiled peacefully, clearly happy at the arrival of a kind guest, according to her eyes. Hello, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, glad meet you in person, Naruto said, bowing low. Hello Uzumaki-san, my name is Yorina Umi. I am also very pleased to meet you, the woman answered weakly. Your husband told me that you are sick with something. Can you tell me more? Naruto asked in a friendly manner, trying not to speak loudly. Yes, of course, but my dear, please take it to Saki. To bed, she turned to her husband. Of course, my love, Yuri replied, taking his daughter in his arms. What can I say? I know a little. Once upon a time I was a shinobi. I admit, I was a bad shinobi. I had no chakra, my body was weak, even there are no clan techniques. So, soon I left the shinobi, met Yori, then Saki appeared, but then, the body became weaker, and my health became worse, and sir, I can hardly even walk by myself anymore. That's basically it. She finished her story where every word was difficult for her. I'm not afraid to die. I know what my husband, I know everything, from orders to mercenaries, I'm not afraid to leave him my daughter, I know, he loves her more than life, but I'm afraid for him. I'm afraid that he will never will cope, and then, if I'm not there. I'm afraid for Saki. I'm not afraid, but I don't want to die. I want to see Saki go to school, grow up, make mistakes and achieve success. I want to be with her. This monologue was given her with great difficulty. At first, her tone seemed cold, even in her weak speech one could feel determination, but then there was desperation in her words, screaming, "Help me. I understand you. I know that it doesn't sound convincing coming from my lips, but I am an orphan myself. I never saw my parents, they died in the first hours after I was born, and I'm sure they regret more than anyone that they are not there. So, I can understand what you want to protect your daughter from. I can't tell you something promise, but I can try to give you a chance." With that said, Naruto he made many seals, and turquoise circles began to appear around Yorina's body. Symbols. Her illness resembles that of one of Konoha's shinobi. You mean that kid that might guy trains? Yes, he has a defect in the chakra coils. Right here, she has rather a defect of the tankets themselves. An extremely nasty thing, also congenital, but for person, complete loss of chakra death, which is what happens to her, and that crap which the doctors gave her to drink, it is the essence of chakra, a poison of the kind that you have to look for. Especially when it is cheap trash, mixed with drugs, designed simply to dull the pain. Horror. Yes, and this is the world we live in, and this is the world her daughter will live too. If we don't motivate her generation to change, so that after they destroyed this order of the world. Now, the fate of the world is in the hands of adults, but soon, the initiative will pass to them, and our actions now will determine what they will make their choice later. You are a philosopher. No, but I don't want my children to live in such a world, in which I lived. Naruto finished, saying the last words. Uzumaki's secret technique. Gift of the gods. He shouted. Naruto, and the turquoise letters that had been circling in a rounded sphere above the body women seemed to collapse into a single center, like the universe collapsing before with its rebirth. Before our eyes, the woman's body began to come to life. Wrinkles smoothed out, the eyes sparkled like little stars, and the hands began to be nourished by force. And the final touch. Taking the girl by the wrist, Naruto began to nourish her body with his healing chakra in order to replenish its reserves, and patch up the chakra channels. It's time for them to get to work seriously. The girl's body was completely restored, and she raised herself up on her elbows, carefully sitting up on the bed. No, I don't believe it. For the first time in such a long time, in the body such an unusual lightness. As if it wasn't my body at all. Joyful words, girls, warmed Naruto's soul better than any other thing. Sincere joyful a smile is what this world sorely lacks. After a few hours of gratitude. No, and don't even try to persuade me, I really do, we have to go. Naruto protested. Well please, Naruto-san, just a couple of days, come visit with us, and go. There is no better place to relax than in the village of hot sauces. Yorina urged. The husband, however, was reluctant to share his wife's enthusiasm. After all, every moment, every day of delay, would simply postpone the inevitable, and that is his scarecrow. And again, no Yorin-san, I really have to go. Okay, well then, won't you do us the honor? And won't you agree? Are you willing to become Saki's godfather? Asked the cunning woman, noticing the weakness. Naruto. Oh. Okay, I agree to this. Thank you, Naruto-san. Yorina rejoiced. You're welcome for now. Well, I'm off. Naruto-san, I understand that I have to pay off the debt that I have to you. I have already written a letter for Yorina, and for Saki, I don't want to upset them now. I'm ready, my life is in your hands. Yori finished, bowing his head. Yori, an hour ago, I was ready to kill you, but now I see that this family needs you. You really owe me. You be my informant for the rest of my life. Remember, I didn't just bring back life your wife, provided a happy childhood for your daughter, but also saved yours. Remember that, Naruto said as he walked away towards the sky rising above the village. Sun. Commentary on Part 18. Thanks for reading, and thanks if you were waiting. I wish you happiness, cool fanfics and pleasant dreams. Part 19. Commentary on Part 19. Hello everyone. Here is the part that maybe someone was waiting for, and I wrote it for a long time. Enjoy reading. Further along the way. It's been several hours already. Naruto was jumping through the trees like a saiga through the mountains. The waters of the great Kanzoku Sea. Approaching the shore, fashion the man thought. And how exactly move? If you just run along water, it will be a bit long. Sailing on a ship is not a good idea, after all, it's ships of the land of fire. No other options came to mind. How did you release the chakras? To your feet, and forward, and with a song, the fox muttered. Long. Too long. There must be a better way. Well, you can search. The old Uzumaki paths. Those that aren't destroyed may still be working. The fox suggested. Now that sounds good. What a plan. And where should we look for them? How should I know? That's all. The Uzumaki I was imprisoned in were residents of Konoha, so I don't mind tea, fuck it yourself. I'm going to bed. Oh. You bastard. Fluffy. Well, let's try to think like Uzumaki, if I want to hide a quick way to my village. Given that I am a master of seals. Eureka. What are you yelling about? I figured out how to find. Most likely it is hidden by one of Uzumaki's seals. Which you own. Yes, and therefore, this path is a cluster of chakras that can be traced by the principle of scarlet, flickering, and then open it. It's brilliant. Well, in theory. Oh. You're not doing anything. You know, you fucking pessimist. Naruto muttered, closing his eyes and searching unnatural source of chakra. And such a person was found. Not far from where Naruto stood, deep in the forest, there was a cave that seemed to covered by a healthy boulder. But, this is only at first glance. In 1 second, before. A figure of a boy appeared in a scarlet shimmer like a boulder. Well, it seems to be here. Khan, Naruto said, performing a couple of hand seals. And indeed. The surface of the boulder became slightly agitated, becoming like a slightly swaying water surface. Without a shadow of fear, Naruto entered right into the surface of the stone. A moment later, before. They were faced with impenetrable thickets of tall trees, bushes and vines. Well, sort of. It worked. Of course it worked. I opened a rabbit hole, and it only has one exit. Don't say, with one. On one side is the exit, and on the other side is the entrance, and vice versa, the red-haired man reasoned, making my way through the thick forest. It turns out you a philosopher. Or maybe I always was. I've been with you since the very beginning. Childhood, you are as dumb as a cork, where did you get your philosophical wisdom from? The fox retorted mockingly. But there was. I didn't notice, the boy said, offended. Okay, maybe this. Your recent acquisition. From the books of that pervert. He added in a whisper fox. Hey, I hear you. I know, but about this later. Looks like we've arrived. Naruto came out into the clearing. Which was a small hillock from which a wonderful view of the village opened up, more precisely. Its remains. Majestic buildings that once seemed to scratch with their tops the sky, now reminded. Small huts, but having the same impressive architecture. But even among such great buildings, like an academy, an armory, a base for some special forces and even the head office building. Villages, one stood out building. Monolithic, made of. A building made of solid marble cubes that resembles a gloomy palace rather than temple. Which it was. And what are ours? What's next? Naruto asked his companion. We are here to get the best possible draft contract. Who do you think could be the best candidate, rather than, literally, the god of death? The fox asked. I agree, the best. There can't be a candidate, but where to find? AAA, it seems I understand why they came here. Naruto stated in shock. I told you, dumb as a brick. Uzumaki, the only ones who had direct contact with the Shinigami, therefore, the only ones who can have a contract with him, it is Uzumaki, namely the Shinigami Temple, located in Azushio, the fox explained. I got it. So, let's go to the temple. Don't rush so much. Let's visit the Uzumaki building first. There must be something interesting there, the fox suggested sarcastically. Who? A zoo? Cage. Who is that? Perplexed, the guy asked. We are in the village of Uzushiogaku no Sato, although it is not large, but in the political arena it occupied an important position, due to Uzumaki's skill in the art of sealing, longevity, great vitality, fury in battle and the like, and due to its position, the village had its own cage, standing on par with the cage of great villages such as Konoha, which was the only trading and political ally of Uzushio, or Kumo, which was the main opponent of Uzushio, well, or Suna for example. Uzumaki is like Hokage, in short. The fox completed a brief historical overview. I see, thanks for the clarification. But, it seems okay to take the treasures and knowledge of this village, although they are so fiercely defended them. Literally gave their lives. It's somehow wrong, isn't it? I don't know how to describe it. My friend, you're a direct descendant of the Uzumaki royal line. Your grandfather was the last Uzumaki, so all this treasure and knowledge is rightfully yours, the fox reassured him. Well, if you say so. Then go ahead. Oh baby, I'm sure everyone I was sealed in were of royal blood Uzumaki, and you look like each of them, but none of them, that which you do not notice yet. He did not say this out loud, but he knew that someday, I'll have to tell about this. The Uzumaki building was truly majestic. The monolithic walls and pillars allowed it to the building will stand for many years, almost undamaged by time, sieges, or from the weather. Inside, it looked like the Hokage building, the same offices, filing cabinets, reception desk, if you can call it that, and most importantly, the Uzumaki's office. It is richly furnished, but no obvious frills, quality furniture, beautiful sand-colored walls, tables similar to the one in Konoha, and maybe his twin brother, considering the relationship Konoha and Uzushio, but who knows? There was nothing in the file cabinets that were in the Uzumaki's office. Nothing interesting was found. Only one scroll aroused genuine interest in two friends. A small scroll that lay in one of the secret drawers table, opened by the standard seal, Khan. Upon opening it, the friends were presented with an image of a demonic face holding a small tanto and a few lines text. The transfer of souls is a complex technique that requires the highest knowledge of FUNN, and carried out by one great master, or by several less powerful ones. What do you think this means? I don't know exactly, but judging by what is depicted on the scroll Shinigami, this is a forbidden technique. Most likely, it is related to the transfer of souls, only that's where. Maybe there's something else written there. No, nothing more. Okay, save this for now, maybe we'll understand later. Let's go. Next, the most interesting part is yet to come. You mean? Yes, a storage facility with technicians. No sooner said than done, the storage facility turned out to be truly huge. Dozens of racks and shelves, and on each one there were hundreds of scrolls. It was necessary, it is truly a titanic task to study all this, but not for Ten's clones. Within 2 hours, all the scrolls had been studied, and the most interesting or important, were folded into a seal on the hand. It was time to go to the temple, but something was holding Naruto back. Peace. One of the doors, not standing out in any way, seemed to beckon him. Carefully turning the handle, the door creaked slightly boiled, and in the pitch darkness, dispelled by the light breaking through from behind the door, an old skeleton looked at Naruto, dressed and almost crumbling into dust of the old armor. One could understand that this was one of the Uzumaki warriors. Coward, the fox spat. Why did you decide that? Why the hell do you think he hid in the closet? He decided that if he hid, he could survive the attack, but apparently, the Uzumaki punished cowards even without personal contact. You see traces on the bones that look like circles. Most likely it is a sealsome, probably because of her, he stayed here. Judging by the dagger that he stuck it into his neck, even Shinigami doesn't need his soul. Such a death, worse than the one that met him, clanmates, Naruto said with pity. Everyone gets the death they deserve. The fox answered coldly, more than people, he hated only people who betray their own, especially relatives. Come on, what kind of death did my parents deserve? Naruto asked unexpectedly. Kurama's hair stood on end. His heartbeat was like machine gun burst. Not the one we received, he whispered bitterly. Fox. That's the same, there are exceptions, but in general right. Naruto said, slamming the closet shut. It's time to go to the temple. Naruto said. Kurama, however, refrained from answering. I know the truth. You didn't control yourself, it's not your fault. Yes, probably you, right. Approaching the first of the great multitude of Torii gates, which lead to the Shinigami temple. The heart is in Naruto's chest tightened. It seemed that what was in the temple was not a person at all and not a demon, a pure ball of hatred, without impurities, only cold hatred for to all living things, and probably non-living things too. There is no time to hesitate. Nothing will stop us. The fox reassured him as Naruto quickly walked up the dozens of steps, climbing higher and higher, until a dilapidated-looking roof appeared behind the trees. The temple was a standard object. Architecture, except that it was black and white. White pillars, black walls, white roof. The floors were laid out of black marble, the roof was covered with white tree. And inside the temple, bowed before the altar, on her knees, sat a humanoid shadow. His body was translucent and it was shaking terribly, as if he had epilepsy. Chakra was floating around him in the chaotic flow, with the aim of scaring off any fool who decided to come a little closer. After hesitating for a few moments, Naruto walked straight towards to him. Another thief. You haven't looked in for a long time. I managed to miss you, the shadow wheezed, rushing into the attack. Just one more moment. And Naruto's throat would have been cut by claws if it hadn't been for the barrier set. You are the first who was able to defend himself. I haven't seen you for a long time. Such a barrier, the shadow wheezed, continuing to strike, when suddenly, sharply stopped. After making several seals, he touched the barrier, moment breaking it. Naruto had to dodge. Baby, there's some news, and it's not all that good, said the fox. What can you do? Speak up, Naruto replied. First of all, it's Uzumaki, and judging by the fighting style, and so on how quickly he removed your barrier, very strong, possibly stronger than you. And the second piece of news. Good news. He's probably possessed by a demon, which greatly increases its strength and capabilities. And where is this good news? Well, that means you can let loose and hit at full force, and this means that in fact he may not be evil and does not want to kill you, winking face. The fox said ironically. Fuck, thank you so much, Naruto cursed. Don't swear. But you're right, if he's possessed, then it's possible not to hold back. Naruto said, his body covered in black veins, unarmed with the eye one could see black chakra flowing through them. Kato. Great fiery destruction. From the mouth Naruto was hit by a dense wall of fire that he had never seen before. Good technique. I'll have to remember. I said possessed, while remaining completely unharmed. The possessed are immune to fire, the fox muttered. All of them. Timely information, answered an irritated Naruto, digesting another attack, responded with a rasengan. If not fire, then let's try water. Suiten, heart, water dragon. Naruto shouted, and a huge ball appeared above his head. With water, which became with great speed to throw streams of water at the possessed person. But even this did not cause him any harm. You use funny techniques. Powerful, deadly, but not for me, the shadow shouted, rushing into the attack again. Okay, Suiten, breath of death. Continued the attack. Naruto sends a huge wave of compressed air towards his opponent, sharper than any blade. The shadow only wavered slightly, like water when it was the wind is blowing. Strongly, but not enough. The possessed man continued to press. You're an impenetrable bastard. The fox was indignant. There is nothing impenetrable. Raten, storm, death, Naruto shouted, and hundreds of lightning bolts struck the shadow, it seemed would have fried it from the inside. But no. And that was painful. The shadow croaked, falling to one knee, but instantly back on his feet. Okay, one more time. Dotten. Vertical burial, this time, the marble floor on which the shadow stood closed like a cover books. But the shadow simply flowed out of the crack between the marble slabs. You're doing a bad job, the shadow mocked. Baby, it looks like we're really in deep shit. He's unkillable, the fox complained. If we can't kill you, then we can immobilize you. Raten. Lightning cage. Naruto shouted, trapping the shadow in a constantly active net of lightning. So, now I ask the experts to reveal their options. How can we defeat him? I guess, Naruto asked uncertainly. He is possessed, hence he is invulnerable, but the question is in what he is possessed by. If it is an ordinary demon, then it is quite possible to kill him, but. But not in this case. Naruto finished. Yes, judging by the way he fought and what he has almost complete invulnerability to all elements, this smells of a very powerful essence. How powerful? Naruto wondered. So much so that inhabiting others weakens it. That is, this unkillable guy is weaker than that has entered into him. Much. Well, that's just great. I'm holding the unkillable captive, a possessed dude who was possessed by a super powerful being. Most likely a deity, the fox said quietly. And what kind? Options. What should we do with him? He can't sit in a cage forever. What? Care and sensitivity, he croaked. Obsessed. I don't care about you, it's just that technology doesn't last forever. Naruto replied, his voice full of steel. You're being harsh. Haven't you figured out who it is yet? And you still think I'm stupid, you call it? Well, for me it's some kind of shadow or like the soul of Uzumaki, which for some reason left. Your mother. Now, it got through. This is the soul of that dead man from the closet. If he kills himself, then he killed, but because of betrayal and cowardice, his soul did not get into the pure world, nor in purgatory, but just stayed here. But it's not clear who he's obsessed with. I think I know the answer here. Whose temple is this? Remind me. Shinigami, god of death, master of souls, patron Uzumaki and your mother. Got it. But, no, that can't be. Did he capable of such a thing? Buddy, he is a god, a real one and very powerful and high-ranking. That with him there are several seals that lead to death of everyone in general, does not mean that he is some kind of small them or something else. No, we should forget about it, the fox reasoned. That's true, but what to do with it? We can't ask God to come out of his body and play ball with us. Wow, you still haven't learned how to joke. Oh well, that's it. It's fixable, but the score is. Exactly. What are you yelling about? Get out the Uzumaki scroll, number 9, let's play now, into exorcists. Well, fuck. I will not try to pull God out of almost legal the body occupied by him. Have you chickened out? How else? I don't really want to cross the road. To God. We'll have to, otherwise we'll get screwed. Not a contract, call. Phew. Okay. Where is that scroll? Naruto said, taking it out. From the seal on the hand. Sue, what do we have here? Free your slave. Cleanse your soul and cast out. Fuck, are you sure that after reading this, I will cast out a new demon, I won't call you? The boy was indignant. It says expulsion from the body, not a call, so, yes, that's right. Uzumaki aren't used to lying, the fox replied. That is, if I read this, then the demon will come out of it. Will it come out? In theory. That's encouraging. Doubts still shook his soul, but there were no options. Actually, there aren't that many, so there's no choice. Approaching the possessed one, who was trapped in a net of lightning. Naruto, as written, drew a cross in the air with his fingers, covering them in advanced chakra, and it began to glow dimly, hovering in the air. Eternal God, who has delivered the human race from captivity, the devil, deliver your servant from every action of unclean spirits, command and that the unclean and evil spirit and demon depart from the soul and body of thy servant, and not to dwell, nor to hide in it. Let them run in your name. Holy, and your only begotten Son, and your life-giving Spirit, from the creation of your hands. Yes, being cleansed from every temptation of the devil, O venerable one, and lives righteously and piously, we are made worthy of the most pure mysteries of your only begotten Son and our God, with him blessed art thou, and most glorified, with the most holy, and good, and life-giving thou in the Spirit, now and ever, and to the ages of ages. Amen. As the words began to echo through the walls, the cross, which had been glowing dimly before, began to glow with a bright blue light. Shadow she began to shake, her body became like a vague ripple, arching in convulsions. It's amazing that you are able to read such texts. Then you really, Uzumaki, the shadow hissed, while the chakra surrounding him did not become absorbed by his body, covering him with some kind of armor. As soon as the prayer was finished, Bronya become covered with many and many cracks until it completely falls apart, with it the shadow itself disappeared. In front of the others, at a visible distance above the ground, hovered a demonic-looking entity. He had a tanto in his teeth, his hair was absolutely white, with prayer beads on his hands, and his clothes were also white. The demonic creature continued to hover silently above the ground. His eyes were directed at Naruto, but he didn't say a word. Not even his eyes expressed nothing. No anger, no interest, nothing. This is Shinigami. Yes, and we are the first who saw him in the flesh. Many, many years, the fox replied. Really a demon? Don't jump to conclusions, I don't. Demon, but you are right about one thing. I have not taken physical form for many centuries. I felt quite comfortable in the soul of this Uzumaki. Can he hear us? Well, you're an idiot, he hears this too. Kurama, your host isn't very smart, but clearly strong, the demon continued. And it will be even stronger. You have already seen several his technician, but that's not all. Don't be silly, I don't care about physical abilities, they can be developed, techniques can be stolen, copied. I see his spiritual power, there hasn't been one like this in this world for a long time, a very, very long time. Wait, I don't get it, you show up if apply the seal, take the soul there and all that, right? My ephemeral essence appears, and on soul account, this is the so-called law of equivalent exchange. In order to get something, you need to give something of equal value. If you want to take your soul, be ready to give your soul. That's the price, said the demon. His entire speech did not express a single gram of emotion, even there was no sense of indifference in these words, just nothing. If we go into specifics, I'm not a demon, just I look similar, I am a deity, one of the key ones in this universe, there are only 3 of us, I am the god of death, the guide and collector of souls. Amaterasu is the goddess of life and the sun, her can be attributed to the light. And Tsukiyomi is the god of the moon, he can be attributed to the dark side, the rest simply belong to one of the sides. That is, Amaterasu, and everyone who is on her side is good, and Tsukiyomi and his supporters are bad, right? No. Both sides support the world. Balance, light and dark, not good and not bad, too much light, as bad as a lot of darkness. Which side are you on? Logically, I should be on the side of darkness, but I've been around for too long, before both of these sides came into being. I don't belong to either one, I just don't need to be somewhere in particular. This is all strange, the boy was perplexed. That's why we are gods, people can't understand us. Post my rudeness, but you seem to have a conscription contract with people, am I right? I take my words back, stupid man. I wouldn't be so polite. The contract does exist, but why should I conclude it with you? The merits of your ancestors are clearly not enough for this, no matter what they weren't big. You said it yourself, you haven't had such strength as mine for a long time. I didn't see it, and I proved it by pulling you out of the body. So why don't we unite? The question was clearly rhetorical, but that's what gods are gods for, because nobody understands them. Because your strength is not equal to mine, if I wanted her, I could just take your body. The arguments were solid and convincing. Anyone. It seems they even convinced God himself. I guess I'll do that, he said in the same way. Emotionlessly, and quickly flew towards Naruto. Naruto cross. His friend shouted at him, not the most specific instructions, but that was enough. In an instant, Naruto repeated the same movements as when ritual, and the cross drawn in the air this time glowed brightly crimson light. This did not inspire confidence, but the crimson cross flew up to Naruto's chest, and at the moment when Shinigami entered him, he pushed the god away a considerable distance. Old technology, but still effective. He said God. Naruto was amazed beyond measure. Just now, he actually stopped God Carl. So, how's it going with the contract? The guy's breathing is still, the pores have not leveled out. I agree, not many are capable of what you just did, even with a hint. But even knowledgeable people can't do it just like that. And I can't take possession of your body. Shinigami twisted the beads around his hand and took them from his mouth. Tanto cut his chest, from which a scroll slowly flew out. Stopping in front of Naruto's face, the scroll unfurled and a blank sheet of paper appeared before him, without a single signature. Really, not even one Uzumaki has made a deal with you contract? Naruto asked, writing his name down and drawing blood on his hand, leaving a bloody imprint on the paper. They could, but they were afraid. Uzumaki, who revealed the true potential, would be stronger than all people, and maybe even all others, even the gods. The last ones, he said with obvious apprehension. This phrase was stronger than many, it was the only one emotions were felt, in this case. Fear. And who was that Uzumaki who unlocked this potential? No way, there was no such Uzumaki in history. In this world, any strong enough Uzumaki was stronger than anyone else. Shinobi, even fully revealed. But that's the catch of Uzumaki's power, for it is difficult for an ordinary or even clan shinobi to reveal their potential, but perhaps there were many like that. Madara Uchiha, for example, or Hashirama Senju, local god. And Uzumaki, no one knows the limits of their power. Your family comes directly from the gods, not like Uchiha or Senju, but from real gods. There is no such Uzumaki, who would develop to the limit. In a prophecy older than this world itself, it is said, a red-haired warrior will appear, a descendant of a dead family, he will save this world or will destroy it, destroying everyone and everything. Who fits this description? Decide himself. God finished his story. What he heard shocked Naruto, his pride never got the better of him. But the description is too exactly matched. Him. No baby, you're right about that. He supported his speculations. Kurama. But, how can I become stronger? Of course I can. Study techniques, improve them, create new ones, I can study seals, train my body until I surpass the masters of taijutsu, but this is clearly will not be enough to defeat at least the false gods. Are you really going to declare war on the gods? Asked God. This is not in the plans, if they do not interfere with me, but these false gods, when they return one day, are unlikely to want to leave people free. As sad as it is true. I don't have an exact answer to your question. As I said, no one knows the limit of Uzumaki, but you can count on my power, at least for that part that I can give you harmlessly. These were, it would seem that these were the warmest words he had ever spoken. And what are these forces, and why only a part? Using my power is a special state, called demon mode. To use it, you will need to learn direct yin-yang energy through your body. It accumulates in your body constantly, but you don't have a sufficient level of manipulation with her. That's what we need reach. We need to reach the level of Hagoromo Otsutsuki. It won't be easy, the fox commented. Is he that cool? The boy asked. The old man was able to create with the help of yin energy forms from nothing, and with the help of yang energy to breathe life into them. Thus he created us tailed beasts. So it was he who created you. Later, you will owe me tell about it. Of course, the fox muttered. One more thing, you said that you could only give me part of your power, why not all of it? Because, the use of absolute power, God of Death, will not pass for you without a trace. Not just without a trace, as I did for you. He said that the law of equivalent exchange dictates that if you want to get something, you need to give something of equal value. In your case, it will be life. It's cruel, but I think fair enough. I hope I don't have to ask you about it. Me too. Well, I have no more questions. Then, we can start training. After some time training, Naruto had been on a zoo island for several weeks now, completely immersed in training. Train control. Yin-yang energy, it turned out, is incomparable to anything, is not similar to anything. How it turned out that yin energy is the spiritual power of a person, it is precisely its huge amount in Naruto's body, interested Shinigami. But yang energy is also a stronghold. Physical strength was not inferior to spiritual. Both of these energies are collected in the energy center of a person, from where he can distribute it as chakra. It was only later that Naruto realized. Why does he need such a high level of control over the yin-yang element? Of course, no one told him about it directly. He wasn't going to talk, but he did get one hint. So, you already. I have mastered yin-yang energy, I think I can try to move on to practice. Said Shinigami, who appeared out of nowhere. According to him, for the gods this is it's normal to be God knows where and show up whenever you want. And what should be done? You need to wrap it up. Your body with energy, send it through the chakra channels. Surround yourself with mental armor. Focus. The cold voice of God was great for concentrating. With every second, and with the word he heard, more and more energy ran through Naruto's body, forming the feeling of impenetrable armor. He didn't see it, but neither did he. The body began to change. His teeth became sharp, some of them curved unnaturally peeking out from the jaws. The skin became pale, like the god of death himself, completely having lost his former dark complexion and liveliness. His eyes were colored the color of long extinguished, but barely smoldering coals. The pupils stretched into a horizontal black stripe. Forehead. On the sides 2 ashen horns appeared, not big, but frightening. Hair became inisto white, like his kimono. Having seen the metamorphosis of his student, Shinigami was delighted, since his student was making obvious progress, but not in this time. On this, his changes. The body should have ended, but his body continued to lose weight, gradually losing human outlines. This is no longer good. Kurama, wake up Naruto immediately, just by shaking his subconscious, we will pull him out. Hurry or we'll lose him. Baby. Wake up. Quickly, open your eyes. The fox shouted. Zero reaction. Naruto, fuck, and I know you're jerking off. Kurama came up with a trump card. Huh, what? I don't jerk off. Ugh, fuck, what are you talking about? The guy was perplexed. You've gone too far, yin yang. Your body is not in balance, and from what we have seen, yin is dominant, and this is bad, you can't normalize it with simple training. Then what? Something is really troubling your soul, and these worries knock the balance off. You need to understand yourself, find a point of balance, and with these pompous words, he disappeared. Well, great, so what should we do now? He told you to find point of balance. But I don't know what can. I don't care that much, except. He stopped short at these words. Ellipsis. If me. Hated by all of Konoha, does that mean I'll never find my family there? The question is extremely strange and incomprehensible. Not only because of the wording, but also the circumstances. What kind of family? Asked a friend. You like me beautifully. Got it. In Konoha, there's no girl who I like. It's strange that this happens to you. I'm worried now. But, I don't know, it's hard for me to understand people, they're hypocritical, deceitful and fickle. Today they hate you, and tomorrow they will carry you in their arms. But, maybe not all people are like that. There will be one special one, if not in Konoha then somewhere else more. You are right as always, this world is truly vast. Kurama is right as ever. But in this matter I can also give you some advice. Shinigami intervened. Are you too? The guy was surprised. Don't be surprised. For some reason, just as much as the affairs of the gods, Shinigami are only interested in the affairs, heartfelt, the fox commented. What you won't see in this world. I know a little more. What is known to the inhabitants of this world, I can slightly open the curtain for you future. Do you think that you lonely, but this one is not. One day, a man with white hair will call you to search for a beaten soul. Take this soul, give it a piece of yourself, and help it live. I can't tell you more. It's a strange thing, these predictions. Doubtful, but okay. I'll remember, thank you, Shinigami-sama. And to you, Ku. Now, come on. Let's try again, said the god, and Naruto began to transform again. Naruto's body began again. Change. This time, the transformation stopped, preserving the most human view. But when Naruto opened eyes, his heart sank, his soul literally burst out, he screamed. Where from? Where from so much suffering, so much pain? What's happening? The guy was hysterical. Breathe Naruto, you'll have to get used to this. A little. After a while, Naruto finally calmed down. What the hell was that? You entered demon mode, felt what? I feel it every moment. This is the same property as the empathy given to you Kurama. But where from? Where does all this pain and suffering come from? This is the reality of today, this is the world now. Full of suffering and pain. Villages are fighting between yourself, the Nukanen kill people. The shadows make world history. You are called to change this. When you feel that there is no more suffering and pain in this world, the path will be completed. And when will this happen? I don't know, even myself. The universe doesn't know. I only know that when it comes, the world will either destroyed or saved. I hate predictions. Me too. Fighting pain, many years later. Continuing. In his pursuit of pain, Naruto closed his eyes, dispersing the yin-yang energy throughout his body. Transformation again. Naruto's powers returned, and with them, a wave of an unprecedented wave of despair and pain. And its strongest source was moving away from Naruto, that's who he was chasing. But the time for reflection is over. Path. The Devas turned around. Know the pain, Naruto Uzumaki, Chibaku Tensei. Said pain, and in his hand a small black sphere appeared, flew into the sky, and became the source incredible attraction. 2. Naruto was not ready for this. Fast. Jumping on the debris reaching for the sphere, Naruto formed a rasengan in his hand, but no simple. Some yin-yang energy The sphere, which had several hoops around its axis, flew straight towards the center of the equipment. Thundered. Incredible explosion. All, within a radius of many kilometers, turned into a wasteland. Pain. Covering his eyes with his hand to protect him from dust, he slowly examined the thing that had appeared before him. Locality. Dust. Slowly settled, revealing an empty landscape. For a second, Pain exhaled. Never before, he didn't feel such closeness to death, as if it was his village only that was destroyed. But this moment of weakness did not last long. A glowing sphere flew at Pain's back, painfully bending his spine, and continuing to drill into his flesh. Technique. Completely weakened the already battered body, so that this blow turned out to be fatal, and Pain's consciousness sank into oblivion. Over. Naruto stood there, looking visibly battered, his opponent defeated. He couldn't catch his breath. Take a single step, the clothes were torn to shreds, the body was bleeding from many small wounds. From the remains of the collar, a small copy of Katsuya emerged, a living bio-radio. Naruto herself, Tsunade herself is currently unconscious, behind her Mrs. Sakura is looking after. Casualties among the population, both civilians and the number of shinobi is still being counted, but its scale is already frightening. According to preliminary data, losses amount to more than half of the total population Konoha and its environs. Reported the faithful assistant. Someone survived. But, how? Naruto asked, interrupting himself for short breaths. Thanks to Tsunade same. She heroically sacrificed a large amount of her chakra in order to save as many residents as possible. During the rescue, she herself found herself without protection, saving an unknown kunoichi. What's with her? Is she okay? Naruto interrupted Katsuyu. It seemed that at that moment he completely forgot that he needed to breathe. She is relatively safe and healthy. She was saved by unknown chains. How they work, I don't know where they came from. Sorry, I'm done. Katsuya. Nothing. You don't know, but I do. I didn't think they would wake up, although, why not? But that's not the point now. We need to end this farce, said Naruto. Jiraiya said there is no real one among them. So these are not the real bodies of Pain. The strange rods in the bodies also speak of this. Come on, Naruto thought, taking one from Rod's to hand. At first glance, nothing special, but something about him was bothering Naruto. And if in demon mode? Naruto suddenly realized. Body. Naruto began to change again, transforming him and giving him back some of his strength. Suddenly, the rod that Naruto continued to squeeze in his hand seemed to be pulled by an invisible force thread somewhere into the unknown. There, Naruto pointed the way, jumping up from his spot. Colonel continued to show Naruto the way, leading him further and further into the depths of the forest. And here, he ran into a tree. Forest. Like a poem. The birds, from whose trills one cannot hide at normal times, did not sing. They did not run animals, did not even show themselves. Not a single stream was making noise, somewhere behind the bushes. And only the rustling of paper. Stop. What the hell paper? The huge, centuries-old looking oak turned out to be just glued made of paper construction. Found it, Naruto said, forming a rasengan in his right hand, and literally breaking through one of the walls, he flew inside the oak. Naruto stood up, lightly shaking off the remains of his kimono hanging on him. Why? One wonders. As soon as this action was finished, he looked up and was met by a greater multitude of paper kunai and shuriken frozen right in front of his face. You're lucky you're still alive, Naruto Uzumaki, said the blue-haired girl as she walked out. From somewhere in the shadows. You could say that, but is that happiness for you? Naruto joked, tired tone. You must have lost a lot of strength getting here. It won't be difficult to capture you. We'll make up, said the frail body with burgundy red hair, sitting in something on similarities. Who the hell knows what it is? Like you, Pain, thinking you've lost all your bodies. And this lady, she's alone too. From your bodies. Or a comrade? Naruto asked. Comrade, very old. She is one of the three who created Akatsuki. The body answered. Not. It's hard to guess that you were the second of the three. And who was the last? Our friend with Conan. The red-haired merry fellow Yahiko. A man capable of not only clearly see the world as it really is, but also be willing to accept it as it is. He was the ideological inspirer. He said that this world, our native village, we need an organization that will fight not for world domination, but for the people, just people. Pain said. And what happened to him? Literally. A couple of minutes ago, you killed him. More precisely, his body. Hanzo is to blame for his death. Salamander. He kidnapped Conan, forced me to kill Yahiko, promised to let her go, but he didn't keep his promise. Yahiko killed himself, and Hanzo decided to finish us all off. That day, Pain was born. Naruto finished for him. I got it. I got it all. Conan is a blue-haired girl with an unknown ability in paper management. Yahiko is a red-haired guy who wanted to save the world from hatred, and Nagato Uzumaki, red-haired youth, owner of the Rinnegan. You three, you are Jiraiya's first students. He trained you when he lived in the Rain Village. While Naruto was saying all this, he inadvertently glanced at Conan, who was standing inside. And his eye noticed on her chiseled, marble-like face, a barely noticeable tear. Your thinking ability is amazing. You are right, it doesn't matter where you learned it, doesn't change anything. Quite the opposite. This changes everything fundamentally. The goal of your organization is to rid the world from hatred. But if you carry out the plan with the eternal Tsukiyomi, because it will simply close the circle of hatred. And your path, you literally leave behind bloody fingerprints, one by one. And each of them is a small, and sometimes not so small, peace hatred. Just look at Konoha. How many people have you killed? How many children have you left orphans? How many parents forced to bury your children? You literally sowed a whole field of hatred. Blood feud. If my wife's body were lying there now, I would be with you. Didn't talk. You are Uzumaki, and you understand perfectly well how Uzumaki pays a debt. Blood. So tell me, brother Nagato, how do you want to get rid of hatred, people from whom you took away the most precious things in life? Naruto asked him. Question. Really put Nagato in a stupor. Eternal Tsukiyomi. It will put people into a genjutsu where all their pain will go away. Everyone who died will be live in it. And how do you imagine it? To the mother, the child whom you killed, whom she buried with her own hands somewhere in a vacant lot. Her child suddenly returns. How, no matter how much she wanted to die, her soul would still know that this was not her son. It's just an illusion. It will break her. The thought that even when her son is right in front of her, he is actually no longer there, and even the best illusion cannot bring it back. Imagine if right now you were in an illusion where everything was like before. You, Yahiko and Conan, are full of aspirations and hopes, fighting against the tyranny of Hanzo. You believe that Yahiko is alive, that everything is the same as before. Will your own go away? Pain. The well-chosen question hit Nagato straight in the heart. It seems, Uzumaki Naruto, you are still wiser than me. But if you are so wise, will you solve this problem? How will you deal with hatred? Nagato asked. Partly, just like you. I'll take it upon myself if necessary. Now, I'll unite all countries, to fight your gang. It seems you are no longer in charge there. So-called Toby began to take actions that were incomprehensible to me. Good plan. And no wonder Toby turned out to be a double-edged sword. You deal with him. Now, the fate of this world is only in your hands. I believe in you, Uzumaki Naruto, said Nagato, folding strange seals. No, Nagato, please don't do this. You won't survive this, she begged her friend Conan. Forgive me, Kon, but I must correct my mistakes, Nagato said, smiling. The girl with all his might. After which he summoned a huge head, from whose mouth many souls flew, returning to the bodies of their former owners. As you can see, I fixed some of what I did. Help me finish the rest. Please. Nagato, who had become very weak, asked in a tired voice. His Rinnegan faded, losing any color, his hair also lost color. With these words, Nagato's body went limp forever. Nagi, please, don't leave me, the girl whispered, holding her beloved on his knees. Naruto stood silently aside. In this situation, he could not help in any way. Neither in word, not in deed. Later, when Conan laid out the bodies of her friends, wrapped them in paper, and left, she said, Naruto, Nagato believed in you, so I will believe in you too. Figure this all out. Don't let us in, she said, handing him a bouquet of paper roses. Of course, Naruto answered shortly, accepting the bouquet. Conan. She began to move away, when suddenly Naruto shouted at her. Conan-san, wait. He took the kunoiki's hand and placed a mark on it in the form of a whirlpool. If you need help, give the chakra to the seal, and help will come. Take care yourself, Conan-san. And you take care of yourself. And especially your wife, and Nagato's gift. The kunoiki answered slyly. What gift? Naruto asked, but there was no one to answer him, only a small test tube with two floating in it. Some kind of green liquid with eyes stood in front of Naruto. Paper. The tree had completely fallen apart, revealing the forest edge, with a single tree, under on whose lap the young man sat, near the improvised tombstone. Hair. Kunai, a stone with hastily drawn kanji, a paper bouquet, yes, a small book, that's all the tombstone is. Naruto finally said goodbye to his godfather. The last of his strength left him, and his limp the body fell onto the soft moss, sinking into sleepy oblivion. Commentary on part 19. At least write a comment. Otherwise, I wish you happiness, cool fanfics and pleasant dreams. Don't lose me.